Chapter 275. Why? The mermaid princess was puzzled. Qin Feiyang hesitated. It couldn't be that they weren't good people, right? A black-winged guard outside shouted, "If I tell you to shout, just shout. Why are you being so long-winded?" They really didn't understand why the princess didn't directly kill this person. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at that person. "If something happens later, will you be responsible?" "I'll be responsible." That black-winged guard looked at Qin Feiyang contemptuously. Who dared to act recklessly here? All right. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth curled up. He was waiting for this sentence. He waved his hand, and Fatso, Lu Hong, and Wolf King instantly appeared out of thin air. What is this place? Damn, why are there so many treasures? Damn, my eyes are dazzled. The three of them scanned their surroundings in shock. It's all fat lords. Fatso's eyes lit up, and his saliva flowed. He took out a dagger and hurriedly ran to the stone pillar at the side, holding up the pearls and gems on it. Damn, Fatso, don't snatch it. Wolf King shuddered and roared. He immediately ran over and started snatching with Fatso. The mermaid princess and the black-winged guards were dumbfounded on the spot. Were they bandits? Lu Hong said in a low voice, "Qin Feiyang, is it really okay to let them be so presumptuous?" She was more reserved. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Don't care about them. Do you see the pearls on the ground? Take the opportunity to get more." Lu Hong lowered her head and looked at the cold-repelling pearl and water-repelling pearl under her feet. A trace of doubt appeared in her eyes. She didn't have an illustrious identity like Qin Feiyang, so she didn't know what these pearls were. She also didn't know the value of these pearls. However, since Qin Feiyang had said so, she naturally wouldn't be polite. He took out a dagger from his Qianquan bag and squatted on the ground, activating his frenzied sweeping mode. To be so impudent in front of the master was simply too rude. After the mermaid princess regained her senses, she glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Tell them to stop." Fatso and Wolf King were stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? "Aya, aren't you that princess? Why are you here?" They followed the voice and looked over. When they saw the mermaid princess, a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. The mermaid princess glared at the man and the wolf. She gritted her teeth and was so angry that her face turned red. Could it be that he had been treating her like air all this time? Was her presence that weak? What a big piece of jade. Brother Wolf, don't snatch it. It belongs to Fat Lord. Fatso, if you dare to snatch it, I'll kill you. Before the mermaid princess could react, Fatso and Wolf King had their eyes on her throne and rushed over. With a large number of cold avoidance pearls and water avoidance pearls, there was no need to worry about water pressure and cold. Get out of the way, don't block the way. Rushing to the throne, Fatso waved his hand and pushed the mermaid princess away. The mermaid princess was about to explode with anger. After all, she was the master of this place. How could he push her away? However, Fatty and the Wolf King didn't pay any attention to her. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at the jade. The color is bright and crystal clear. This is a piece of top-grade jade. It's priceless. Brother Wolf, how about we split it? Sure, we're all on the same side anyway. There's no need to fight over it. You keep it first. The man and wolf communicated telepathically. With a wave of his hand, Fatso put the jade into his Qianquan bag without hesitation. He really took it away? The mermaid princess was stunned. Wow, Brother Wolf, look, that pearl is bigger than a wash basin. Take it away. Damn, this gem is even bigger than a fist. It's so colorful and beautiful. Take it away. And these jade, glass, and jade stones, they all look very valuable. Brother Wolf, what does Fat Lord want? Take them all away. The man and the wolf went crazy. They saw it and took it away. Those who didn't know would think that this was their home. The palace, which was originally neat and tidy, became a mess in a short while. The mermaid princess was so angry that she went crazy. Looking at the group of stunned black-winged guards at the door, she shouted, "What are you waiting for? Drag them away." "Not good, retreat," Wolf King shouted. The man and wolf hurriedly rushed to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Lu Hong, Fatso, and Wolf King into the castle. Qin Feiyang pointed at a black-winged guard and said with a smile, "Princess, you heard it with your own ears just now. If anything happens, he will take responsibility." The black-winged guard was instantly furious. He did say it. But how did he know that this man and wolf would be such bastards? Even the princess's throne had been robbed. They were even more despicable than bandits. "Take them away and imprison them," the mermaid princess shouted angrily. The palace had been tormented to such a state, and she was not in the mood to continue the interrogation. The two black-winged guards stepped forward aggressively and reached out to grab Qin Feiyang. "I can walk on my own." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and slapped their arms away. He looked at the mermaid princess and said, "I don't have time to waste. I hope Princess can let me leave as soon as possible." After saying that, he turned around and looked at the two black-winged guards. "Lead the way." A fierce glint flashed across their eyes. They turned around and walked out of the hall. Qin Feiyang followed with large strides. "Quickly tidy up this place." The mermaid princess swam out of the palace and instructed the remaining black-winged guards. Then she swam towards a glorious palace. The palace was tall and majestic. It was located in the center of the undersea city. It was like a king, grand and ancient. Around the palace, there were black-winged guards standing straight. "Greetings, Prince." When the mermaid princess arrived, the black-winged guards bowed and greeted her. "Where's father?" the mermaid princess asked. Reporting to Princess, "The emperor is resting in his bedchamber." One of the black-winged guards said respectfully, "Open the door." The mermaid princess ordered. Her eyes, which were originally full of vigor, seemed a little dim at this moment. The black-winged guard turned around and gently pushed open the door of the palace. After the mermaid princess went in, the door of the palace slowly closed. The decorations here were even more luxurious than the palace from before. To humans, this was simply a huge treasure trove. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a bed made of jade. A white-haired mermaid was lying on it. Beside him, there were a few young mermaids taking care of him. These mermaids had white tails. The clothes on their bodies were also made of pure white fish scales. They looked delicate and refined. "Greetings, Princess." In fact, they were all the mermaid emperor's maids. Each of them could be said to be peerless beauty. However, compared to the mermaid princess, they were much inferior. The mermaid princess smiled and said, "You all can leave first." The few maids left the palace in an orderly manner. After the door of the palace closed, the mermaid princess lowered her head to look at the mermaid emperor. She asked with concern, "Father, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I can still hold on for a while." The mermaid emperor slowly got up. His face was full of wrinkles and he looked very old. His eyes were also very cloudy. However, when he looked at the mermaid princess, his eyes were full of love. "Father, I will definitely think of a way to extend your life." The mermaid princess' eyes turned red. "Life and death are up to fate. Child, these things cannot be forced. The only thing I'm worried about now is you. You're still young and weak. Moreover, you are a girl. I am worried that when you inherit the throne, the black-winged king and the white-winged king will harm you." The mermaid emperor sighed deeply. The mermaid princess bit her red lips and said, "Why don't we just give the throne to them? I don't care anyway." "No, they're a bunch of ambitious people. If we give the throne to them, it won't be long before they bring disaster to our mermaid clan. Our mermaid clan is indebted to the first emperor. We have survived in the sea of despair for tens of thousands of years. We must not be destroyed in their hands." The mermaid emperor said, "I understand. I will definitely work hard." The mermaid princess nodded. "This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Father will publicly announce that you have inherited the throne tomorrow. Child, the mermaid clan will depend on you in the future." The mermaid emperor smiled. "So soon?" The mermaid princess was stunned. She hurriedly said, "Father, it's too soon. I'm not ready yet." Bang! At this moment, the door of the palace was knocked open. "You are not ready, but I have been ready for a long time. Mermaid Emperor, pass the throne to me. I promise that I will lead our mermaid clan to create an unprecedented glorious era. A coarse voice sounded. A mermaid wearing black scales barged into the palace. He was tall and sturdy. His eyes were like torches. There were 4 black wings on his back. The mermaid princess was furious. She shouted, "Black Wing King, my father is not dead yet. How dare you be so presumptuous?" "Princess, please calm down." The Black Wing King cupped his hands, but there was no respect on his face. "Humph." The mermaid princess snorted coldly. "Black Wing King, if you can guarantee that you will never invade the territory of humans, I can consider passing the throne to you." The mermaid emperor said expressionlessly. "What a joke. Humans are humans. Mermaids are also humans. Why can they live on land? Do we have to live in this narrow place?" The Black Wing King sneered. His 4 black wings were steaming with black light. It was full of hostility. "If it were not for the mercy of the first emperor, our mermaid clan would have perished long ago. Is the lesson from 10,000 years ago not enough? Have you forgotten the ancestral teachings left by our ancestors?" The mermaid emperor said angrily. "Ha!" At this moment, another burst of wild laughter sounded. The laughter was full of mockery towards the mermaid emperor. A white-winged mermaid with an astonishing aura swept into the mermaid emperor's palace. His body was thin, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. There were 2 snow-white wings on his back. His fishtail was also as white as jade. His chiseled face was full of arrogance. This person was the White Wing King. "You are really rebellious. Do you know the difference between a ruler and his subjects?" The mermaid princess said sternly. The White Wing King glanced at the mermaid princess. He did not take her seriously at all. He looked up at the mermaid emperor and said disdainfully, "It has been almost 10,000 years. Who still remembers the ancestral teachings of our ancestors? You are blaspheming the divine might of our ancestors. You are being disrespectful to our ancestors." Chapter 276. Father, don't be angry. The mermaid princess hurriedly went up to support the mermaid emperor and gently rubbed his chest. "Yes, don't be angry. If you die, we will have one less wise emperor." The Black Wing King and the Black Wing King mocked. "Get lost. Get out of here right now." The mermaid emperor roared. "We will get lost. But if you really dare to announce tomorrow that the princess will take over the throne, I guarantee that the palace will be very lively." The 2 of them threatened without hiding anything and turned around to leave. The mermaid princess sighed. "Father, did you see that? They won't let their daughter take over the throne." Sigh. The mermaid emperor sighed deeply, and there was a kind of sadness on his old face. There must be a way to help father. The mermaid princess's heart ached. She must protect the continuation of the mermaid clan and not let the Black Wing King and the Black Wing King run amok. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind and she smiled. "Father, you rest first. I will go out for a while. Be careful," the mermaid emperor warned. The mermaid princess nodded, helped the mermaid emperor lie down, and then turned to leave the palace. At the same time, a dark ancient castle was located in the northernmost corner of the undersea city. It shone with a cold luster in the water. There was no coral. There was no seaweed. There were few people and it seemed a little dark. Inside the ancient castle, there were a total of 2 floors. There were hundreds of cells separated by iron pillars as thick as an arm. Many prisoners were locked up in each cell. They were all mermaids who had committed great crimes. "Get in." In front of a certain cell, the 2 Black Wing guards suddenly pushed Qin Feiyang in. The 2 of them also entered the cell and closed the big iron door tightly, looking at him with evil intentions. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. After stabilizing his body, he turned to look at the 2 people and said in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" He was the only one in this cell. However, there were more than a dozen mermaids in the 2 cells next to him. They were all looking at him curiously. "Do what? Weren't you very arrogant before? Are you scared now?" The 2 of them walked towards Qin Feiyang step by step, their eyes flashing fiercely. "Scared? The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly. The auras that these two people exuded were obviously weaker than the black-winged guard that they had fought earlier. He should be a 2-star battle king. Now that his fighting soul had been taken away by Wolf King, his strength could not be used to its peak. There was nothing to worry about. As for the two of them, it was obvious that they were still unaware of his methods. You still dare to be arrogant now? Are all humans as stupid as you? King is right. It's a great shame for the great Qin Empire to be ruled by people like you. Their faces were filled with disdain. Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that the Merfolk clan wanted to rebel? Brat, kneel down right now, and we'll let you go this time. The two black-winged guards' eyes turned cold. Previously, in the Mermaid Princess Palace, they had asked Qin Feiyang to kneel down, but Qin Feiyang refused to do so. They had been holding a grudge against him all this time. Now that Qin Feiyang was imprisoned, how could they let go of this good opportunity to humiliate him? Kneel down? Qin Feiyang crossed his arms and looked at the two of them playfully. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can consider letting you go. You're courting death. The two of them were furious. At the same time, they slapped their palms toward Qin Feiyang. Battle chi emerged from their palms, and a shocking destructive force surged in all directions like a volcanic eruption. The merfolk in the neighboring cells retreated to a corner in fear and curled up together. You're the ones courting death. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stretched out his hands. At the same time, he activated the return formula. A golden light appeared. Bang! Clang! The palms collided, and the two black-winged guards were sent flying. Their arms were lacerated, and they slammed into the iron pillar behind them. The iron pillar that was as thick as an arm was bent, and the two black-winged guards saw stars. How is this possible? The merfolk in the next cell were all dumbfounded. However, it was not over yet. Qin Feiyang took another step forward, took out the Chang Shui, and stabbed the two black-winged guards in the chest. The two black-winged guards screamed miserably, and their faces were distorted. Qin Feiyang snorted and retreated to the side. He called out Fatso and Wolf King and said, "Beat them to death. Eat your fat lord's fist. I want to eat roasted wings." The man and the wolf immediately pounced on them. The two black-winged guards screamed miserably, and no one dared to listen to them. Human, how did you do it? They are battle kings, and you are only a 9-star martial arts grandmaster. How could you send them flying with one palm? Do you have some kind of technique? Teach us quickly. The merfolk in the cells on both sides looked at Qin Feiyang one after another and asked him questions at once. Technique? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He could not help but smile bitterly and ask, "Why are you locked up here?" "Of course, we broke the law." "What about you? Aren't you supposed to live on land? Why did they lock you up here?" These merfolk were like curious babies. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "I accidentally saw your princess's body." "What? Is it the kind that's naked?" "Damn, you're our idol. Tell us, how is the princess's figure? Is it big? Is her skin tender? Are there any traces of it being exploited?" The merfolk on the first floor went crazy. The princess's body was priceless, and this kid had seen it all. He was really lucky. Why were they not so lucky? If they could take a look or touch it, it would be worth it even if they died. Qin Feiyang looked at them in a daze with a strange look in his eyes. They were all a bunch of perverts. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and said with an embarrassed smile, "Don't misunderstand. I didn't plan it. I just accidentally saw it." "That's still worth it." Everyone looked at him with envy. Qin Feiyang was speechless. "I say, the princess is actually quite pitiful. Don't make fun of her." An older merman sighed. "Pitiful?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked up at the man and asked, "Senior, how is she pitiful?" The older merman said, "You must have just arrived here." Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's right. The mermaid emperor's time is up, and he has no son. He only has the princess as his daughter. The princess will definitely be the next empress." The older merman said, "Isn't that great?" Qin Feiyang said, To become the empress of a generation, how many people dreamed of this? How could it be pitiful? It's good, but the black-winged king and the white-winged king will not agree. They have been coveting the throne for a long time. If the mermaid emperor really dares to pass the throne to the princess, they will definitely rebel. The princess will be dead then. Those merfolk all showed sympathy. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized that this mermaid did not have it easy. You were imprisoned here by the mermaid emperor. Why do you sympathize with her? Logically speaking, these merfolk should hate the mermaid princess. But now, there was no hatred on their faces. It was the black-winged king and the white-winged king who ordered us to be imprisoned. The mermaid emperor is actually very kind. Yes, as long as they are not crazy criminals, he will give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. The princess is also very understanding. Those merfolk said. Qin Feiyang said, so you're saying that he's also a wise emperor? Everyone nodded. He believed in the wisdom of the mermaid emperor, but he did not agree with the understanding of the mermaid princess. Boom. At this time, accompanied by a loud noise, the gate of the castle opened, and an indescribably beautiful woman entered the castle. It's the princess. Princess, why are you here? The prison was suddenly in an uproar. The mermaid princess smiled and went straight to Qin Feiyang's prison. But when she saw Wolf King and Fatso beating up the two black-winged guards, her red lips could not help but open slightly. She was shocked. Stuff. She hurriedly shouted. TSK, who do you think you are? Wolf King glanced at her disdainfully and said, Fatso, I want roasted wings. Cut off their wings for me. But Fatso howled excitedly, took out his dagger, and cut off the wings of the two black-winged guards. Their hearts had already been pierced by Qin Feiyang. Then they were beaten up by a man and a wolf. Now their wings were cut off. At this moment, accompanied by painful screams, they died. Dead. The mermaid princess and the merfolk in the prison all looked at the two men and the wolf in shock. They actually dared to kill the black-winged guards? Weren't they afraid that the black-winged king would come and find trouble with them? That's right. They had just arrived here and did not know who the black-winged king was. How terrifying was he? This was the so-called newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. The mermaid princess's face was as cold as frost as she said coldly, You guys are really bold. You're right this time. I'm not bold, but I'm bold. How about it? Wolf King stood up and stared at her provocatively. The mermaid princess almost went crazy, but for some reason she endured it. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Make them disappear from my sight immediately and then follow me. I have something to ask you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He actually didn't pursue the matter? Strange. With a wave of his hand, he sent Wolf King and Fatso into the castle. Then he opened the iron door of the prison and strode out. After leaving the ancient castle, the mermaid princess brought Qin Feiyang to a coral reef not far away. Then, they entered a dense patch of seaweed. Only after dozens of meters did the mermaid princess stop. This place was very remote and there were no traces of other merfolk. Qin Feiyang looked around and asked suspiciously, Princess, why did you bring me here? Shouldn't she be interrogating him? But from the looks of it, the mermaid princess didn't seem to have any intention of interrogating him. The mermaid princess asked, Where did your top-grade pills come from? Why do you ask? Qin Feiyang frowned and couldn't help but become vigilant. If you want to leave the sea of despair, answer me truthfully. Chapter 277. Qin Feiyang did not answer. He stared at her intently. Being stared at by that fiery gaze, the mermaid princess slowly felt uncomfortable. Do you have something to ask of me? Qin Feiyang asked. No. What can I ask of you? Moreover, with your little strength, you can't help me much. The mermaid princess shook her head and said coldly. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth raised, and he laughed. I won't hide it from you, I am a top-grade alchemist. The mermaid princess was shocked as she looked at him in shock. There was a trace of doubt in her eyes. You don't believe me? Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a large number of pills appeared. There were qi-gathering pills, healing pills, bone-replenishing pills, and so on, all with dazzling pill grain. It really is a top-grade pill. The mermaid princess's heart was on fire, and she asked, "Then did you help me refine a prolonging life pill?" Prolonging life pill? Qin Feiyang was startled. He kept the pill in front of him and said with a faint smile, "Didn't you just say that you have nothing to ask of me?" Then are you going to help me or not?" The mermaid princess blushed a little. She was so cold and arrogant even when asking for help. This woman really had a personality. Qin Feiyang could not help but tease, "What benefits can I get from helping you? Not only did I let you go, but I also saw my..." At this point, the mermaid princess could not help but lower her head, her face as red as fire. "What did you see?" Qin Feiyang held back his laughter and looked at her in confusion. "Look," the mermaid princess stammered for a while, then raised her head and glared at him. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" "Ha!" Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. This woman was quite fun. His face turned solemn as he lowered his head and fell silent. He naturally knew what the prolonging life pill was. A prolonging life pill could extend one's life for 100 years. If it was a top-grade life-prolonging pill, it would definitely be able to extend one's life. However, every living being could only take it once in their lifetime. In the imperial capital, many old fellows would choose to consume the life prolongation pill on the eve of their death. However, the ingredients for the life-prolonging pill were extremely rare. It was probably on par with the potential pill. Because of this, the price was quite high. Putting aside the medicinal ingredients, just the pill formula alone was a huge problem. It was definitely in the pill mantra. However, he hadn't broken through to the Battle King realm yet, so he couldn't open the second page. It was definitely unrealistic to refine it now. "What? Is there any problem?" Seeing that he didn't say anything, the mermaid princess couldn't help but feel nervous. Qin Feiyang said, "I don't think I've agreed to it yet, right?" The mermaid princess's face turned pale. "I need to think about it." Qin Feiyang didn't promise her just because of that. Although the mermaid emperor had a good reputation, the supreme-grade prolongation pill was no small matter. What if she extended his life and he became greedy again? Before agreeing, he had to personally meet the mermaid emperor. "How long do you need to think?" the mermaid princess asked. "That depends on my mood." Qin Feiyang grinned and turned around to return the way he came. The mermaid princess looked at his back with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She sighed deeply and quickly chased after him. She forced a smile and said, "Shall I take you around for a walk?" "That's not good. You're a princess after all," Qin Feiyang said. "It's okay. I won't be a princess for long anyway." The mermaid princess's eyes were a little dim. Qin Feiyang looked at her deeply and nodded. "Well, I'll enjoy the scenery of this undersea city." Under the mermaid princess's lead, Qin Feiyang saw too many incredible things. For example, buildings floating in the water. Mermaids of various forms. Of course, there was no lack of beautiful mermaids. Moreover, there was no distinction between day and night. All kinds of pearls, corals, seaweed, and jade were emitting a soft light, shining on every corner of the undersea city. In short, everything here couldn't be seen with common sense. After walking for a long time, Qin Feiyang saw a square in the distance. He could faintly see a few behemoths standing in the square. Qin Feiyang walked towards the square and asked, "Princess, are there no alchemists in the mermaid clan?" The mermaid princess shook her head, saying, "Nothing could be perfect." Although the mermaid clan had inexhaustible treasures, elixirs were an extravagant hope for them. "Then how did you recognize the best elixir at a glance?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "It's recorded in the ancient books left by our ancestors. Moreover, occasionally, there will be humans who enter the sea of despair and die here. If we find them, we will take away their Qiankuan bag." The mermaid princess explained. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he stopped and a trace of doubt crept up on his face. Just a moment ago, in his heart, there was a strange throbbing. This was a feeling of familiarity. There seemed to be something pulling him. "What's wrong?" The mermaid princess looked at him in confusion. "Nothing." Qin Feiyong smiled and continued to walk towards the square. The undersea city was isolated from the world. How could there be something related to him? Maybe it was just a whim. However, to his surprise, the sense of familiarity became stronger and harder to calm down. Why is this happening? Qin Feiyong stopped again and looked up at the square. He found that this sense of familiarity came from the square. That is the holy land of our mermaid clan. Every mermaid who is about to step into the War King realm will go there to receive the inheritance. The mermaid princess introduced. Holy land. Qin Feiyong frowned. Why did the holy land of the mermaid clan give him such a feeling? He took large strides and walked quickly towards the holy land. The mermaid princess hurriedly said, "You can't go. The holy land is not for outsiders to enter." "I'm not going in. I'm just looking outside," Qin Feiyong said without looking back. As he got closer, the sense of familiarity became stronger and stronger, impacting every cell in his body. The blood in his body seemed to be burning. Finally, he used the smoke-gathering steps and rushed towards the square. The mermaid princess anxiously chased after him, afraid that Qin Feiyong would trespass into the holy land. So, Qin Feiyong could clearly see the entire holy land. The holy land was about 10,000 feet. There were hundreds of mermaids standing around. On their backs, there were 2 white wings. According to the mermaid princess, these white wing guards were responsible for maintaining the order of the undersea city. As for the black wing guards, they were responsible for maintaining the order of the sea outside. In the center of the holy land, there were 4 stone statues. The leading stone statue was the tallest, at least a dozen meters tall. The other 3 stone statues were shorter by a head and lined up side by side behind the tall stone statue. There were more than a dozen mermaids who were crawling at the feet of the 4 stone statues. Their faces were pious as they muttered. They were all 9-star martial grandmasters and were receiving the inheritance. What a familiar back view. Qin Feiyong's gaze locked onto the tall stone statue as he muttered to himself. That back view seemed familiar. But for a moment he couldn't remember. "What are you looking at?" The mermaid princess looked at him suspiciously. Why did this person become strange the moment he reached the holy land? Qin Feiyong didn't answer her. He took a detour and came to the front of the stone statue. The entrance to the holy land was in front of the stone statue. "Stop. This is the holy land of our clan. You can't go in." The 2 white wing guards guarding the entrance immediately waved the 5-feet-long halberds in their hands and stopped Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong glanced at them indifferently and raised his head to look at the stone statue. Boom! When he saw the face of the stone statue, he exploded. In his head, it was as if thunder was roaring and rumbling. How is this possible? Deep disbelief crept up on his face. The face of the stone statue was well defined. One could tell at a glance that he was a middle-aged man. His face seemed to have been carved by a knife, with a sense of vicissitudes. That pair of eyes were bright and full of spirit, like a pair of eyes of the heavens, as if they could see through everything and see the origin of the world. In his hand, he was holding a broken sword. That's right. It was a broken sword. There was no sword tip. Although it was only carved from stone, one could still feel the shocking sharpness. It felt as if as long as he waved his sword, the world would be split into 2. In a trance. That body of more than 10 meters was like a towering mountain, emitting a king's domineering aura that made one tremble. The owner of this stone statue was definitely an overlord of the world. "Qin Feiyong, what's wrong with you?" The mermaid princess chased over and looked at him in surprise. "It's him, but why would his stone statue be here?" Qin Feiyong acted as if he didn't hear it and kept muttering in his heart. He had seen this stone statue before. Even a few years ago, he would see it every day. That face, that broken sword, had already been engraved in the depths of his soul, and he would never forget it. Because in the center of the imperial capital, there was an identical stone statue. And the owner of this stone statue was his ancestor, the first emperor. But why would the statue of the first emperor be here? Qin Feiyong's heart was in a mess. Take that human down for this king. All of a sudden, an angry shout sounded. The white-winged king flapped his wings, bringing with him an astonishing baleful aura as he broke through the waves. The two white-winged guards guarding the entrance immediately went forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was indifferent. He even seemed to not notice as he stared at the statue of the first emperor. Seeing this, the mermaid princess took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Feiyang, shouting, "All of you, stop for this princess." The two white-winged guards frowned and hurriedly retreated, raising their heads to look at the white-winged king who was flying over. The white-winged king landed at the entrance and coldly snorted, "Princess, what do you mean?" The mermaid princess said, "This princess hasn't asked you yet. What right do you have to capture him? He killed 2 of my black-winged guards in prison and even cut off their wings. This kind of action is not only provoking this king, but also declaring war on my mermaid clan. This person must be handed over to this king to deal with." The white-winged guard shouted, "What? He's actually so vicious? Doesn't he know that wings are more important than our lives to us? Kill him, we must kill him." Chapter 278. The mermaid princess turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was still staring at the statue, she couldn't help but feel anxious. What exactly was this person doing? The White-Winged King had personally come to find him. Could he have some reaction? The White-Winged King's eyes flashed with a sinister light. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Princess, please step aside immediately." At this moment, the Black-Winged King also broke through the waves and said coldly, "If you don't hand him over, even if you are the princess, this king will not let this matter rest." "They're all here." The mermaid princess's expression changed. "I was the one who asked Qin Feiyang to kill those 2 black-winged guards." In a moment of desperation, she blurted out these words. "What? Princess, why did you do it?" The white-winged guards looked at her in disbelief. The Black-Winged King shouted, "Nonsense! Who doesn't know that you love your people like your children? How could you do such a thing?" The White-Winged King followed, "That's right, don't take the blame for him." "I didn't take the blame for him. Those 2 Black-Winged guards were talking about me in the prison, and I happened to hear it. In a fit of anger, I asked Qin Feiyang to help me kill them." "What? Are you going to interfere now even if this princess kills 2 scum?" The mermaid princess said coldly, "If it was really the princess who did it, then this king naturally wouldn't dare to interfere. But this king has asked those prisoners. It clearly has nothing to do with you, princess. What's the reason for you to protect him like this?" The Black-Winged King said in a deep voice, "You believe the words of the prisoners? To think that you are the kings of the mermaid clan. You really don't have brains." The mermaid princess sneered. The Black-Winged King and the other 2 couldn't help but clench their fists tightly. Their eyes were frighteningly gloomy. At this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly took a step forward and stepped into the holy land of the mermaid clan. With another step, he landed in front of the statue of the first emperor. The mermaid princess was stunned and immediately became angry. Was this guy crazy? Didn't he say that he couldn't enter the holy land? Why didn't he listen? Wasn't it troublesome enough? Damn it! How dare you trespass into my clan's forbidden grounds? Kill him! The Black-Winged Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor roared at the same time. More than 30 White-Winged guards immediately rushed toward Qin Feiyang with murderous intent. In this world, apart from Uncle Yuan and my mother, there is a 3rd person worthy of me, Qin Feiyang, paying my respects. That is you, ancestor. Qin Feiyang fell to his knees with a thud. The group of White-Winged guards stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and respectfully knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. The first emperor was not only a legend, but also his goal. Ever since he was young, he had longed to become a supreme overlord like the first emperor. In fact, he even surpassed the first emperor. The kowtow was complete. Qin Feiyang stood up and looked at the White-Winged King and the White-Winged King with a cold smile. "What are you waiting for? Kill him quickly!" The White-Winged King shouted. The group of White-Winged Kings immediately charged toward Qin Feiyang. Boom! But suddenly, the statue of the first emperor trembled slightly and let out a deafening sound. Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around and looked up at the statue. At this moment, the entire undersea city was shocked. No matter which corner the mermaids were in, they all looked toward the sacred ground. What's going on? Why did the emperor's statue move? The Black Wing Emperor, the White Wing Emperor, the Mermaid Princess, the White Wing Guards, and the dozen or so mermaids who were receiving the inheritance also raised their heads at the same time and looked at the emperor's statue in surprise. Almost 10,000 years. The statue of the first emperor had never had any abnormalities. Today was the first time. And at this moment, Qin Feiyang felt a sense of familiarity in his heart that was unprecedentedly strong. That was a kind of kinship where blood was thicker than water. Boom. Crash. Suddenly, the entire statue emitted a purple-gold aura, and the entire sacred ground instantly turned into a vacuum zone. The seawater was separated, and the next door was outside. Following closely, the phenomenon reappeared. 2 beams of dazzling purple-gold divine light shot out from the statue's eyes and headed straight for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang wanted to dodge, but he was shocked to find that his body couldn't move. In an instant, Qin Feiyang was enveloped by the divine light. His whole body slowly floated up into the air. He didn't stop until he was in front of the statue. "This is the inheritance of the first emperor." A trembling voice sounded. The mermaid emperor flew over from afar. His old, cloudy eyes sparkled like 2 bright moons. The inheritance of the emperor? The mermaid princess and the others were stunned, looking at the mermaid emperor with some confusion. This is an ancient secret that only the mermaid emperors of each generation know. Back then, the first emperor left his inheritance in the statue. Only one kind of person in the world can obtain his inheritance. And this human youth undoubtedly meets this condition. The mermaid emperor's eyes were fanatical, and he was so excited that his body was trembling. "Father, what kind of person is it?" the mermaid princess asked. The black-winged monarch and the white-winged monarch also looked at him in surprise. "I can't say. If I say it, I will anger the first emperor, and there will be divine punishment." The mermaid emperor shook his head, pretending to be mysterious. The black-winged monarch snorted, spread his 4 wings, and rushed toward Qin Feiyang with shocking murderous intent. Seeing this, the white-winged monarch also rushed toward Qin Feiyang. "We can't let them interfere with Qin Feiyang receiving the inheritance." The mermaid princess's face changed. "Child, don't worry. They won't succeed, because no one in the great Qin Empire dares to offend the first emperor." The mermaid emperor smiled. Before he finished his words, 2 screams sounded. Before the black-winged monarch and the white-winged monarch could get close to Qin Feiyang, they were hit by 2 beams of purple-gold divine light, and they were immediately blasted to the ground. Even the wings on their backs were broken. How is this possible? The 2 climbed up pathetically and looked at the statue in disbelief, blood spurting out of their mouths. When the mermaids were receiving the inheritance, they would fail if they were disturbed. But this outsider had the protection of the divine light? This was not fair. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. The mermaid emperor's eyes were like torches, and he could see through the thoughts of the 2. He shook his head and smiled. And Qin Feiyang's consciousness was very clear. He could clearly feel that the purple-gold divine light was continuously flowing into his body. And it was also opening up his meridians. Boom. In less than 5 breaths, all the meridians in his body opened up, and the purple-gold divine light flowed along his meridians like a flood, rushing toward a certain place. And this place was Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. This was also where the Qi Si was. The so-called Qi Si was where the battle Qi was stored. In other words, with the help of the purple-gold divine light, his cultivation was advancing toward the battle monarch realm. "I didn't expect that I would receive the inheritance of my ancestor on this trip," Qin Feiyang murmured. The excitement in his heart could not be any greater. Wang Hong letting him go to the state capital by himself was actually helping him. Suddenly, his face contorted. Opening up the Qi Si was like opening up an internal space in a complete rock, and the whole process was extremely painful. Many people could not bear the pain when opening up the Qi Si, and thus fainted. And this was equivalent to digging one's own grave. Either they would die, and their bodies would explode from the true Qi, or they would fail, and never have the chance to step into the battle monarch realm. But to Qin Feiyang, this bit of pain was nothing at all. Because the pain of opening up the Qi Sea was completely incomparable to the pain of opening up the door of potential. Boom! All of a sudden, a muffled explosion came from within his body. The purple gold divine light crushed the shackles and poured into a dark area. This was the Qi Sea. As the purple gold divine light poured in, the Qi Sea also became brighter. It was a fist-sized space. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's aura also crazily soared, and finally he heard a one-star battle emperor. Moreover, behind him, a huge beast shadow appeared. When the beast shadow solidified, it was actually a purple gold divine dragon. It was 100 meters long, with 5 huge dragon claws under its abdomen and a thick dragon horn on its head. The whole thing looked lifelike, as if a real divine dragon had descended. It circled around Qin Feiyang, letting out a loud dragon roar that reverberated at the bottom of the sea for a long time. Moreover, there was also a mighty dragon's aura that spread in all directions. At this moment, other than the Mermaid Emperor and the others, almost all the clansmen of the Mermaid clan were kneeling on the ground in worship. His battle soul is actually a purple gold dragon soul, exactly the same as the first emperor. The Mermaid Emperor's body trembled violently, and his old eyes shone with endless light. Purple gold dragon soul. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the battle soul. The excitement on his face could not be concealed. His father, the current emperor, had activated the Golden Dragon Battle Soul. According to the ancient records, the Golden Dragon Battle Soul was far inferior to the Purple Gold Dragon Soul. Father, you didn't expect that I, who was expelled from the imperial capital, would be able to activate a battle soul that is even stronger than yours. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes spat out a thick flame of hatred. Boom! However, at the next moment, behind him, a flame suddenly appeared. Immediately, the flames overflowed into the sky, illuminating the entire undersea city. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was bewildered, looking at the flame behind him in confusion. The Mermaid Emperor and the others were also at a loss. Father, look, there seems to be something inside the flame. The Mermaid Princess stretched out her slender finger and pointed at a certain place, shouting in surprise. Including Qin Feiyang, everyone looked over. Within the flame, there was a fire lotus. The fire lotus had a total of 9 leaves, and its shape was almost exactly the same as the snow lotus. However, the difference was that each leaf was condensed from flames. How is this possible? He actually has 2 battle souls. The Mermaid Emperor suddenly exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. 2 battle souls. The Mermaid clan suddenly burst into an uproar. Although every living thing that stepped into the Battle Monarch realm had the opportunity to activate the battle soul, not every living thing could succeed. Some people failed. It could be said that there was only a 50% chance. Generally speaking, those who succeeded only had 1 battle soul. In history, there had indeed been 2 battle souls. But those were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. As long as they did not die prematurely, they would definitely be an overlord in the future. The key now was that Qin Feiyang had activated 2 battle souls, and one of them was the purple gold dragon soul. This was even more incredible. In the entire Great Qin Empire, only the first emperor had the purple gold dragon soul. Chapter 279. 2 War Souls. Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Clang. However, without waiting for everyone to calm down, another loud bang suddenly exploded in their hearts. It was as though a divine sword had been unsheathed. With Qin Feiyang as the center, rays of shocking sharpness spread out in all directions, covering the sky and the earth. Behind him, a fiery red sword soared into the air. The battle sword was more than 10 meters long. It was completely red as though it was cast from lava. 3rd War Soul. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Mermaid Emperor and the others were stunned as well. The Holy Land fell into a deathly silence. This person had activated 3 War Souls? Was this a dream? That was right. This had to be a dream. This was because there had never been a person with 3 war souls in the Great Qin Empire. However, when they rubbed their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyong again, their hearts were filled with shock and astonishment. The purple gold dragon soul was like a true dragon. It danced above Qin Feiyong's head. Its might shook the world. The 9-leaf fire lotus hovered on his right. Waves of fire surged into the sky. It was as though he had transformed into a god of fire. The crimson sword soul hovered on Qin Feiyong's left. Its sword chi was like a rainbow that pierced through the air. This was not a dream. He really had 3 war souls. Unbelievable! How did he do it? Was he still human? With these 3 war souls, I won't have to worry about not being able to reach the imperial capital. I'll kill all my enemies. Qin Feiyong looked at the purple gold dragon soul, the 9-leaf fire lotus, and the crimson sword soul. He was filled with pride. With just a thought, the 3 fighting souls turned into a ray of light and entered his body, becoming one with his body. Meanwhile, the true qi in his sea of qi was quickly converted into battle qi. There were 3 types in total. The first type was the purple gold dragon qi. The second type was the fiery battle qi. The third type was the crimson sword qi. The attribute and color of battle qi were closely related to the war soul. For example, Yan Nanshan's war soul was a firehawk. His battle qi was fiery red. For example, Zhua An's battle soul was a black python, and his battle qi was black in color. In short, the type of fighting soul that was activated would determine the type of battle qi that would appear. Furthermore, every fighting soul had its own gifted superpower. The difference was in strength and weakness. For example, Wolf King's fighting soul had the innate ability to rob other living beings of their fighting souls. The stronger the power of the divine ability, the higher the level of the fighting soul. The purple gold divine light on the emperor's statue gradually dissipated. This also meant that the inheritance had ended. Qin Feiyong also slowly landed on the ground. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and turned to look at the face of the statue. Ancestor, thank you for granting me the purple gold dragon soul. He bowed to the statue 3 more times. The purple gold divine light on the statue dissipated completely, and the seawater surged in from all directions. Qin Feiyong hastily activated the water avoidance pearl and the cold avoidance pearl. Then he stood up, his eyes shining brightly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as he stepped into the Battle King realm, not only would he be able to open the 2nd page of the elixir scripture, but he would also be able to refine higher-level elixirs. Most importantly, he would be able to continue cultivating the 6-word divine formula. The power of the return word divine formula was already so amazing. The 2nd divine formula would definitely be even more powerful. At this moment, with the help of the mermaid princess, the mermaid emperor came to Qin Feiyong. He cupped his hands and smiled. May I know your name? Senior, you're too polite. My name is Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong smiled. Your surname is Qin. He has also received the recognition of the first emperor and has awakened the purple gold dragon soul. Could he be a descendant of the first emperor? The mermaid emperor secretly pondered and was quite shocked. He smiled and said, Brother Qin, can you do me the honor of going to the palace for a chat? That's what I was thinking. Qin Feiyong also had a lot of doubts in his heart. The mermaid emperor smiled. Suddenly, he frowned and turned to look at the white-winged emperor and the black-winged emperor. He said with a sullen face, This Brother Qin is the descendant of the first emperor. No one is allowed to hurt him. In addition, no one is allowed to disturb me while I am talking with Brother Qin. He added, Pumph. The 2 snorted coldly, flapped their wings, and broke through the waves with a gloomy look in their eyes. Qin Feiyong glanced at the 2 and raised his head to look at the 3 stone statues behind the statue of the first emperor. The 3 stone statues all had fishtails and wings. But the difference was, the stone statue in the middle had a fishtail and wings that were golden. The stone statues on the left and right had a fishtail and wings that were white and black. And they all had a total of 5 pairs of wings. Strange. Qin Feiyong was puzzled. They are all ancestors of the mermaid clan. The mermaid emperor explained. The statue in the middle was the first mermaid emperor. The statue on the left was the first black-winged emperor. The statue on the right was the first white-winged emperor. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and asked suspiciously, "The first mermaid emperor has golden wings. Why don't you and the princess have them?" "I am ashamed to say this. Although I am the emperor of the mermaid clan, I have not received the inheritance of the ancestors. Only those who are recognized by the ancestors can grow golden wings. As for my daughter, she is only an 8-star martial arts grandmaster now and has not received the inheritance. I hope she can succeed." The mermaid emperor sighed. "Father, I will definitely succeed." The mermaid princess looked at the statue of the first mermaid emperor with a determined look in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, a black light suddenly flashed out from the eyes of the statue of the first black-winged emperor and landed on one of the dozen or so mermaids who were praying below. A magical scene suddenly appeared. That person screamed in pain. The clothes and skin on his back split open, and 2 black wings grew out from both sides. At the same time, a black shadow appeared behind him. It was that person's fighting soul. And it was also a humanoid fighting soul. It was exactly the same as the fighting souls of the other black-winged guards. "I see." Qin Feiyang finally understood. This humanoid fighting soul came from the 3 statues. The mermaid emperor smiled and said, "This is the inheritance of the mermaid clan. Every mermaid's fighting soul is the shadow of the 3 great ancestors." Qin Feiyang asked, "You did not receive the inheritance. Does that mean you do not have a fighting soul?" "Yes, this is the reason why the black-winged emperor and the white-winged emperor have always been dissatisfied with me." The mermaid emperor sighed deeply. "In that case, if the princess can receive the inheritance, grow golden wings, and activate the fighting soul, will the black-winged emperor and the white-winged emperor dispel the thoughts in their hearts and fully support her?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Logically speaking, that is indeed the case. Because mermaids with golden fishtails have the purest bloodline power, and there will not be one in hundreds of years. According to the rules of the mermaid clan, as long as a mermaid with a golden fishtail is born, she is destined to be the next mermaid emperor. But people's hearts are unpredictable. No one knows the true thoughts of the black-winged emperor and the white-winged emperor." The mermaid emperor shook his head and sighed. He glanced at the 30-odd white-winged guards and said, "There are too many people here. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Please follow me." Qin Feiyang nodded. It seemed that the father and daughter were in a very bad situation in Undersea City. The mermaid emperor did not stop along the way and returned directly to his palace. After closing the door, the mermaid emperor ordered the mermaid princess to prepare a seat for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "No need. Let's talk business." "Business?" The mermaid emperor was stunned. The mermaid princess said, "Father, you may not know, but Qin Feiyang is also a top-grade alchemist. I am begging him to help me refine a prolongation pill." "A top-grade alchemist?" The mermaid emperor was shocked and cupped his hands. "May I ask, little brother, how old are you now?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Almost 17. "Almost 17? In other words, he was only 16 years old now? Stepping into the battle monarch realm at the age of 16? And 3 war souls? And a top-grade alchemist? This was too shocking." The mermaid princess also opened her red lips slightly and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. She originally thought that the man in front of her was at least 20 or 30 years old, but he had a young face and did not look old. But she never expected that he was really a 16-year-old boy. She also did not expect that the human boy she casually brought would be a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Looking at the exaggerated expressions of the father and daughter, Qin Feiyang could not help but smile helplessly. It seemed that he had to keep a low profile in the future. He coughed dryly and avoided the topic of the prolongation pill. He wondered, why is the statue of the first emperor here? The mermaid emperor came back to his senses, pondered for a moment, and said, "Before answering this question, I want to ask, are you a descendant of the first emperor?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Impossible," the mermaid emperor said flatly. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Did he have any proof to make such an assertion? The Mermaid Emperor said, "Just now in the sacred ground, I said that only one kind of person can gain the recognition of the first emperor and obtain his inheritance." The Mermaid Princess and Qin Feiyang nodded. This person must have compassion for the common people and a heart that embraces the world. At the same time, he must have the bloodline power of the first emperor. The Mermaid Emperor said, "There is such a thing?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "So, his identity could not be hidden anymore? Brother Qin, you don't have to be so vigilant. Because the ancestors of the Mermaid clan had a very deep relationship with the first emperor. Otherwise, the first emperor would not have left a statue here. Moreover, the reason why the Mermaid clan can survive until today and have this piece of land in the Great Qin Empire is also because of the first emperor's kindness." The Mermaid Emperor said with a smile. There was obvious gratitude on his face. Qin Feiyang said calmly, "Since the first emperor is kind to you, why do you still have thoughts of rebellion?" Thoughts of rebellion? The father and daughter were stunned. "Brother Qin, what do you mean? When have we ever had thoughts of rebellion? You can't say such things." The Mermaid Emperor said anxiously. There was panic in his eyes. Qin Feiyang frowned. "I remember that the 2 black-winged guards who sent me to prison said such a thing. They said that it is a great shame that the Great Qin Empire is ruled by people like us. They dared to say such things without restraint, and you still dare to say that you have no thoughts of rebellion?" Qin Feiyang shouted. "This is a great injustice." The Mermaid Emperor lamented. The Mermaid Princess was also a little anxious. If this misunderstanding was not resolved, Qin Feiyang would not refine the prolongation pill for her father. Chapter 280. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely heavy. The Mermaid Princess looked at her father and then at Qin Feiyang. "I can guarantee with my life that my father has no intention of rebelling." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I only believe what I hear." The Mermaid Princess gritted her teeth. "Fine, I'll tell you the truth. It's not my father who wants to rebel. It's the black-winged monarch and the white-winged monarch." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "They don't want to stay in the ocean of despair and want to fight for a place on land, but they've been suppressed by my father. If they take the throne, they'll definitely take action." The Mermaid Princess said. "They're digging their own graves." Qin Feiyang sneered. With the power of the Great Qin Empire, destroying the mermaid race was as easy as blowing off dust. "Of course, we know that we don't have the strength to challenge the Great Qin Empire. That's why my father is determined not to pass the throne to them." The Mermaid Princess sighed. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and then asked the Mermaid Emperor, "You're not weak. Why don't you just kill them?" "I can't kill them. If I kill them, all the black-winged monarchs and white-winged monarchs will rebel. At that time, my mermaid clan will inevitably fall into the suffering of war. Plus, their strength is about the same as mine. Now that I'm about to die, I can't beat them." The Mermaid Emperor shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned. "If that's the case, why don't they just kill you and take the throne? They have their own concerns. The Mermaid Emperor has always been a golden mermaid. This is the rule left by our ancestors. If they take the throne, first, it's against our ancestors' rules. Second, the other mermaids won't recognize them. Unless I announce to the world, admit it with my own mouth, and give the throne to them. This is why they don't dare to kill me and my father." The Mermaid Emperor said. Qin Feiyang understood. This was the misfortune of the royal family. If he was just an ordinary person, why would he have so much trouble and so many worries? Qin Feiyang asked. "You just said that the first emperor was kind to your mermaid race. What's going on?" The Mermaid Emperor said, "Unless you are a descendant of the first emperor, I will not answer you." Qin Feiyang glanced at the father and daughter. After hesitating for a while, he nodded and said, "Okay, I admit that I am indeed the son of the current emperor." The Mermaid Emperor shuddered and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." He had no doubts. That was because he had obtained the heritage of the first monarch and awakened the purple gold dragon soul. The Mermaid Princess at the side was astonished. The person she brought back was actually a prince of the Grand Qin Empire? Meanwhile, inside the castle, Fatso and Lu Hong were also shocked. They knew that Qin Feiyang had a powerful background, but they did not expect him to be so powerful. No wonder Qin Feiyang knew everything. No wonder he had mastered so many perfect martial skills. It turned out that he was the son of an emperor. The two of them could not help but look at Wolf King. They saw that Wolf King was lying on the side, not affected in the slightest, quietly taking a nap. This guy had long known Qin Feiyang's true identity. Gee, Fatso suddenly laughed strangely and said, "Lu Hong, Fat Lord is right, following the boss, you will have a bright future." Lu Hong nodded. There was no doubt about that. Moreover, even if Qin Feiyang was not the son of an emperor, with his monstrous talent, his future was limitless. Inside the palace, seeing that the mermaid princess was still in a daze, the mermaid emperor hurriedly said, "Daughter, what are you waiting for? Quickly bow to his highness." "Forget it." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and shook his head. "I'm just a prince in dire straits, there's no need to be so polite." He said it so casually. He was even a little conflicted about this identity. The mermaid emperor could not help but have a trace of doubt in his heart. But he did not ask much. As long as he knew that this child was the descendant of the first emperor, it was enough. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "I hope you can help me keep my identity a secret." "A secret? Your Highness, don't worry. The mermaid clan is isolated from the world. For 10,000 years, we have never appeared in front of anyone. In addition, we live under the sea. Even the current emperor, your father, does not know of our existence. We will definitely keep your secret." The mermaid emperor was stunned at first, then said solemnly. Qin Feiyang believed this. Because in the historical records of the imperial palace, there was almost no information about the mermaid clan. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "In that case, tell me about the situation of the first emperor." He had always worshipped this ancestor and wanted to know more about his past deeds. This matter dates back to 10,000 years ago. The mermaid emperor told him everything in detail. It turned out that, when the first emperor founded the Great Qin Empire, the mermaid clan had already existed, and their overall strength was very strong. At that time, the mermaid clan also wanted to rule this territory, which posed a great threat to the first emperor. But the first emperor, whether in strength or strategy, was almost unmatched. In just a few years, he swept the mermaid clan. Originally, the mermaid clan thought that the first emperor would kill them all, but they did not expect that in the end, they were merciful and were able to preserve their bloodline and survive. Moreover, the first emperor also erased that part of history. This was also the reason why there were no relevant records of the mermaid clan in the historical records of the underground palace. And the first mermaid emperor, the black-winged king, and the white-winged king, in order to thank the first emperor for not killing them, after settling their clansmen, they left with the first emperor. After Qin Feiyang heard this, he also felt that it was very incredible. If he had not accidentally come to the mermaid clan, he was afraid that he would not know this history for the rest of his life. Qin Feiyang said, "Then do you know where the first emperor and the others went?" "No one knows." The mermaid emperor shook his head. It was said that, according to the ancient records of the mermaid clan, that year, the first emperor and all his subordinates, including the 3 ancestors of the mermaid clan, all disappeared overnight. It was as if they had disappeared from the world, leaving behind an eternal mystery. "It's getting more and more mysterious," Qin Feiyang murmured. After a moment of pondering, he shook his head hard. These things were not something he was qualified to ponder. Back to the topic, how many days do you have left to live? Qin Feiyang asked. "At most half a year," the mermaid emperor said. "Half a year, time is tight." Qin Feiyang sighed and said with a faint smile, "You guys wait for a while, I'll go and see if there are any elixir recipes for the prolongation pill." As soon as his voice fell, Qin Feiyang disappeared into thin air. The mermaid emperor glanced at the void in front of him in surprise. This person is not simple. I can even see the shadow of the first emperor in him. Daughter, what you heard today, you must rot in your stomach, understand? After a long time, the mermaid emperor let out a long breath and looked at the mermaid princess with a serious expression. Your daughter understands. The mermaid princess nodded, her eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. In the castle. Boss, you are too unjust. You didn't even tell us about such an awesome identity. If you had told us earlier, Fat Lord could have shown off. As soon as Qin Feiyang came in, Fatso stared at him bitterly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, looked at Lu Hong and said in a deep voice, I was afraid that you guys would go out and talk nonsense, so I didn't tell you. Although you all know now, you must not spread it. But you are the son of an emperor. Who dares to offend you? Fatso frowned. Some things, the later you know the better. Qin Feiyang said, turned around, walked to the altar, opened the cover of the pill scripture, and then flipped to the first page. The contents of the second page immediately appeared. The first thing that came into sight was the battle chi pill. Qin Feiyang immediately came forward and looked carefully. Regeneration pill, transformation pill, heart protection pill, life seizing pill, for symbols pill, and so on. They were all familiar names. Wolf King also immediately became spirited. He ran to Qin Feiyang and asked, Is there a transformation pill and a bottleneck breaking pill? There is a transformation pill, but I haven't seen a bottleneck breaking pill. After Qin Feiyang said that, he continued to look down. His eyes suddenly locked on a certain spot, smiled and nodded. There is a bottleneck breaking pill. Wolf King immediately howled excitedly and roared, Fatso, hurry up and see if there are any medicinal materials for the transformation pill and bottleneck breaking pill. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see that the boss is still looking? Fatso rolled his eyes. Found it. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. What did you find? The two men and the wolf looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, life-prolonging pill. According to the prescription, the best quality life-prolonging pill can prolong one's life by 200 years. If it is a divine pill with dragon-shaped pill chi, one pill can prolong one's life by 10,000 years. Really? The two men and the wolf leaned over and looked in the direction Qin Feiyang was pointing. Their eyes suddenly burst out with brilliant light. This pill with dragon-shaped pill chi is too amazing, isn't it? Wolf King asked, Little Qin Zi, how can we refine a pill with dragon-shaped pill chi? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, There is no record in the pill scripture. It may be in the last few pages, but it must have something to do with alchemy, fire, and spiritual force. Then I guess we will never be able to refine a dragon-shaped pill chi in our lives. The fatty's face was filled with disappointment, because the level of spiritual force was innate and could not be improved like cultivation. For example, Lu Hong's spiritual force was at the 5th level, so it would always be at the 5th level. Don't be discouraged. Nothing is certain. Lu Hong, prepare the brush and ink. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The path of cultivation was endless. There was no way now, but it did not mean there would be no way in the future. Maybe there was a way to improve the strength of spiritual force, but they did not know it. After Lu Hong prepared the brush and ink, Qin Feiyang wrote down the medicinal materials for the life-prolonging pill one by one. He put down the brush and walked to the iron box. What will the second magic art be? Looking at the iron box in front of him, Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of expectation. He bit his finger and a drop of blood fell on the iron box. Clang. After the iron box was opened, Qin Feiyang directly turned to the second page. Fight. An eye-catching word suddenly came into sight. It was as majestic as iron hook and silver stroke. And Chapter 281. As the battle intent surged, the 3 men and 1 wolf all retreated under their instincts. Their bodies and minds were trembling. This battle intent was too strong, enough to shock anyone's heart. Without a doubt. The second divine art was the battle word art. Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva, walked to the front of the iron box, looked at the word, battle, and then looked at the small words below. The stronger the opponent, the braver the more he fought. This was the profound meaning of the battle word art. Moreover, once the battle word art was activated, no matter how serious the injuries were, he would be able to recover in an instant. In a protracted battle, he had the absolute advantage. As expected of a divine art. Qin Feiyang could not help but become excited. One had to know. In a bloody battle, the scariest thing was to be seriously injured, because even the highest grade healing pill could not instantly heal the injury. However, as long as he had the battle word art, he could completely catch his opponent off guard. The most important thing was that the battle word art did not have any side effects. Qin Feiyang knew that once used, he would fall into a weakened state for a period of time. Anyone with a little bit of ability could easily deal with it, but the battle word art would not. However, the next headache was that copying the battle word art would definitely be the same as copying the return word art, delaying the speed of cultivation. Sure enough, it was impossible to have the best of both worlds. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, closed the 6-word art, grabbed the list of medicinal ingredients for the prolonging life pill, and prepared to leave the castle. Fatso said, "Boss, there's something I want to discuss with you." What? Qin Feiyang turned to look at him in confusion. Fatso hesitated for a moment, then said, "Can you wait for Lu Hong and I to break through the War King before leaving?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Fatso laughed awkwardly. "Although we all know that only you can obtain the inheritance of the first-generation emperor, we still want to bask in your glory and see if we can get any benefits." Qin Feiyang could not help but laugh. "Is that okay?" Fatso asked. Qin Feiyang said, "If I remember correctly, you are only a 5-star martial ancestor, and Lu Hong is only a 6-star martial ancestor. When you break through to the 9-star martial ancestor," Fatso hurriedly said, "Don't worry. If we haven't broken through to the 9-star martial ancestor realm within a year, we'll leave immediately." 1 year, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. "All right, I'll give you 1 year." "Thank you." Fatso looked at him gratefully. "Work hard on your cultivation." Qin Feiyang smiled and left the castle. A year's time was neither short nor long. He could afford to wait. Furthermore, as long as he could prolong the life of the Mermaid Emperor, it would be easy for him to leave the Sea of Despair with the help of the Mermaid clan. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Just nice. He could also take the opportunity to focus on copying the battle symbol formula. Inside the palace, the Mermaid Emperor was relatively calm. Perhaps when his time was up, he was more open-minded about everything. But when the Mermaid Princess saw that Qin Feiyang hadn't come out for a long time, she was like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and uneasy. The moment Qin Feiyang came out, she came in front of Qin Feiyang and asked, "How is it? Do you have the pill formula?" "I have the pill formula. But you have to find the herbs yourself. Also, I have a rule. I will never refine pills for free. This is the list. Take a look." Qin Feiyang said and handed the list over. The Mermaid Princess hurriedly took the list and looked at it carefully. The Mermaid Emperor also looked down. A moment later, the Mermaid Emperor looked up at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. "We don't have any of these herbs." "None." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Look at my head." He slapped his forehead in annoyance. The herbs for the life-prolonging pill could only survive on land. And this was the bottom of the deep sea, and the water was so cold. How could there be any? "Wait a little longer," Qin Feiyang said and entered the castle again, handing the list to Fatso. "Look for it and see if there are any herbs for the life-prolonging pill." Fatso immediately took out his Qianquan bag and searched. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from outside the castle. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Outside, the Black Wing King and the White Wing King rushed into the hall side by side. The Mermaid Princess frowned. "What do you want now? Can you let us have a few days of peace?" The Black Wing King sneered. "If you want peace, it's very simple. Immediately announce to the world that you will abdicate the throne to us." The White Wing King said, "That's right. As long as you give up the throne, we will never disturb you again." What? The father and daughter's expressions changed. The Mermaid Emperor said angrily, "Are you forcing me to abdicate?" The Black Wing King said, "Not forcing, but abdicating." The Mermaid Emperor said in a deep voice, "Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will not announce it to the world." Swish! The wings on the White Wing King's back spread and he instantly landed in front of the Mermaid Princess. His large hand reached out and grabbed her neck. What are you doing? Let go. The Mermaid Emperor was anxious. Who would have thought that the two of them had already lost their minds to this extent? The White Wing King said coldly, "If you don't do as we say, I will kill her." The Mermaid Princess hurriedly said, "Father, you can't agree to it." "Shut up." The White Wing King's 5 fingers tightened, and the Mermaid Princess immediately entered a suffocating state. However, she did not struggle, nor did she beg for mercy. She only looked at the White Wing King coldly. "If not for the fact that she is still useful, I really want to kill this little bastard immediately." The Mermaid Princess's gaze made the White Wing King very uncomfortable. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The Black Wing King walked to the White Wing King's side and looked at the Mermaid Emperor. "Emperor, your daughter and the throne, you choose for yourself." The Mermaid Emperor clenched his fists and closed his eyes. His old face was filled with pain. "Daughter, I'm sorry. Father cannot give the throne to them. I can only sacrifice you," he muttered in his heart. He opened his eyes and looked at the two. He shook his head and said, "Even if you kill her, I will not give the throne to you. You old bastard, you're about to die, and you're still occupying the throne. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you and your daughter?" The White Wing King's face was ferocious and full of hostility. "Kill us if you can." The Mermaid Emperor coldly glanced at the two. The White Wing King laughed sinisterly. "Okay, I will kill your daughter first and then slowly torture you." "Wait." The Black Wing King stopped him. He looked at the Mermaid Princess's beautiful face and laughed sinisterly. "It's a pity to kill such a beautiful woman. Why don't we give her to our subordinates?" The Mermaid Emperor's old body trembled. The White Wing King's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Good idea. Our subordinates have been eyeing this princess for a long time. She is still your niece. How can you be so heartless and do such a thing to her?" The Mermaid Emperor roared, his entire body trembling. The Black Wing King shrugged and said indifferently, "We have no choice. You forced us to do this. Don't blame us for being cruel." "Stubborn. If that's the case, I will kill you today even if I have to sacrifice my life." The Mermaid Emperor's turbid eyes shone with a dazzling light. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. At this moment his back was straight and his eyes were sharp. He was like a lion that was about to awaken. The Black Wing King and the White Wing King instinctively took a few steps back. "Don't you want your daughter's life? If you dare to kill us, our subordinates will let you know what madness is." The two of them said sinisterly. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, the Mermaid clan will be exterminated sooner or later in your hands. I might as well kill them myself." As soon as the Mermaid Emperor finished speaking, his aura exploded. The entire undersea city trembled at this moment. The White Wing King laughed coldly. "Black Wing King, go and play with him." "That's what I was thinking. Old thing, I have never faced you head-on. I want to see if you are stronger or if I am stronger." The Black Wing King's body trembled. An aura that was not inferior to the Mermaid Emperor's roared out. "Black Wing King, there is only one throne. Be careful not to be used by the White Wing King. When you and my father are both injured, I'm afraid the first person he will eliminate will be you." The Mermaid Princess caught her breath and hurriedly shouted, "Little niece, you are really smart. But unfortunately, your attempt to sow discord is useless. Because I have already discussed with the Black Wing King to jointly control the fate of the Mermaid clan." The White Wing King sneered. "What?" The Mermaid Princess's face turned pale. At this moment, the Mermaid Emperor and the Black Wing King finally clashed. Boom! The palace instantly split into 4 or 5 pieces. The two leaped up, carrying dazzling battle auras, and charged toward the top of Undersea City. Because they did not want to destroy Undersea City. What's going on? Why is the Emperor fighting with the Black Wing King? Those mermaids who did not know the truth suddenly became restless. But the Black Wing Guards and White Wing Guards in various places were very clear in their hearts. It seemed that they had completely fallen out. These two are really too much. In the ancient castle, Lu Hong's face was cold. Even if they wanted to deal with the Mermaid Emperor, they should not use such a despicable method. Little Qin, at the very least, you've seen her naked. It's too irresponsible of you to just sit back and watch. Wolf King snickered. A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. But now, he was not in the mood to bicker with Wolf King. He looked at Fatso and said, "Have you found the medicinal herbs?" "Don't rush me." Fatso waved his hand impatiently. Finding medicinal herbs was a very complicated and time-consuming task. Qin Feiyang said, "Lu Hong, go and help." Lu Hong immediately squatted on the ground and helped to search. Fatso snickered and said, "Boss, why don't you go out first and think of a way to save the mermaid sister-in-law from the White Wing King?" Qin Feiyang's veins were bulging. If it weren't for the fact that Fatso was sweating profusely, he really wanted to kick him. And at this time, he obviously couldn't appear. Because as long as he appeared, he would definitely be entangled by the White Wing King. One had to know. The White Wing King had always wanted to kill him. Besides, he couldn't help much if he went out. The only thing that could change the situation now was the prolongation pill. Chapter 282. Above the undersea city. The battle between the Mermaid Emperor and the Blackwing Monarch had reached its climax. The seawater around them churned wildly. The Blackwing Monarch summoned his war soul. It was also a humanoid war soul. But it was dozens of times larger than the Blackwing Monarch's war soul. It was like a mountain above his head. "Go to hell, you old man." The Blackwing Monarch roared, and the war soul charged toward the Mermaid Emperor like a grim reaper. "Umph." The Mermaid Emperor snorted, placed his hands in front of his chest, and quickly formed a seal. Neptune's seal kill? With a low roar, a golden seal rushed out of his hands and collided with the humanoid war soul. Boom! Both of them were destroyed. The Blackwing Monarch flew out, his face pale. But the Mermaid Emperor kept spitting out blood as he flew. "The heavens are unfair. We are all mermaids, but why are you golden-tailed mermaids born to be the successor of the Mermaid Emperor? And we, the Blackwing Mermaids and the Whitewing Mermaids, have to obey your orders." The Blackwing Monarch roared. "Because our bloodline is purer than yours, and because we remember the ancestral teachings and follow them." The Mermaid Emperor steadied his old body and shouted each word clearly and forcefully. What a ridiculous ancestral teachings! Mermaid Emperor, if you were at your peak, I would not be afraid of you. But now, you are on the verge of death. Today is the day you die. The Blackwing Monarch roared and summoned his war soul again. Together with the war soul, they charged toward the Mermaid Emperor. "Even if my time is up, I am not someone you can disobey." The Mermaid Emperor was full of fighting spirit. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was not afraid at all. He brazenly fought with the Blackwing Monarch. "Father," the Mermaid Princess stared at the old man, her face full of worry. "Stop looking. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, today will definitely be his doomsday." The White-Wing Monarch sneered. The Mermaid Princess said sternly, "The mermaid race will be destroyed by your hands sooner or later. You don't have to worry about that. By the way, where is that Qin Feiyang? My subordinates saw him enter the main hall with their own eyes. Why didn't I see him?" The White-Winged King's eyes flashed with killing intent. The Mermaid Princess said, "I advise you not to touch him, because he is not someone you can afford to offend." "Ha, can't afford to offend him? What a joke. When I find him, I'll kill him first." The White-Winged King laughed maniacally, his face full of contempt. "Inside the castle. Boss, it's all here. A total of 5 portions." Fatso put the sorted herbs into an empty Qinkuan bag and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Lu Hong also stood up and shook her head. "I didn't expect that the medicinal ingredients for the life extension pill would be even rarer than the medicinal ingredients for the potential pill." "Of course. Life is priceless." Qin Feiyang smiled, grabbed the Qinkuan bag, walked to the pill scripture, and read the refining method of the life extension pill in detail. After memorizing one by one, Qin Feiyang walked to the pill furnace, controlled the netherworld devil flame, and refined the spiritual liquid. It was his first time refining the life extension pill, so he was especially careful in every step. Especially the control of the fire, he couldn't be careless at all. Now he couldn't fail. Because with the Mermaid Emperor's current state, he couldn't last long. Every minute and second was consuming his life. The pitch-black flames burned fiercely. Inside the pill furnace, it was crimson red. The temperature kept rising. The first medicinal ingredient required 20% of the fire. The second and third medicinal ingredients required 30% of the fire. Qin Feiyang gradually discovered that as the level of the pill increased, the speed of refining the spiritual liquid became slower. It seemed that he had to start looking for a higher-level pill fire and pill furnace. Otherwise, the efficiency of refining pills in the future would be greatly reduced. The fourth, fifth, and sixth medicinal ingredients required 50% of the fire. Until the last medicinal ingredient, it actually required 90% of the fire. Throughout the entire process, Qin Feiyang was also sweating profusely and his clothes were soaked in sweat. The next step was the fusion of the spiritual liquid. He absolutely could not fail at this step. He was very careful, even more so than when refining the potential pill. However, it was because he was too careful that he was a little nervous. When all the spiritual liquids were fused together, he lost control and a crack suddenly appeared in the pill furnace. Oh no! Qin Feiyang's expression changed drastically. This was the sign of a furnace explosion. If the furnace really exploded, it would be more than a failure. This was because he didn't have an extra pill furnace. If it really exploded, there was no way to continue refining. And the crisis of the mermaid clan naturally couldn't be resolved. I must not explode. He tried hard to calm himself down. Relying on his powerful mental strength and experience, he was finally able to control the situation. The pill furnace didn't explode. But the crack was growing rapidly. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, he controlled a piece of mental strength and poured it into a jade bottle on the altar, rolling out a drop of solidifying liquid. Crack. At this time, a second crack appeared on the pill furnace. On the side, Fatso, Lu Hong, and Wolf King stared at the two cracks, their pupils constricting together. Their bodies were also sweating profusely. They were even more nervous than Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and slowly merged the solidifying liquid into the spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid suddenly shone brightly and quickly solidified. The pill furnace also seemed to have reached its limit. The third and fourth cracks appeared one after another. The ear-piercing clanging sound reverberated within the ancient castle, affecting the minds of everyone present. Hurry up, hurry up! Everyone roared in their hearts. The pill was about to take shape. If the furnace exploded now, it would be even more tragic. Clang! Suddenly, accompanied by a deafening noise, the pill furnace suddenly exploded. At the same time, a dark green divine light swept out from the pill furnace. Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand. Following closely, the fragments of the exploding pill furnace sent him flying. Lu Hong, Fatso, and Wolf King were not spared. The sharp shards cut through their skin, and some even entered their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. The three people and one wolf hit the wall behind them almost at the same time, and they all spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Feiyang hurriedly checked his injuries and found that his heart and sea of qi were not hurt, so he quickly got up. Regardless of whether the pill in his hand was destroyed or not, he turned to Wolf King and the others and shouted, "Are you all okay? I won't die. It's not a big deal." Wolf King and Lu Hong got up one after another and shook their heads at him. Fatso was lying on the ground, motionless. Blood was gushing out of his chest. His eyes were like a dead man's. His pupils were dilated and empty. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Could it be that his heart was hurt? He hurriedly squatted beside Fatso and shouted, "Fatso, wake up. If you're not dead, make a sound." "His chest is bleeding." Lu Hong grabbed Fatso's clothes and tore them apart. Immediately, she saw a fragment inserted into Fatso's flesh. "It's over. Fatso must be dead. This bastard, when he was alive, he made me hate him, and when he died, he made me sad." Wolf King cursed angrily, his eyes a little wet. "Why is it like this?" Qin Feiyang's face was full of disbelief. Although Fatso was wretched and shameless, he was loyal to him and very loyal. He never thought that he would kill Fatso with his own hands. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have refined pills in the castle. His heart was full of self-blame. Lu Hong's eyes were also red, tears welling up in her eyes. Cough, cough. But suddenly, Fatso coughed. His empty eyes quickly regained their color. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the others, he couldn't help but be stunned and asked, "What are you doing? Damn it, you're not dead. Bastard, you actually pretended to be dead and lied to us. Are you looking for a beating?" The two men and the wolf were furious on the spot. Pretended to be dead? Fatty was stunned for a moment before he abruptly stood up like a carp. He glared at the two men and the wolf, pointed to the position of his heart, and roared, "Are you all blind? If it weren't for Fat Lord's meat, this fragment would have already killed Fat Lord. And you said that Fat Lord pretended to be dead. Do you have a conscience?" Fatso roared with righteous indignation, the flesh all over his body trembling. Qin Feiyang, Lu Hong, and Wolf King looked at each other. Fatso's body of fat was still useful. At least for now, he was able to keep his life. Okay, it's our fault, please calm down. Qin Feiyang smiled at Fatso and said to Lu Hong, "Help him deal with it." Lu Hong nodded, turned her head and rolled her eyes at Fatso and said, "Bear with it." Then she reached out and pulled out the fragment. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, be gentle. Can't you see that Fat Lord is injured?" Fatso howled miserably. "If you say any more nonsense, I won't help you." Lu Hong furrowed her brows. "Hey, Fat Lord, bear with it. That's not right, why are your eyes all wet? Are you sad for Fat Lord? It seems that you still have a little conscience." Fatso laughed proudly, even forgetting the pain. "The best." Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly, opened his hand, and a pellet-sized elixir appeared in his sight. The elixir was dark green, with a strong aura of life. A circle of elixir patterns surrounded the elixir, emitting a dazzling light. Seeing the elixir patterns, Qin Feiyang breathed a long sigh of relief. Although the furnace exploded, although Fatso almost lost his life, the prolongation elixir was not destroyed. However, finding a new elixir furnace was now the most urgent task. After dealing with it, you guys hurry up and cultivate, Qin Feiyang warned. Then, he activated the water avoidance pearl and cold avoidance pearl and left the ancient castle. The palace is destroyed? As soon as he appeared, seeing the palace that had been turned into ruins, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, powerful ripples of battle could be felt coming from above. He looked up, and his expression suddenly changed. The Mermaid Emperor was completely suppressed by the black-winged guard. Not only was his golden fishtail shattered, but his entire right arm was gone. Blood was gushing out, dyeing the seawater red. His upper body was also covered in wounds. Fortunately, the prolongation elixir didn't fail. Qin Feiyang muttered. Facing the young and vigorous black-winged king, the Mermaid Emperor had no chance of winning. "Qin Feiyang, be careful." Suddenly, the Mermaid Princess exclaimed, "Little bastard, come, let me see the strength of someone with a purple gold dragon soul." The white-winged king's bone-chilling voice followed. "What's your cultivation level? And what's my cultivation level? You have the nerve to say that? Can you be any more shameless?" Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the white-winged king and directly scolded him to his face. This old man deserved a scolding. Chapter 283. Boom. Before his voice died away, the white-winged king roared out a terrifying aura that rolled toward Qin Feiyang. This aura is even stronger than Yan Nanshan's. Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked. Could this person be a 9-star combat emperor? When he was enveloped by the aura, he felt as if he was being pressed down by a giant mountain. His legs trembled violently and he found it difficult to breathe. "Kneel down before me," the white-winged king roared. "Don't even think about it." Qin Feiyang screamed and broke free from the restraints of the aura. He roared, "Mermaid Emperor, come down quickly." The white-winged king and the black-winged king were stunned. There was a trace of suspicion in their eyes. However, the Mermaid Princess and the Mermaid Emperor were pleasantly surprised. He must have refined the prolongation pill. Boom. The Mermaid Emperor's aura was like a rainbow. He went all out and crazily attacked the Black-Winged King. After a few breaths, he pushed the Black-Winged Guard back with one palm and did not continue fighting. He rushed toward Qin Feiyang like lightning. White-Winged King, quickly kill that little bastard. The Black-Winged King steadied his body and chased after the Mermaid Emperor while shouting at the White-Winged King. He had a premonition that something would happen next. Moreover, it was related to that human youth. The White-Winged King glanced at the Mermaid Emperor. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he pointed his index finger in the air. Boom! A white battle chi gushed out. Like a giant python, it rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Be careful! The Mermaid Emperor and the Mermaid Princess shouted at the same time. Kill me? You don't have that ability. Qin Feiyang's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a thought, he disappeared without a trace. The battle chi swept past the place where he disappeared. Not far away, a few palaces were instantly razed to the ground. The sound of the explosion was deafening. The White-Winged King and the Black-Winged King were surprised. Earlier, their subordinates had told them about this, but at first, they did not think much of it. Wasn't it just a magician? What's the big deal? But now that they saw it with their own eyes, they realized that this was not the case at all. This person wasn't performing a magic trick. He had a treasure that allowed him to hide. At this moment, the Mermaid Emperor landed where Qin Feiyang had disappeared. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air and gave the prolongation pill to the Mermaid Emperor. Thank you. The Mermaid Emperor looked at him gratefully. While the Black-Winged Monarch and the Mermaid Emperor were still in a daze, he quickly threw it into his mouth. Medicinal pills. And it's a pill with pill veins. The Black-Winged Monarch and the Black-Winged Monarch's eyes widened. Although they were in a trance, they could still clearly see the pill veins on the life-prolonging pill. His heart was filled with disbelief. It was actually a top-grade medicinal pill. This pill is also for you. This is all I can do. The rest is up to you. Also, listen to my advice. Don't be merciful anymore. When it's time to be cold-blooded, be cold-blooded. Qin Feiyang stuffed another regeneration pill into the Mermaid Emperor's hand and disappeared again. Thank you. The Mermaid Emperor muttered. He could clearly sense that both his exhausted qi and blood, as well as his depleted life force, were rapidly recovering. The source of his strength seemed to have been ignited. Waves of explosive power surged in his body like a torrent. The Black-Winged Monarch and the Mermaid Emperor finally regained their senses. Their faces were filled with sarcasm. So what if you have a top-grade medicinal pill? Your time is up. Unless you have a prolongation pill, you're still going to die. The Black-Winged Monarch rushed toward the Mermaid Emperor with a murderous look in his eyes. You guys are really short-sighted. The Mermaid Emperor swallowed the regeneration pill and a cold smile appeared on his face. This regeneration pill was just an ordinary pill. Its effect couldn't be so fast. But the vitality in his body was rapidly recovering. The Mermaid Emperor was not afraid. He leaped and faced the Black-Winged Monarch. The two of them fought again. How did his strength become stronger? As soon as they exchanged blows, the Black-Winged King noticed something strange. Impossible. It must be an illusion. However, after a few rounds of collision, he could clearly feel that the Mermaid Emperor's strength had become stronger. Moreover, it was getting stronger step by step. Why is this happening? The Black-Winged Monarch was extremely surprised. All of a sudden, the Mermaid Emperor roared, and the right arm that he had lost was reconstructed. The Black-Winged Monarch was shocked. Moreover, he also noticed that the Mermaid Emperor was gradually becoming younger. That's right. He was really much younger than before. The wrinkles on his face gradually decreased. His stooped body was not as weak as before. Even through his clothes, a few abdominal muscles could be seen. The White-Winged Monarch also noticed this. His face was full of surprise. The Mermaid Princess was crying tears of joy. Her father had always been a hero in her heart. Once, watching her father grow old bit by bit, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She wanted to help her father, but she was powerless. She endured all the pain in silence and never confided in anyone. Now, Seeing her father gradually recover his former vigor, the excitement in her heart could no longer be controlled. She was like a child, crying uncontrollably. When the white-winged monarch noticed her abnormality, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he shouted, "Tell me, what's going on? Until now, you still don't understand. Father said that you were short-sighted, but he thought too highly of you." The supreme-grade pill that Qin Feiyang gave to father just now was the prolongation pill. The mermaid princess's eyes were full of ridicule. "What? Damn little bastard!" The two of them were instantly furious. Boom. And at this time, the mermaid emperor's aura finally recovered to its peak. Black-wing monarch, white-wing monarch, do you still want to continue? He glanced at the black-wing monarch and the white-wing monarch, his whole body emitting a terrifying aura of an emperor. Most of the wrinkles on his face had disappeared, and his face was glowing. He was at least 10 years younger. The black-wing monarch's face was gloomy. Suddenly, a look of madness appeared in his eyes. "Since we have already shed all pretense of cordiality, then we must fight to the death today. Kill!" He summoned his human-shaped war soul, and with a low roar, he charged forward angrily. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands, and a palm-sized black seal, carrying a shocking demonic aura, charged toward the mermaid emperor. This was another battle art of the mermaid clan. Seal of the Sea King. It also came from an inheritance, and only the black-winged mermaids could cultivate it. "Don't be stubborn!" The mermaid emperor roared. Golden light shone in front of him, and a terrifying aura erupted like a volcano, unstoppable. The seal of Neptune appeared out of nowhere. This was one of the battle arts that the mermaid emperors cultivated. The seal of Neptune turned into a bright golden light, breaking through the water waves, crushing the human-shaped war soul, shattering the seal of the Sea King, and bombarding the black-winged monarch. Immediately, the black-winged monarch screamed and flew out. On all sides of Undersea City was an endless mountain range. Mountains stacked on top of each other. The black-winged monarch flew into the mountain range, smashing one peak after another. The rumbling sound was like thunder, deafening. So strong. Looking at this scene, the white-winged monarch could not help but shudder. What's the point of this? The mermaid emperor sighed deeply, retracted his gaze, and looked down at the white-winged monarch. He said indifferently, "It's not too late to turn back now." The white-winged monarch's heart trembled. In his heart, a deep fear emerged. His large hand firmly grabbed the mermaid princess' neck, and he laughed sinisterly. "Don't be so complacent. Break your own arms now, or I will really kill her." The mermaid emperor clenched his 10 fingers, and there was a trace of hostility in his eyes. Cough cough. At this moment, the black-winged monarch flew over in a sorry state, constantly coughing up blood, and laughed sinisterly. "Your daughter is in our hands. You have no choice. Is that so?" The mermaid emperor looked at the two of them, and a smile crept onto his face. He looked at the mermaid princess and said, "Daughter, for the safety of the mermaid clan, father can only let you down." The mermaid princess smiled and slowly closed her eyes, without the slightest hint of blame. Seeing this, the black-winged monarch and the white-winged monarch became anxious. If the mermaid emperor really did not care about the mermaid princess, then they would be completely finished today. "I'll kill you first." The mermaid emperor suddenly looked at the black-winged monarch, and killing intent appeared in his eyes for the first time. Boom. He took a step forward and landed in front of the black-winged monarch. The black-winged monarch's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly retreated. But the mermaid emperor was faster, and a palm landed on his chest. "Ah!" the black-winged monarch screamed, and his entire chest caved in. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He really wants to kill. The white-winged monarch's heart trembled. The mermaid emperor was easygoing, and he never cared about gains and losses. And he would not be angry because of one thing. Even when facing those unpardonable evil clansmen, he would persuade them with kind words. In the eyes of all the Mer people, he was a benevolent emperor. So, even if he did not activate his battle soul and did not have the golden wings, he was still deeply loved by the mermaid clan. But this time, he was really angry. He took another step forward, and his big hand turned into an eagle's claw, grabbing the black wing monarch's wing. With a puff, a piece of the black wing was torn off by the mermaid emperor on the spot. Ah! The black wing monarch's face contorted and he screamed, "Let go of our king!" A group of black wing guards rushed over angrily. "What? Do you want to rebel like the black wing monarch? If so, I don't mind uprooting all of you black wing guards." The mermaid emperor glanced at them coldly. It was not easy for the mermaid clan to survive until now, and he did not want to hurt these clansmen. But Qin Feiyang was right. They should be cold-blooded. Sometimes they had to use iron-blooded methods. Kindness would only increase the other party's arrogance. Heard. All the black wing guards stopped in unison, and their eyes were filled with fear. The mermaid emperor now seemed to have changed into a different person, cold and ruthless, and they were afraid. Ah! The mermaid emperor grabbed another piece of the black wing monarch's wing and tore it off forcefully. Blood spurted out like a fountain. "Emperor, please show mercy and spare the king's life. No matter how wrong he is still the king of the mermaid clan. Even if he doesn't contribute, he has worked hard. Emperor, I beg you." Those black wing guards all knelt on the ground begging. "King, let the princess go as well. Don't make any more mistakes. As long as you know your mistakes and can change, the emperor will definitely forgive you." A group of white wing guards also ran over and knelt in front of the white wing monarch, begging. It seems that the outcome has been decided. Chapter 284. As soon as Qin Feiyang appeared outside, everyone present looked at him in unison. Their expressions were different. The mermaid emperor and his daughter were very grateful. The black-winged king and the white-winged king were full of resentment. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang's interference, the mermaid emperor would have been killed long ago. The control of the mermaid clan had already fallen into their hands. It was this human youth who had ruined their overall plan. As for the white-winged guard and the black-winged guard, their expressions were full of fear. Everyone was watching, but Qin Feiyang was extremely calm. He had seen even grander scenes than this before. He glanced at everyone and said indifferently, "Don't look at me like that. I'm just a passerby." The white-winged king said angrily, "Since you're just a passerby, why are you getting involved? Do you have nothing better to do? I just can't stand your style. What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang looked at him indifferently. Hearing this, the white-winged king was so angry that his nose was crooked. A white-winged guard said anxiously, "King, don't quarrel with him. Let go of the princess. If this goes on, the emperor will really kill you." Not only did the white-winged king not let go, he even laughed loudly. "You're hopeless." The mermaid emperor's face turned cold. The seal of Neptune appeared out of thin air and shot toward the white-winged king like a golden meteor. "Mermaid emperor, do you really think that this king and the black-winged guard want to rebel? Now, this king will tell you that it's the will of the ancestors to make you back down." The white-winged king laughed wildly. "Ancestors?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Impossible." The mermaid emperor shouted resolutely. Swish! At the same time, two figures, one black and one white, silently descended above the undersea city. They were also two mermaids. A black-winged fishman. A white-winged fishman. They were both middle-aged and quite tall and sturdy. But behind them, there were actually 3 pairs of wings. The white-winged fishman waved his hand, and a white beam of light swept out. The seal of Neptune that was heading toward the white-winged king was instantly annihilated and turned into nothingness. "Who is it?" The mermaid emperor was shocked. He looked up and his expression changed. "Greetings, White-Wing 9 ancestors, Black-Wing 9 ancestors." At this moment, all the fishmen prostrated themselves on the ground, including the white-winged king. The mermaid emperor did not kneel, but his expression was one of respect. White-winged 9 ancestors. 9 black-wing ancestors? Qin Feiyang felt a chill in his heart. 3 pairs of wings. He didn't expect the merfolk clan to have such a strong person. When he visited the undersea city with the mermaid princess had mentioned it to him. The merfolk's wings would increase with the improvement of their cultivation. The warlord had a pair of wings. The war emperor had 2 pairs of wings. 3 pairs of wings was an existence that surpassed the War Emperor. The 2 ancestors also looked at Qin Feiyang. The moment their eyes met, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. However, he didn't avoid their gazes. Instead, he looked directly at the 2 of them. From their eyes, he could see a trace of greed. That was right. The 2 of them must be coveting something on him. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's heart sank. After a while, the 2 ancestors turned their gazes and glanced at the Mermaid Emperor and the others. White-Winged King, release the princess. Mermaid Emperor, release the Black-Winged King as well. The White-Winged 9 ancestors said expressionlessly. The White-Winged King bowed and finally released the Mermaid Princess. The Mermaid Emperor also released the Black-Winged Guard. He looked at the 2 of them and asked, "Just now, the White-Winged King said that all of this was your idea. Is that so?" "That's right, it was our idea." The 2 of them nodded. "But did I do something wrong?" The Mermaid Emperor said angrily. "On the contrary, you did very well, but in the end, you did not obtain the inheritance of the first Mermaid Emperor. Now that your time is up, you should give up the throne." The 2 ancestors were a little disappointed and regretful. The Mermaid Emperor said in a deep voice, "I have already taken the prolonging pill and have 100 years of life." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "No, the best prolonging pill can extend your life by 200 years. What? The White-Winged King and the others were shocked. The Mermaid Princess was also stunned. She quickly came in front of Qin Feiyang and asked, "Is this true?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's great." The Mermaid Princess was overjoyed. "Ha!" The Mermaid Emperor also laughed and said, "Ancestors, did you hear that? I still have 200 years of life." "So what? For powerhouses like us, 200 years is just a blink of an eye." The 2 ancestors glanced at Qin Feiyang and said faintly, 200 years is indeed too short, but I am confident that I can break through the War Emperor realm and step into a higher realm within 200 years. The Mermaid Emperor's heroic spirit soared to the sky, and his entire body was brimming with unparalleled confidence. He was not exaggerating, because his cultivation realm was about to break through. But unfortunately, his time was up. He thought that he would regret it for the rest of his life. But he never expected that Qin Feiyang would appear at this time and give him a chance to be reborn. Hearing his words, the 2 patriarchs were rather moved. This was the first time they saw such a confident side of the Mermaid Emperor. The White-Winged King suddenly said, "Ancestors, don't listen to his nonsense. He is just stalling for time." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Even now, he still wanted to get rid of the Mermaid Emperor. This person was really malicious. The most important thing was, these 2 ancestors were not good people either. They thought that the outcome was already decided, but now it seemed that this was just the beginning. At the same time, the Mermaid Princess also glared at the White-Winged King. But the Mermaid Emperor turned a deaf ear. He did not even look at the White-Winged King. His eyes were fixed on the 2 ancestors. Perhaps in his eyes, the White-Winged King was just a clown. A moment later, the Black-Winged ancestor shook his head and said, "Whether you can break through in 200 years or not, you must abdicate today." The white-clothed ancestor said, "That's right, this is what all of us want." The Mermaid Emperor's face darkened. "All of us?" Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked in a low voice, "Princess, who exactly is there in your mermaid clan who has surpassed the War Emperor? They live in another place and rarely appear. Some of them have even never appeared, so I'm not too sure." The Mermaid Princess whispered. "It seems that the strength of the Mermaid clan is not to be underestimated." Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, "We don't have time to waste." Quickly announced to the world that the Black-Winged King and the White-Winged King will be given the throne. Seeing that the Mermaid Emperor did not respond, the 2 ancestors lost their patience and urged him. The Mermaid Emperor clenched his fists and said, "If you can guarantee that the Black-Winged King and the White-Winged King will never betray the great Qin Empire, I can give up the throne. You don't need to worry about this. You just need to enjoy your old age." The 2 ancestors said. The Mermaid Emperor was not angry. Instead, he smiled. However, his face, which was full of vicissitudes of life, carried a kind of desolation and self-deprecation. Qin Feiyang also felt inexplicably sad. It could be seen that the Mermaid Emperor really was a saint emperor who loved his people as if they were his children. He desperately wanted to protect the inheritance of the Mermaid clan. Unfortunately, there were too many ambitious people in the Mermaid clan. The Mermaid Princess whispered, "Qin Feiyang, you are the son of the emperor. Can you help my father?" "How can I help?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He was the son of the emperor in name only. Not to mention helping the Mermaid Emperor, if his identity was exposed and spread to the ears of those in the imperial capital, there might be no place for him in the entire Great Qin Empire. The White Wing ancestor raised his eyebrows and said, "Mermaid Emperor, do you need me to repeat myself?" Glancing at the huge undersea city, the Mermaid Emperor sighed and nodded. "Okay, this emperor will, let's take a gamble." At this time, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, took a step forward, and shouted, "Wait!" Everyone's eyes fell on him in an instant. The White Wing ancestor said, "Human young man, this is a family matter of the Mermaid clan. I advise you not to interfere." "I can't help it. I don't have any good points, but I like to meddle in other people's business." Qin Feiyang shrugged. Meddling in other people's business is considered a good point? Everyone was speechless. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability to interfere here." The eyes of the two ancestors flashed with a shocking cold light. Seeing this, the Mermaid Emperor hurriedly said, "Little brother, thank you very much for standing up for this emperor at this time, but the situation is set." "Who said the situation is set?" The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth raised slightly, looked at the two so-called ancestors, and said indifferently, "To be honest, I really do have the ability. Not only that, I also have the ability to destroy the Mermaid clan." As soon as the last two words came out, his temperament changed drastically, like a cold-blooded god of death, making the Mermaid Princess next to him tremble. The killing intent of the two ancestors surged. "Don't think I'm putting on an act. Look at what this is." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and an image crystal appeared out of thin air. A mere battle king actually has an image crystal? The two ancestors were shocked. "This time, I crossed the desert of death and came to the sea of despair to go to the state capital. But I didn't expect that the state capital's test for me would let me discover the Mermaid clan. Say, if I report your matter to the state capital, how will the state capital react? What if I report the fact that you want to rebel? What will they do?" Qin Feiyang sneered. As soon as these words came out, the mermaids around were in an uproar. The Mermaid clan had been able to survive until now because they had not been discovered by humans. If the news really spread, it would not be long before a large number of human powerhouses came here. The white-winged ancestor said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" "The Mermaid Emperor will continue to be the Mermaid Emperor. As for you old things, do what you have to do, don't join in the fun." Qin Feiyang said. "Impossible," the two ancestors said flatly. "In that case, I'll inform the state capital now." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed sharply. Boom! The pressure of the two ancestors roared out at the same time, instantly shrouding Qin Feiyang. Immediately after. Chapter 285. Idiot! Qin Feiyang laughed in disdain and instantly hid in the castle. But as soon as he entered the castle, his heart became heavy. Other than Wang Hong, he had never met any other rankers that surpassed the War Emperor. So, he didn't know if the castle could protect him. Fatso sighed, "Boss, why are you doing this? Could it be that you really have taken a fancy to that princess?" "Stop talking nonsense." Qin Feiyang glared at him. Fatso asked doubtfully, "Since you don't like her, why are you standing up for her? Haven't you heard of shooting the bird that sticks out? Aren't you usually very smart? Why are you so stupid now? If the Mermaid Emperor is really deposed, do you think we can leave the Sea of Despair alive? White-winged king and black-winged king won't let me go, and the two great ancestors have ulterior motives towards me." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. For 10,000 years, the Merfolk clan was unknown to the world because they were not discovered by outsiders. Now that he knew, he would definitely be silenced. Fatso thought about it carefully, and realized that it was true. He was a little embarrassed and laughed. With Fat Lord's brain, there's no reason for him to not think of this. He must have been infected by Wolf King's stupidity. Oh. Wolf King immediately bit down. Brother, Fat Lord is wrong. Quickly let go, the meat is about to fall off. Fatso howled miserably on the spot. Serves you right. Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely and listened carefully to the movements outside. Where is he? Where did he hide? 2 ancestors, he has a treasure to hide in. He must be hiding in there right now. A conversation was transmitted into the castle. Qin Feiyang finally heaved a sigh of relief. He sized up the castle, his eyes shining brightly. Even the existence of the War Emperor could not sense the existence of the castle. What kind of treasure did Uncle Yuan leave for him? After I find Uncle Yuan, I must ask him clearly. Qin Feiyang, come out immediately. Let's talk. The voice of the white-winged 9 progenitor suddenly appeared. Fatso hurriedly said, Boss, you can't go out. If they're lying in ambush outside, you'll die in their hands the moment you go out. Qin Feiyang frowned and sighed. If only I could see the situation outside. He took a deep breath and entered a state of high alert. With a flicker, he appeared outside. Boom! Immediately, a large hand grabbed at him. It was the white-winged 9th ancestor. His entire body carried a strong killing intent. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank as he hastily took a step back and shouted, You're courting death. I'll report this to the state government right now and have your Merman clan exterminated. Fortunately, he was prepared. Otherwise, he would have lost his life in that instant. The white-winged 9th ancestor frowned. This young man was too vigilant. Shua. At this moment, the Mermaid Emperor swooped down and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. Looking at the white-winged 9th ancestor, he shouted, Do you really want my mermaid clan to perish? Humph. The white-winged 9th ancestor coldly snorted and sent a sound transmission. He knows too much. He must be silenced. If you kill him now, we will let you continue to be the Mermaid Emperor. An existence that surpassed the War Emperor could directly send a sound transmission. Right now, only the Mermaid Emperor could hear it. The others, including Qin Feiyang, who was right behind the Mermaid Emperor, could not hear it. The white-winged 9th ancestor thought that the Mermaid Emperor would agree. However, the Mermaid Emperor didn't even think about it and said, He is the successor of the first emperor. Our mermaid clan should protect him, not kill him. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Hearing the Mermaid Emperor's words, he immediately knew that the white-winged 9th ancestor must have secretly instigated the Mermaid Emperor to kill him. Old thing, you were the one who was heartless first. Don't blame me for being unjust. He sneered. He took out the image crystal and poured his battle chi into it. The Mermaid Emperor's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Little brother, you can't tell the people outside. I beg you, please have mercy. It was too late. A peerless aura swiftly manifested. It was his cheap sister, Ren Wushuang. Quickly dodge, don't let her see you. The Mermaid Emperor roared. For a moment, this place was in chaos. All the mermaids ran towards a place where Ren Wushuang could not see. After Ren Wushuang appeared, she looked at the environment behind Qin Feiyang and frowned. Feiyang, where are you? Qin Feiyang looked at the Mermaid Emperor. The Mermaid Emperor was silent and looked at him pleadingly. He then looked at the 2 great ancestors, as well as the White-Winged Emperor and the Black-Winged Emperor. The White-Winged Emperor and the Black-Winged Emperor's faces were also full of fear. The 2 great ancestors frowned, and their eyes were hazy. Qin Feiyang looked up at Ren Wushuang and said with a smile, Sister, I found a very fun place. Do you want to come? Ren Wushuang smiled faintly and said, I want to, but as soon as I returned to the state capital, I was locked up by Grandpa. Don't just play around. Hurry up and report to the state capital. I'll be there as soon as possible. Sister, who is your grandpa? Even Wang Hong showed respect when he mentioned him? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. In fact, he was giving the Mermaid Emperor time, because he believed that the Mermaid Emperor must know his intention. Sure enough, The mermaid emperor immediately flew to the two great ancestors and whispered something with an angry face. Ren Wushuang smiled and said, "My grandpa's status is very high. When you come to the state capital, you will know." "But is it higher than the governor's?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "It won't be higher than the manor head, but it won't be lower either." Ren Wushuang smiled mysteriously. Qin Feiyang was getting more and more puzzled. Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind, and he said in surprise, "Is your grandpa the governor?" "Not higher than the governor's, but not lower either." Then only the governor met these two conditions. Ren Wushuang was stunned and said with a wry smile, "I wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to guess it so quickly." This cheap sister's grandpa was actually the governor's? Qin Feiyang's mood suddenly became complicated. What he was most afraid of was meeting the governor. But now, with his relationship with Ren Wushuang, it was only a matter of time before they met. At the same time, knowing that Qin Feiyang was acquainted with the governor's granddaughter, the mermaid emperor was even more anxious. The two great ancestors' eyes also changed, and there was a trace of deep fear in their eyes. "Qin Feiyang, let's talk again." The white-winged 9 ancestors transmitted their voice. They finally compromised. They could only compromise. Because if Qin Feiyang said it, the army of the state capital would probably immediately rush to the Sea of Despair. Qin Feiyang also laughed. Ren Wushuang asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I just haven't seen you for a few months." "Sister, you've become prettier." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Little bastard." Ren Wushuang rolled his eyes and frowned. "Are you in some kind of trouble?" Qin Feiyang laughed narcissistically and said, "I'm such a smart person. What kind of trouble can I get into?" "Well, I'll contact you when we get to the state capital." Ren Wushuang rolled his eyes and said, "Be careful on the way. If you really can't do it, let me know. I'll send someone to pick you up." Qin Feiyang nodded and put away the image crystal. He looked at the two great ancestors and said with a smile, "It should be like this from the beginning. There's no need to hurt our friendship." A hint of hostility flashed in the eyes of the two. "This is a matter of our clan. As an outsider, you shouldn't interfere. But since it's already like this, let's think of a more fair way to solve this matter." The black-winged ancestor said. Qin Feiyang crossed his arms and said with a faint smile, "Since you said so, you must have thought of a way. Tell me about it." "If the princess can grow golden wings in 3 days, the mermaid emperor will continue to rule the mermaid clan. But if he can't, he has to give up the throne, and you can't continue to interfere." The black-winged ancestor said. "That's fair?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and was about to speak. The mermaid princess said first, "Ancestors, with all due respect, you're obviously biased. To accept the inheritance, one must break through to the battle monarch realm. But I just broke through to the 8-star martial grandmaster realm. How can I do it in 3 days? After talking for so long, don't you want my father to abdicate? In the past, when I heard rumors about you, I respected you, but I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable." She scolded with righteous indignation. "That's right. If she's given enough time, I guarantee that she can grow golden wings. Because the bloodline power in her body is several times stronger than mine." The mermaid emperor almost roared, and his face was full of pride. The black-winged ancestor said expressionlessly, "This is the biggest concession we can make. Whether you can do it or not depends on your ability." Slap. The sound of a loud slap could be heard. Qin Feiyang clapped and said with a smile, "Wonderful, wonderful. I've finally seen it. What's the meaning of being invincible? It should be referring to the two of you." The two ancestors clenched their fingers tightly, and the cracking sounds of their joints could be heard. They were extremely angry. If it were not for the fact that they were not confident, they would have killed Qin Feiyang long ago. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them with undisguised disdain. He looked at the mermaid princess and asked, "Are you really confident that you can grow golden wings?" The mermaid princess's eyes were firm. Qin Feiyang looked at the two ancestors and said, "Do you mean what you say?" "Of course." The two of them nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Well then, let's go to the sacred land immediately. Everyone was surprised. Princess, 3 days is too long. I only need 3 breaths to help you break through to the 9-star martial grandmaster realm. Qin Feiyang flicked his sleeves and took the lead to walk to the sacred land. 3 breaths. The mermaid princess's body and mind trembled. How could he do it in 3 breaths? But in her heart, she believed Qin Feiyang's words. Daughter, follow him quickly. The mermaid emperor grabbed the mermaid princess and chased after Qin Feiyang. He also chose to believe Qin Feiyang unconditionally. The reason was very simple. This young man was the successor of the first emperor. Breaking through to the 9-star martial grandmaster realm in 3 breaths? What a daydream. I'd like to see how you can do it. The 2 ancestors looked at each other and flew to the sacred land with a face full of sarcasm. Let's go and see how that arrogant idiot embarrasses himself. The white-winged king and the black-winged king also led their subordinates and rushed to the sacred land. Chapter 286. Holy Land. Qin Feiyang didn't go in. Instead, he bowed to the statue of the first emperor from afar. The white-winged ancestor said impatiently, "Don't dawdle. Hurry up." The white-winged king stood at the side and said disdainfully, "If you can really do it, I will bark like a dog in front of everyone." Looking for a beating? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked at the white-winged king and asked, "Are you really going to bark like a dog?" The white-winged king said provocatively, "I am a man of my word." Qin Feiyang grinned and said, "Black-winged king, do you want to bet too? If I lose, I will give you a regeneration pill. The pair of wings you lost will be back soon." He offered a very tempting offer. The black-winged king's eyes lit up and he sneered, "Let's bet. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You have guts." Qin Feiyang laughed sinisterly and entered the castle. Fatso chuckled and said, "Boss, let Fat Lord go out and join in the fun." Qin Feiyang said, "Are you sure you want to go out? You only have 1 year." The smile on Fatso's face froze. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. Fat Lord should focus on cultivation." Qin Feiyang walked to the altar and took out a top-grade red fire-colored glass pill from the jade box. Then he appeared outside the Holy Land with Wolf King. There is a loud sound in the sky. Brother Wolf has appeared. "You 2 old men, let me ask you first. Do you know how a dog barks?" Wolf King immediately stood up and roared in high spirits. He looked at the black-winged king and asked. The 2 immediately looked at Wolf King with murderous eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled and walked to the mermaid princess. He said with a smile, "This pill is for you. Consider it your compensation." Compensation? The mermaid princess was stunned. Then she came to a realization and blushed. "What happened to me? He's just a teenager. Why should I blush?" She was a little flustered. Qin Feiyang stuffed the pill into her hand and said with a faint smile, "Quickly take it. I guarantee that they will be shocked." The mermaid princess calmed herself down and looked at the pill. Then she opened her red lips and put it into her mouth. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, he saw that the mermaid princess's cultivation had not changed at all. The Blackwing monarch and the others had mocking looks in their eyes. They were about to open their mouths to mock them. Boom! The mermaid princess's aura was like a volcanic eruption. It suddenly soared to the level of a 9-star martial ancestor. Furthermore, his aura did not stop, and it was still rising. How is this possible? She just broke through to the 8-star martial ancestor realm. What kind of pill did she take just now? How could it possess such terrifying power? Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. Even the mermaid emperor and the mermaid princess were in disbelief. Very quickly, the mermaid princess's soaring aura stopped. He did not directly break through to the 1-star battle king. Qin Feiyang was not surprised. This was because only creatures below the battle king level would take the red fire-colored glass pill. Therefore, what happened next would depend on the mermaid princess's luck. Am I dreaming? The mermaid princess was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "Father, it's really magical. I feel that I can break through to the Battle King realm soon." The mermaid emperor was also full of smiles. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Little brother, if I remember correctly, this should be the red fire-colored glass pill, right?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Damn it. He actually has this kind of pill. The two patriarchs were furious. Although the mermaid clan was not unfamiliar with pills, they did not understand them very well. They did not know how many tricks Qin Feiyang had up his sleeves. Wolf King chuckled and said, "Old man, why aren't you barking like a dog?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Let's wait for a while, so as not to disturb the princess from accepting the inheritance." Phew. The mermaid princess took a deep breath, stepped onto the sacred ground, and swam towards the statue of the first-generation mermaid emperor. After a few breaths, she stopped at the foot of the statue, her expression extremely pious. "Ancestor, the mermaid clan cannot fall into the hands of evil people. If you can hear me, please help me." She muttered to herself, prostrated herself on the ground, and kowtowed. The Black Wing King and the White Wing King looked at each other, and a cold light flashed across their eyes at the same time. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. At that moment, everyone was shocked. The mermaid emperor asked in surprise, "Little brother, what are you doing?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Of course it's to prevent villains from causing trouble." Villains? The mermaid emperor was stunned, and suddenly came to a realization. He glanced at the Black Wing King and the others, and said in a deep voice, "If anyone dares to disturb her from accepting the inheritance, I will fight them to the death." Finished speaking. With a flash, he landed behind the mermaid princess, carefully protecting her. The Black Wing King and the others looked at Qin Feiyang. That sinister look in their eyes seemed to want to pull out his tendons, peel his skin, and drink his blood. After the mermaid princess finished kowtowing, she prostrated herself on the ground, quietly waiting for the inheritance to descend. Time passed by breath by breath. 100 breaths later, there was no movement from the statue of the first-generation mermaid emperor. Did it fail? Qin Feiyang frowned. The two ancestors and the Black Wing monarch both had smiles on their faces. Generally speaking, if the inheritance did not descend after 100 breaths, it meant that it had failed. Qin Feiyang, did you see that? Even the first-generation mermaid emperor agreed to his abdication. This is the will of the heavens. The White Wing ninth ancestor said with a smile. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and looked at the mermaid princess. He could clearly see that her body was trembling. Why is it like this? The bloodline power in my body will not lose to any mermaid emperor, but why can't I obtain the inheritance? Could this really be the will of the heavens? She muttered, trying to control her tears, but she couldn't control them at all. Child, don't be sad. Look at father, even without the inheritance, he can still cultivate to the 9-star war emperor. The mermaid emperor sighed deeply and went forward to comfort her in a low voice. But what about the mermaid clan? Are they really going to fall into the hands of these villains? The mermaid princess said. The mermaid emperor couldn't help but clench his hands tightly. He raised his head and looked at the statue of the first-generation mermaid emperor, his eyes filled with desolation. Why did you do this to my daughter? Why, suddenly? He roared hysterically. Qin Feiyang walked a few steps behind the mermaid princess and snorted, "This kind of statue is not qualified to make people kneel." After that, he grabbed the mermaid princess's wrist and pulled her up. The White Wing King sneered, "Mermaid Emperor, can you announce it to the world now?" The mermaid emperor closed his eyes and let out a long breath. When he opened his eyes again, there was no longer any reluctance in them. He said lightly, "This throne, it's fine if I don't want it." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked at the mermaid princess's wrist, his face full of surprise. "What are you looking at?" Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were stunned and also looked down. The two of them immediately revealed a trace of awkwardness. Qin Feiyang hurriedly let go. But then, he was shocked to find that his hand seemed to be stuck to the mermaid princess's wrist, and he couldn't take it away. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The mermaid princess also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang blushed and hurriedly explained, "It's not that I don't want to let go, it's that I can't." Wasn't this a joke? How could this happen? The mermaid princess tried, and a trace of surprise appeared on her face. "Don't move!" The mermaid emperor suddenly shouted in a low voice. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang and the White Wing King looked at him in confusion. The mermaid emperor didn't say anything. When he looked closer, he immediately saw that Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess's hands were glowing with a layer of faint golden light. It was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. "What are you doing there?" "I'm telling you, don't try to stall for time." The Black Wing King and the White Wing King shouted. "This guy is finally in heat. How rare!" Wolf King chuckled and quickly ran over, saying disdainfully, "Little Qin Zi, if you like her, just say it. Why do you have to find such a lousy excuse?" The mermaid princess blushed. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was particularly embarrassed and said angrily, "Who has time to find excuses? I really can't give her away." Don't explain, I understand. After all, you are already 16 years old, and the princess is so beautiful. It's normal for you to be in heat." "But, princess, your fishtail, ahem. Forgive me for being blunt, but I'm afraid it's a little difficult." Wolf King laughed mischievously. "Get lost." Qin Feiyang roared like thunder and kicked fiercely at Wolf King. The Wolf King easily dodged the attack and shook his head. "I've heard people say that men in heat are easily irritable. Looks like it's true." The mermaid princess lowered her head, and her cheeks were so red that water was about to drip out. Qin Feiyang was about to go crazy. Is this wolf cub done yet? Didn't he see that the atmosphere was getting more and more awkward? What's more, the mermaid emperor was right in front of him. Did he think about his feelings when he teased his daughter like this? However, no matter how mischievous Wolf King was, the mermaid emperor did not pay attention to him. His eyes were firmly locked on Qin Feiyang's hands. As time passed, the golden light became more and more intense. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess finally noticed this phenomenon and were immediately surprised. Could it be that all of this was related to this golden light? Well, the golden light gradually became extremely dazzling. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were both submerged in the golden light. The Black Wing King and the others looked at each other, their faces full of doubts. Buzz. Suddenly, two bright golden lights flashed out from the eyes of the first-generation mermaid emperor statue, enveloping Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. This is the inheritance. How could this be? Could it be related to that kid again? The two ancestors' eyes were wide open in anger, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. That's right. This is the inheritance. I finally understand. The mermaid emperor muttered to himself, his body trembling. This was excitement. Swoosh. He suddenly turned around and looked at the Black Wing King and the others, his eyes full of vigilance. At the same time, Wolf King also turned to look at them, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Little Qin Zi is finally in heat. If any of you dare to disturb them, Brother Wolf promises that today will be the end of the mermaid clan. As soon as these words came out, everyone's gaze became incomparably strange. The veins on the mermaid emperor's forehead were also bulging. This rogue wolf was really a damn bastard. The White Wing ancestor looked at the two people shrouded in golden light and frowned. Mermaid Emperor, what the hell is going on? Except for the two of them, no one else is qualified to know about this matter. Chapter 287. Everyone was puzzled. What was it that only the person involved had the right to know? At the same time, Qin Feiyang, who was inside the golden light, was also puzzled when he heard the mermaid emperor's words. He turned to look at the mermaid princess. He realized that the mermaid princess's eyes were slightly closed and there was a layer of hazy light on her cheeks. It was as if she had fallen into a deep sleep and was very peaceful. Suddenly, he looked at the mermaid princess's back with a strange light in his eyes. The clothes on her back bulged as if something was going to come out. The golden scale clothes suddenly broke. The two wings grew bigger and appeared behind her, as if they were made of gold, shining with golden light. Every feather was like silk, soft and beautiful. Did I succeed? But what does this have to do with me? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The one who received the inheritance was the mermaid princess. Why did she tie him together with her? He tried, but he still could not loosen his grip. What did this mean? Was she deliberately playing with him? Boom! When the golden wings grew out, the mermaid princess's aura also soared rapidly. It stopped at the 1-star Battle King level. At the same time, a golden battle soul appeared behind her. The battle soul's appearance could not be seen, but its figure was similar to the first mermaid emperor. Looking at the mermaid princess, she was like a queen who had descended to the world, exuding a sacred and inviolable aura. If she didn't have the fishtail, this woman's beauty would definitely not be inferior to my cheap sister. Qin Feiyang mumbled. At this moment, the mermaid princess opened her eyes and there was a layer of hazy golden light in her pupils. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked in confusion, "What are you mumbling about?" "Did I?" No. Congratulations on receiving the inheritance." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly changed the topic. Inheritance? The mermaid princess was stunned. She looked up at the battle soul above her and then turned to look at the wings on her back. Her face was instantly filled with surprise. "I succeeded. I really did it. Father, there's no need to abdicate. Qin Feiyang, thank you." She was as excited as a 3-year-old girl, jumping for joy. In the end, she even kissed Qin Feiyang's face. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Touching the place where he was kissed, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. No matter what, he was almost 17 years old. He had matured in a certain aspect. Teasing him like this, wasn't she afraid of getting herself into trouble? Seeing this, the mermaid princess covered her mouth and laughed. "Don't think too much. In my eyes, you're just a little brother who hasn't grown up yet." Qin Feiyang's face twitched. The other people of the same age had already gone to seek out other women. Although he didn't have this hobby, it didn't mean that he hadn't grown up. Moreover, this mermaid princess seemed to be only a few years older than her. The mermaid princess sensed that the atmosphere was not right, and her beautiful face could not help but blush slightly. "Try again. Can you let go of me?" "Why should I let go? Anyway, I'm just a little brother, and I can't do any harm to you." Qin Feiyang grinned. The mermaid princess said anxiously, "But if it continues like this, others will misunderstand. So what if it's a misunderstanding?" Qin Feiyang looked indifferent. The mermaid princess glared at him and said angrily, "Why are you like this?" "What about me?" Qin Feiyang asked back. "You." The mermaid princess gnashed her teeth in shame and anger. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He didn't continue to tease her, and his 5 fingers loosened slightly. This time, the previous situation didn't happen. He let go easily. Qin Feiyang opened his palm and looked at his palm, but he didn't find anything wrong. Why were they stuck together? He looked at the mermaid princess' wrist again and found nothing unusual. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned and walked out of the golden light. That golden light also quickly rushed into the mermaid princess' body. Not long after, she appeared in front of everyone's eyes. She actually succeeded. The Black Wing King and the others were stunned. The golden wings and the golden human-shaped battle soul were especially dazzling in their eyes. Fear and respect also arose in their hearts. This fear and respect didn't come from the mermaid princess, but from that battle soul. That battle soul symbolized the first-generation mermaid emperor. Qin Feiyang temporarily suppressed his doubts, raised his head to look at the 2 ancestors, and said with a faint smile, "What else do you have to say now?" The 2 of them were silent. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's see what you have to say. Then go back to where you came from." The 2 ancestors looked at each other. The White Wing ancestor said, "We admit defeat, but you have to come with us." "On what basis?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The Black Wing ancestor said in a deep voice, "I might as well tell you the truth. We don't believe that you will keep this secret, so you can't leave the Sea of Despair." Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. What he was worried about had indeed happened. The White Wing ancestor said, "As long as you stay here peacefully, not only will we not hurt you, but we will also treat you as an important guest." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I still have a lot of things to do. I can't stay here." The 2 ancestors' gazes turned cold. The mermaid emperor said, Ancestors, I can guarantee that he won't reveal our mermaid clan. What guarantee do you have? The words of humans can't be trusted at all. The two ancestors said angrily. The mermaid emperor said firmly, I guarantee it with my life. The two ancestors frowned. The mermaid emperor said, if it were anyone else, I wouldn't dare to guarantee it, but Qin Fei Yang is trustworthy. The white wing ancestor said in a deep voice, if anything happens, will you be responsible? I said, I guarantee it with my life. The mermaid emperor said, since you're so stubborn, let's wait and see. I'd like to see if this human is what you said. The two ancestors snorted coldly and turned into streaks of light, disappearing in front of everyone. The black wing emperor and the white wing ancestor looked at each other and turned to leave with unwillingness in their hearts. Hey, aren't you guys forgetting something? Wolf King suddenly shouted. The two of them shuddered. Qin Fei Yang said indifferently, forget it. Asking people like them to bark like dogs is an insult to dogs. Don't go overboard. The two of them turned around and glared at Qin Fei Yang, killing intent flashing in their eyes. Am I wrong? Dogs represent loyalty. They will protect their masters to the death. What about you guys? Back then, the first emperor didn't exterminate the mermaid clan and even gave you a pure land. However, not only do you guys not know how to be grateful, you even tried to overthrow the great Qin Empire. You guys are worse than animals. Qin Fei Yang shouted. The two of them were so angry that smoke came out of their heads and their bodies trembled. They had lived for hundreds of years and no one dared to speak to them like this. Not to mention humiliating them in public. Qin Fei Yang glanced at the two of them and smiled at the mermaid emperor. I have something to talk to you about. I have the same intention. Follow me. Black Wing Emperor, White Wing Emperor, I hope you guys can take care of yourselves. The mermaid emperor said coldly and left quickly with the two people and the wolf. Bastard, I'll kill you myself sooner or later. The Black Wing Emperor and the White Wing Emperor looked at Qin Fei Yang's back with a ferocious expression. If it weren't for Qin Fei Yang helping the mermaid princess and the mermaid emperor, they would have already ascended the throne. So, in their eyes, Qin Fei Yang had undoubtedly become a thorn in their flesh. In a palace. Little brother, thank you very much. Please accept my bow. The mermaid emperor bowed. This time, if it weren't for Qin Fei Yang, losing the throne would be a small matter. Both father and daughter would probably lose their lives. Senior, you're too polite. It's just a small matter. Qin Fei Yang smiled and helped the mermaid emperor up. To Qin Fei Yang, it was indeed a small matter. But to the mermaid emperor, it was a life-saving grace. If you like anything, just take it. I just hope you don't dislike it. The mermaid emperor cupped his hands. No. Qin Fei Yang hurriedly waved his hand and smiled. What a joke. Any one of these treasures would be priceless treasures if they were to be taken out. He couldn't wait to take them all. How could he dislike it? The Wolf King was even more direct. It had already begun to loot the palace, its eyes glowing with greed. Be more polite. Qin Fei Yang rolled his eyes and looked at the mermaid emperor. Senior, why did that happen just now? The mermaid emperor said, this is what I wanted to tell you. Take off your shirt. Take off my shirt? Qin Fei Yang frowned but still obeyed. When he took off his shirt and saw the red potential mark, the mermaid emperor was stunned. Qin Fei Yang was also stunned. But what he saw was not the potential mark. He found that there was a golden heart-shaped mark on his chest. When did it appear? Why didn't he feel it at all? At this moment, the mermaid emperor exclaimed, I didn't expect you to open the third level of the gate of potential. No wonder your talent is so terrifying. I was just lucky. Qin Fei Yang smiled and wondered, what's with this heart-shaped mark? Lucky? The mermaid emperor shook his head and didn't ask any more questions. He explained, this is called the concentric knot. Not only you have it, but my daughter also has it on her chest. I have it too? The mermaid princess was stunned. She turned around and pulled up the golden scale clothes on her chest. She found that there was indeed a heart-shaped mark. She tidied up her clothes and turned to look at the mermaid emperor. She asked suspiciously, Father, why is this happening? Only the mermaid emperors of the past generations know about this. Legend has it that the first emperor and the first mermaid emperor were worried that the mermaid clan and the humans would start a war again, so they left a concentric knot in the statue. Only when a person with the bloodline of the first emperor and a mermaid with the bloodline of the first mermaid emperor have physical contact will the concentric knot appear. And as long as the concentric knot appears, it means that the two clans have been reconciled forever. All along, the mermaid emperors and I thought this was just a legend, but we didn't expect it to be true. It also happened to my daughter. The mermaid emperor sighed. Even he felt like he was dreaming. After listening, Qin Feiyang also sighed. The first emperor was indeed a far-sighted and wise monarch. The mermaid princess thought for a moment and asked, "Father, how can I make the concentric knot disappear?" Chapter 288. Qin Feiyang also felt uncomfortable. Concentric knot. Just from the name alone, it felt very ambiguous. It seemed that he and the mermaid princess weren't that close, right? Ahem. The mermaid emperor coughed and said, The appearance of this concentric knot means that you are going to be husband and wife." What? Both of them were dumbfounded. The mermaid emperor smiled and said, "To put it more bluntly, the concentric knot will only disappear after you consummate your marriage." "Isn't this forcing us to get married?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Putting aside the concentric knot, the mermaid princess was indeed very beautiful, but her lower body was a fishtail. How could they consummate their marriage? How could they cheat him like this? The mermaid princess looked up at Qin Feiyang and couldn't help blushing. She asked, "Father, is there no other way?" The concentric knot means that your hearts are connected. No matter how you try to avoid it, you will become husband and wife sooner or later. The mermaid emperor looked at the two of them with a smile. He was very satisfied with Qin Feiyang, his future son-in-law. Wolf King came over and glanced at the two of them sneakily. "Little Qin Zi, you saw the princess body as soon as you came to the Sea of Despair, and now you have a concentric knot. This is heaven's will. Heaven's will can't be disobeyed. Little Qin Zi, why don't you get married now and have a chubby baby as soon as possible? If you die one day, at least you won't have no successor." Wolf King laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and he said angrily, "You bastard, get out of here as far as you can." What a troublemaker. Didn't he see that he was so annoyed? The mermaid emperor hurriedly reached out and said, "Wait, White Wolf, what did you just say? Qin Feiyang saw my daughter's body?" "Father." The mermaid princess glared at the mermaid emperor and lowered her head. Her cheeks were red. "Didn't your subordinates tell you? If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have been captured by your daughter and brought here. That's why I said this is fate." Wolf King chuckled. "If you have the guts to say another word, I will castrate you right now." Qin Feiyang's veins bulged as he glared fiercely at Wolf King, his heart burning with rage. "Fine, I won't tell you. Lecherous bastard, I despise you." Wolf King glanced at him with disdain. He turned around and continued to loot for treasures while drooling. The mermaid emperor was stunned. He looked at the mermaid princess and then at Qin Feiyang. With a serious expression he said, "Qin Feiyang, my daughter is innocent. You have to take responsibility." The mermaid princess said angrily, "Father, he's just a little brat. Why should he take responsibility?" "Little brat? Daughter, you don't understand the people on the land. They are already flirting around when they are 15 or 16 years old. What's more, you are only 4 or 5 years older than him. There is a saying that a woman 3 years older than her husband will carry gold bricks. You are 4 or 5 years older than him. It's equivalent to him carrying 4 or 5 gold bricks back. He has made a profit. Well, I have decided. I will marry you tomorrow." The mermaid emperor said. "Senior, it's not like that." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He even said something like, "A woman 3 years older than her husband will carry gold bricks." This mermaid emperor really knows how to talk nonsense. "What, you want to deny it? Let me tell you, our mermaid clan values innocence the most. If you don't take responsibility, don't blame me for falling out with you right now." The mermaid emperor said with a sullen face. "Falling out with him? To be honest, Qin Feiyang was really not afraid. It was just that with such a complicated relationship, he couldn't get angry. What should I do? He racked his brains to think of a solution. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Senior, give me some time, and also give the princess some time. After all, we don't have that kind of feeling between us." The mermaid princess said, "Yes, father, aren't you making things difficult for us by doing this?" This? The mermaid emperor hesitated for a moment, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Are you worried about my daughter's fishtail?" "Actually, you don't have to worry. Because we mermaids' tails can also turn into human legs," the mermaid emperor said. Wolf King's eyes lit up and roared, "That's easy, let's go to the bridal chamber." "Wolf cub, I'm going to castrate you." Qin Feiyang was furious and couldn't hold it in anymore. He took out Chang Shui and pounced on Wolf King. "You're serious?" Wolf King was shocked and ran out of the palace without looking back. "This bastard is really infuriating." Qin Feiyang glared at Wolf King angrily and walked to the front of the mermaid emperor. "Senior, what I mean is, I'll think of a way to remove the concentric knot first. If it really doesn't work, the princess and I will slowly discuss the marriage. What do you think?" Qin Feiyang asked. The mermaid princess also hugged the mermaid emperor's arm and said coquettishly, "Father, don't worry about us young people, okay?" The mermaid emperor looked at the two and said helplessly, "Well, I don't care, it's up to you, but I have to explain it to you clearly." "Explain what?" The two were puzzled. The mermaid emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Before the concentric knot is removed, you can't be intimate with other women, it will make your heart burst. Daughter, you are the same." The two were dumbfounded. This meant that if they couldn't think of any other way to remove the concentric knot, they had to get married. "Ancestor, aren't you tricking us?" Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. "In addition, when you are separated, you can feel the emotions in the depths of your hearts. If one party is in a life and death crisis, the concentric knot will light up and actively send a signal for help to the other party. Moreover, it will also guide the other party's direction," the mermaid emperor said again. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang felt bitter in his heart. It seemed that this was the so-called telepathy. "Well, I won't disturb your relationship." With that, the mermaid emperor turned and left with a smile on his face. "Relationship?" Qin Feiyang shook his head with a wry smile. Seeing this, the mermaid princess said unhappily, "Look at you, you don't seem to like me very much. Do I really annoy you that much?" "Annoy?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. "No man would hate a woman as beautiful as you, but I'm not qualified to think about this now." The mermaid princess breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Why not?" "Because I still have a lot of things to do." Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said with a faint smile, "I'm going to stay here for a while. Do you welcome me?" "Of course." The mermaid princess smiled sweetly. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then you go ahead. I'm going to cultivate too. Help me look after the white-eyed wolf and don't let it mess around." The mermaid princess nodded. When Qin Feiyang put on his clothes and entered the castle, Fatso and Lu Hong looked at him strangely. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at them and walked to the iron box without saying a word. He opened the iron book and prepared to copy the battle formula. Suddenly, he looked back at Lu Hong, his eyes flickering. Lu Hong was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to look at the battle formula. Originally, he wanted to try it with Lu Hong and see if he really couldn't be intimate with other women. But he was worried that it would destroy this balanced relationship. After all, Lu Hong was also a woman and had been with him for so long. He didn't want their relationship to become complicated. So after thinking about it, he gave up this idea. But just as he was about to copy the battle formula, a strange emotion suddenly emerged in his heart. In this emotion, there was a trace of disappointment, a trace of hesitation, and a little joy and expectation. This was not his emotion. It was the mermaid princess' inner emotion. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the mermaid princess really had feelings for him? Impossible. I must be thinking too much. He shook his head hard. If the mermaid princess really had feelings for him, she wouldn't have been so calm before. Besides, the mermaid princess had said it herself that she only treated him as a little brother who hadn't grown up yet. However, he discovered helplessly that he couldn't calm down and cultivate at all. This was because the mermaid princess' inner emotions kept entering his heart. He couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. This couldn't go on. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying not to think too much. About an hour later, Qin Feiyang finally calmed down. Rather than saying that he had calmed down, it was more accurate to say that he had gotten used to this feeling. However, no matter what, he could finally cultivate in peace. He opened his eyes and looked at the bottom of the second page. A line of small words immediately entered his vision. Only after entering the War Master realm could he open the third page. War Master, it won't be long. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He extended his index finger and pressed his fingertip on the first stroke of the battle formula. A wave of flaming battle chi surged into it. This was the battle chi of the 9-leaf fire lotus. The battle formula had a total of 9 strokes. Each stroke required a huge amount of battle chi. It could be said that it was dozens of times more than the return formula. However, he wondered if it would be like the return formula where his cultivation base would increase by a realm after successfully copying a stroke. Less than 100 breaths. The flaming battle chi in Qin Feiyang's sea of chi was almost depleted. This is too fast. He frowned. He mobilized the Crimson Sword chi and continued to copy. Less than 100 breaths. The Crimson Sword chi was depleted as well. He switched to the Purple Gold Dragon chi again, but it only lasted for about 100 breaths. Gasp! Qin Feiyang couldn't help but gasp. How many battle chi pills would this require? He looked for Lu Hong and asked for all the battle chi pills. There were a total of 130,000 pills. Although they couldn't compare to a supreme-grade battle chi pill, there was nothing he could do now. Without the cauldron, Qin Feiyang couldn't refine them. He could only make do with them. Qin Feiyang refined the battle chi pills as he focused on copying. Occasionally, he would be called out by the mermaid princess to walk around and relax. Of course, this was the mermaid emperor's idea. It was for the two of them to spend more time together and develop feelings for each other as soon as possible. Fatso and Lu Hong, on the other hand, paid no attention to what was happening outside. They cultivated diligently in seclusion. Their cultivation bases were improving day by day. As for the Wolf King, it spent its days in Undersea City, mingling with the merfolk. However, even though it was wandering around, its strength was improving. This was because Qin Feiyang had given it half of the battle chi pills. He kept the pills in a universe bag and hung it around its neck like candy. It would eat one whenever it thought of it. There was another use for the universe bag. It could store treasures. Chapter 289. As for the Mermaid Clan. With the recovery of the Mermaid Emperor's strength, the Black-Winged Guard and the White-Winged Guard did not dare to act rashly. Ever since the Black-Winged King and the White-Winged Guard were humiliated by Qin Feiyang in the sacred ground, they had not appeared in front of anyone. It was said that they were in seclusion, but no one knew the actual situation, and their attempt to force him to abdicate had also become a farce. Time passed. A month passed. Bang! The first stroke of the battle word art was finally completed. His fighting spirit soared into the sky. Moreover, Qin Feiyang's cultivation also broke through. 2-star Battle King. It can increase my cultivation. At this rate, when I master the battle word art, it will be the day I break through to the War Emperor. He was rather excited, because in this way he did not have to cultivate separately. He only had to focus on copying the battle word art. However, the consumption of battle chi pills made his heart ache. In a month, he had consumed 30,000 battle chi pills. There were only 130,000 battle chi pills in total. He gave half to Wolf King, leaving more than 60,000. Now that he had consumed another 30,000, there were only 30,000 left. It was probably not enough for him to copy the second stroke. True enough. After the second month, he was still close to successfully copying the second stroke. Qin Feiyang had no choice but to close the iron book. It was urgent to find the pill furnace. He turned to look at Fatso and the White-Winged Guard. In the past 2 months, The two of them had worked really hard and had not rested. This kind of effort was also exchanged for a huge harvest. In almost a month, they could break through a small realm. Now, Lu Hong was an 8-star martial ancestor. Fatso was also a 7-star martial ancestor. If this speed was spread out, who knew how many martial arts geniuses would be angered to death? But compared to Qin Feiyang, he was slightly inferior. This was because when he was in the martial ancestor, he could break through a small realm in 10 days to half a month. It seems that in less than a year, both of them will be able to step into the Battle King realm. Qin Feiyang whispered with a smile on his face. The stronger the two of them were, the more help they would be to him. Shua. With a thought, he appeared in the palace. Greetings, Sir Qin. The two black-winged guards guarding the door immediately ran in and bowed. After the incident 2 months ago, both the black-winged guard and the white-winged guard were now in awe of Qin Feiyang. Where's the princess? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The princess is taking a walk in the garden outside. Do you want us to take you there? The two of them asked. Take a walk? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He walked out of the palace and stood on the steps in front of the door, looking forward. Dozens of meters away, there was a garden that was about 1,000 feet wide. In the garden, corals stood in great numbers and all kinds of underwater plants formed a beautiful scenery. On a small path, a blonde woman was walking slowly with her head lowered, as if she was thinking about something. That's right. The mermaid princess was walking. Her golden fishtail and wings had disappeared. What replaced it was a pair of long legs, slender and tall. She was wearing a light golden chiffon dress, which made her look incomparably luxurious. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and walked towards the mermaid princess. After spending some time together, he had already discovered that the mermaid princess had indeed developed a good impression of him. Those 2 long legs were undoubtedly the best proof. Qin Feiyang quietly walked up and patted her shoulder lightly. Ah! The mermaid princess was shocked. She turned around and saw that it was Qin Feiyang. She said angrily, "Why are you walking so quietly? You'll scare me to death." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. You're too engrossed in your thoughts. Tell me, what are you thinking about? The mermaid princess immediately looked away in a panic. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. With the concentric knot, he and the mermaid princess's hearts were connected. How could he not know what she was thinking? However, there were some things that even if both sides knew in their hearts, they could not point it out. After calming himself down, Qin Feiyang asked, Princess, do you know where to find a pill furnace? Pill furnace? The mermaid princess was stunned and asked suspiciously, as an alchemist, shouldn't you carry one with you? I originally had one, but when I was refining the prolonging life pill, it accidentally exploded. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It was embarrassing to talk about a furnace explosion. So that's how it is. In these years, many people have died in the sea of despair. We have also picked up many chinkuan bags. Let's go, I'll take you to see father. Maybe there will be a pill furnace in the treasury. The mermaid princess naturally grabbed his hand and walked towards a magnificent hall. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the mermaid princess's hand that was grabbing his hand. He could not help but sigh inwardly again. A moment later, the two walked into the palace. The mermaid emperor was cultivating. When he sensed someone coming in, he opened his eyes and saw Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess coming in hand. His face was full of smiles. This meant that the relationship between the two had warmed up. It would not be long before he would have a son-in-law. Although Qin Feiyang was still young, he was handsome and dignified. Most importantly, he was mature and steady. His daughter was also well-educated and a national beauty. When the two of them stood together, they were simply a match made in heaven. The more the mermaid emperor looked at them, the more satisfied he was. Qin Feiyang naturally retracted his hand and cupped his hands. Greetings, senior. The mermaid emperor smiled and said, Don't call me senior. It sounds too distant. Call me uncle. Qin Feiyang was stunned and nodded. Yes, uncle. The mermaid emperor chuckled. That's right. Why are you looking for me? The mermaid princess smiled and said, Father, Qin Feiyang needs an alchemy furnace. Do we have it in our treasury? An alchemy furnace. The mermaid emperor lowered his head and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I can tell you with certainty that we don't have one. Then what should we do? The mermaid princess looked anxiously at Qin Feiyang. No hurry. Qin Feiyang smiled. The mermaid emperor said, Indeed, there's no hurry. Look at you. Ever since that incident, you've been cultivating all day and haven't spent time with my daughter. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was he blaming him for neglecting the mermaid princess? The mermaid princess said angrily, Father, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Am I talking nonsense? You two should spend more time together and talk more. How about this? There's nothing fun at the bottom of the sea. You two can go outside. The mermaid emperor smiled. Really? The mermaid princess was overjoyed. Of course. The mermaid emperor nodded and continued, However, you can't leave the Sea of Despair. The mermaid princess was overjoyed. She grabbed Qin Feiyang and ran outside. Let them go out for a walk. Their relationship will definitely warm up quickly. Why am I so smart? A smug smile appeared on the mermaid emperor's face. After leaving the palace, the mermaid princess pulled Qin Feiyang and swam toward the surface of the sea. Princess, can you slow down a little? Qin Feiyang was helpless. You don't know. Ever since I was born, Father has never allowed me to go out. Every time I sneak out, I'll be scolded by him when I come back. I especially like the sun. It makes people feel warm. The mermaid princess said. She was like a canary that had just escaped from its cage, jumping and laughing happily. I especially like the sun, Qin Feiyang murmured. For the mermaid princess who lived at the bottom of the sea all year round, it was indeed an extravagant wish to see the sun. The mermaid princess was not only beautiful, but her laughter was also very infectious. Qin Feiyang's mood also gradually relaxed. He might as well put down everything and accompany her to walk around. At the same time, he could also relax. Ever since he was expelled from the capital, he had been living under great pressure every day. Every step he took was like walking on thin ice. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would fall into an irrecoverable situation. Especially when he entered the state capital. He was afraid that the pressure he would face would be even greater. Therefore, before entering the state capital, it was indeed necessary to relax and face the unknown with a new state of mind. The sun hung high in the sky. The sunlight spread down, making the calm surface of the Sea of Despair seem to be plated with a faint layer of gold leaf. Bang! A group of sea beasts suddenly rushed out of the sea. There was a huge Neptune crocodile. There was a sea python that was dozens of meters long. There was also a huge sawtooth turtle, a tiger king shark, and a Neptune lion. There was also a snow-white and extraordinary seahorse. If someone was here at this moment, their jaw would definitely drop. Why did so many sea beasts appear all of a sudden? And if one looked carefully, they would be shocked to find that there was a man and a woman sitting on the backs of two seahorses. And those sea beasts were all led by them. The man and woman were none other than Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. Although the sea beasts of the Sea of Despair were very ferocious, they were very docile in front of the mermaid princess. What a warm sunlight! The seahorse stood on the surface of the sea. The surrounding sea beasts jumped up and down in joy. The mermaid princess rode on the back of the seahorse and looked up at the sun, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Her golden wavy hair shone dazzlingly under the sunlight. She had a look of enjoyment and intoxication. Her light golden tulle dress fluttered gently in the wind. The white jade-like skin under the dress was faintly discernible and hazy. At this moment, she was like a painting fairy bathed in the sunlight, exceptionally charming. Unknowingly, Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was even an inexplicable restlessness in the depths of his heart. Do you think I'm very beautiful? The mermaid princess noticed his strangeness and her red lips curled up slightly. She was a little proud in her heart. Ahem! Qin Feiyang coughed a few times and nodded. You're indeed very beautiful. But if you're not wearing anything like last time, then you'd be even more beautiful. Qin Feiyang, I didn't expect you to be a pervert too. Take this. The mermaid princess flew into a rage out of humiliation. She patted the seahorse's back and it immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Anyway, there are no outsiders here. We'll get married sooner or later. Why don't you let me feast my eyes now? Ha, let's go. Qin Feiyang laughed and patted the seahorse's back. The seahorse under him immediately ran wildly on the surface of the sea. Pervert shameless, stop right there. Catch me if you can. The two of them chased after each other. Countless sea beasts surrounded them like stars surrounding the moon. They gradually disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 290. In the blink of an eye. For months passed. In these 4 months, Qin Feiyang followed the mermaid princess to many places. The entire Sea of Despair, whether it was on the sea or under the sea, had left their footprints. There were thrilling encounters. There were also battles. There were also huge storms. There was even one time when a huge tornado appeared, and the two of them and the sea beasts were almost swept away. But more than that, there was laughter. Qin Feiyang's mood was unprecedentedly relaxed. It could be said that these 5 months of consolidation were very helpful for his future growth. The feelings in the mermaid princess's heart were also getting deeper and deeper. In the beginning, she would hide it, but later, she would occasionally reveal her deep love. To be honest, in the face of such a beautiful and kind woman, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had so many things to do, Qin Feiyang would really fall in love with this woman and even stay for her. But there were some things that he had no choice about. There were some feelings that he had to bury in his heart. On this day, the 4-month-long trip was finally over. Because Fatso and Lu Hong had reached the critical moment of breaking through to the War King realm. Back at the undersea city, Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess went directly to the mermaid emperor's palace. The mermaid emperor glanced at the two and said with a smile, "You're back. It seems that you two have had a lot of fun outside these 4 months." The mermaid princess said, "Father, it's really interesting outside. If you have time, you should go out more often. I'm old, I can't walk anymore. I'm not like you young people who are so energetic. How is it? When are you going to get married?" The mermaid emperor looked at the two with a smile. The mermaid princess's delicate body trembled, and she lowered her head in silence. Because on the way back, Qin Feiyang had already told her that he would leave today. The mermaid emperor frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said in a deep voice, "Did you bully my daughter when I wasn't around?" The mermaid princess hurriedly said, "Father, don't misunderstand. He didn't bully me." "Then why are you so unhappy?" The mermaid emperor was puzzled. The mermaid princess hesitated for a moment and sighed faintly, "It's better to let Qin Feiyang tell you personally." The mermaid emperor controlled his temper and said, "Qin Feiyang, tell me what happened." Qin Feiyang said, "I won't hide it from Uncle. I'll be leaving the Sea of Despair soon." "What?" The mermaid emperor suddenly stood up and said angrily, "Then what about my daughter?" "Uncle, please calm down. To be honest, any man who sees the princess will like her, including me. But everyone has their own difficulties, and I am no exception. So please forgive me, Uncle." "Princess, I can only apologize." Qin Feiyang bowed and said. The mermaid emperor said, "If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I can help you." Qin Feiyang remained silent. "Speak." The mermaid emperor said angrily. The mermaid princess said anxiously, "Father, don't force him. Just let him go. If we are fated to meet again, we will definitely meet again." The mermaid emperor said, "You silly child, aren't you afraid that this farewell will be forever? That can only mean that we are not fated to be together." The mermaid princess smiled, but it was very forced. The mermaid emperor glanced at the two of them, and after a long while, he sighed, Forget it. You guys can do as you see fit." "Thank you, too." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. With the help of the mermaid emperor, Fatso and Lu Hong successfully opened the 3rd level of the Gate of Potential. The two of them headed to the sacred ground. Qin Feiyang took out the last potential pill and handed it to the mermaid princess, smiling, "I only have 1 potential pill left. I hope you don't mind." If he had the alchemy furnace, he could still refine it. Unfortunately, the alchemy furnace had exploded, and he could only give her one. The mermaid princess shook her head and said, I don't have any enemies here, so I don't need the potential pill. You should keep it. After all, you are wandering outside. What a considerate girl. Little Qin Zi, you might as well marry her. Otherwise, if she is kidnapped by another man in the future, it will be too late for you to regret it. The Wolf King walked in leisurely and grinned at Qin Feiyang. Shut up. Qin Feiyang glared at it and stuffed the potential pill into the hands of the mermaid princess. He also told her that she could only take it when she broke through to the 9-star battle king. The mermaid emperor frowned and said, Qin Feiyang, I don't care what difficulties you have. In the future, you will come back and marry my daughter. Father, are you afraid that your daughter won't be able to marry? He is not the only man in the world. The mermaid princess pouted and said in a huff. That's right. With my daughter's beauty, I don't know how many people will fight to marry her. The mermaid emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang indifferently and said proudly. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Boss, we're back. Fatso and Lu Hong ran into the main hall with a trace of excitement on their faces. Did you get something? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fatty let out a sinister laugh. With a whoosh, 2 black wings sprouted from his back. At the same time, 2 white wings also appeared on Lu Hong's back. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were dumbfounded. The mermaid emperor and his daughter were also in disbelief. How could someone who was not a mermaid obtain the inheritance of the first black-winged king and the first white-winged king? Lu Hong smiled and said, we also feel like we are dreaming. Originally, they didn't have much hope, but they didn't expect that the result would really surprise them. The mermaid emperor asked, is it the same for the war soul? Lu Hong shook her head and said, the war soul is different. We only have an extra pair of wings, but the war soul is not passed down. Qin Feiyang said, then what is your war soul? Our war soul is also related to the statue of the first emperor. Let's keep it a secret for now. Fatso laughed. Lu Hong was all smiles, but she didn't show any signs of speaking. I can understand Fatso's reaction, but Lu Hong, how did you become like this? It seems that you have been led astray by the white-eyed wolf and Fatso. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with displeasure. Lu Hong smiled but did not say anything. Fine, you guys keep pretending to be mysterious. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the two. To be honest, he was really curious. If it was related to the first emperor, then it must be an incredible war soul. Wolf King glanced at the mermaid princess and urged, okay, let's go, or a certain little girl will cry. You are the one who will cry. The mermaid princess glared at him, but her eyes were indeed beginning to moisten. Qin Feiyang looked at her deeply and said, Uncle, Princess, we will meet again if fate wills it. The mermaid emperor waved his hand impatiently and said, get out, don't look annoying. Let me see you off. The mermaid princess smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. The group walked out of the hall and swam towards the sea. What should go will go in the end. It's just that I pity my obedient daughter. The mermaid emperor sighed deeply, his face full of melancholy. On the sea, the mermaid princess stood on the head of a Neptune crocodile. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Lu Hong each sat on the back of a seahorse. As for the Wolf King, he temporarily went to the castle. The few of them did not speak, and the place fell into a dead silence. In the end, it was Qin Feiyang who broke the silence and said with a smile, Princess, please go back. I can hug you. The mermaid princess hesitated. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while, jumped down from the back of the seahorse and landed on the head of the Neptune crocodile. He stretched out his hands and took the mermaid princess into his arms. At this moment, the tears in the mermaid princess' eyes finally couldn't be controlled and burst out. Don't cry, I'm not worth your tears. Qin Feiyang was a little sad in his heart. The mermaid princess cried even more fiercely. Her pitiful appearance made one's heart ache. Fatso and Lu Hong looked at each other with a look of pity. They were not blind. They could see that Qin Feiyang also liked the mermaid princess very much, but it was a pity that he buried it in his heart. Time passed breath by breath. Qin Feiyang gently pushed away the woman in his arms and whispered, "I really should go." The mermaid princess asked, "You will come back, right?" Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm sorry." He didn't know if he could survive in the end, so he didn't dare to make any promises. He could only say sorry. Finished. He resolutely turned around, jumped on the back of the seahorse and shouted, "Let's go." The 3 seahorses immediately stepped forward and broke through the waves. The mermaid princess's delicate body trembled, and her face was pale. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to disappear, she suddenly raised her head and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, I don't want to be sorry, I want you to live well, I will wait for you, even if it is 10,000 years. Her voice reverberated in the sky above the sea, carrying a deep sense of love and reluctance. Qin Feiyang heard it. The words "I will wait for you, even if it is 10,000 years" almost broke the line of defense in his heart. His 7-foot body trembled slightly. But he didn't look back and quickly disappeared from the sight of the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess looked in that direction in a daze. Until the sun set. Until night fell. Until the stars twinkled in the middle of the night, she didn't leave. "Child, let's go back." The mermaid emperor floated to the surface and looked at his haggard daughter with heartache. He didn't expect his daughter to have such deep feelings for him. The mermaid princess murmured, "Father, how did you feel when you fell in love with mother back then?" When 2 people fall in love, they will experience many things, ups and downs, life and death. Your path has just begun. And your path will be more difficult than anyone else's. Because Qin Feiyang has too much on his shoulders. He is destined to have an extraordinary life. If you really like him, you have to be strong and keep going. The mermaid emperor stood beside the mermaid princess and looked up at the bright starry sky with a smile. "I understand. I have to work hard to cultivate. I won't be very strong, but at least I can help him when he is in danger." The mermaid princess clenched her jade-like hands, and her eyes were filled with determination. "What a silly child." The mermaid emperor sighed and said with a smile, "Let's go back with father. Father will teach you those battle arts." The mermaid princess nodded and finally looked away. But the Neptune crocodile carried the father and daughter and sank to the bottom of the sea. This place quickly returned to peace. Chapter 291. On the surface of the sea in the middle of the night, the 3 seahorses were like shooting stars. They were as fast as lightning, stirring up huge waves behind them. Fatso asked, "Boss, according to the seahorse's speed, how long will it take for us to leave the Sea of Despair?" "About half a month," Qin Feiyang said. "I wonder if the black-winged king and the white-winged king will come out and cause trouble." There was a trace of worry on Lu Hong's face. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and shook his head. "No, the mermaid emperor will definitely keep an eye on them. This father and daughter pair are really good to you. Boss, can you tell us what difficulties you have?" Fatso looked at him suspiciously. After a moment of silence, Qin Feiyang said, "I can only tell you that my enemies are enough to make anyone afraid." The 2 looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Lu Hong said in realization, "So you're afraid of implicating the mermaid clan?" "That's not right, boss. You're afraid of implicating them, but aren't you afraid of implicating us? Why does Fat Lord feel like we've boarded your pirate ship?" Fatso said unhappily. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Don't worry. If that day really comes, I'll let you leave in advance." "Forget it. Fat Lord is not the kind of person who doesn't value loyalty. As long as you're successful, don't forget that Fatso used to accompany you through water and tread on fire." Fatso said with a smile. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He turned his head and looked at the sea behind him. He could clearly sense the emotions in the mermaid princess' heart. But he had no choice. "Take care." He muttered in his heart and looked back into the distance. That deep gaze seemed to be able to pierce through time and space and see the distant imperial capital. "Mother, I'm almost at the state capital. I'm just 1 step away from returning to the imperial capital. You must wait for me." Time was like sand between fingers. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, a long coastline finally entered the sight of the three of them. Behind the coastline was a vast mountain range. The peaks were stacked on top of each other, looking majestic and majestic. There were no signs of humans, only the roars of beasts. A moment later, the three seahorses stopped by the sea. Qin Feiyang and the other two jumped down. The moment their feet touched the ground, the three of them felt as if they were in a dream. Now that they were awake, Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the three seahorses. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Many thanks for sending me off. However, could you please wait here for a while longer?" The three seahorses looked. And at most. The three seahorses nodded. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. The three seahorses turned around and quickly sank into the sea. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and said to Fatso, "Go and check out the situation. See how strong the beasts in the mountain range are." Fatso's face turned pale. He said angrily, "Boss, you're too unrighteous. You're sending Fat Lord to his death, you know? Don't you have wings?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "That's right, Grandpa Fatty can also fly now." Fatso patted his head and two black wings appeared. Let's go." He roared in high spirits and spread his wings. He turned into a black stream of light and rushed into the sky. Looking at that arrogant guy, Qin Feiyang was envious. Why not give him a pair of wings? He turned to look at Lu Hong and asked curiously, "What are your battle souls?" Lu Hong smiled and said, "I can only tell you that it's related to dragons." "Dragons?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. Fatso swooped down and said in a deep voice, "Boss, this mountain range is too big. I'm afraid we won't be able to get out for a while." Qin Feiyang asked, "What about the strength of the beasts?" Fatso said, "Very strong. Just within a few thousand meters, Fat Lord could sense more than a dozen powerful auras. They are not weaker than the lion-head eagle." Qin Feiyang's heart sank to the bottom. There were probably more beasts in this mountain range that surpassed the War Emperor. Lu Hong said, "Fatso and I have wings. As long as we keep a low profile, it shouldn't be a problem for us to pass through the mountain range. But you," at this point, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she looked at Fatso and laughed, "Why don't you carry Qin Feiyang and fly over?" Fatso immediately stared at him and said, "What kind of joke is this? Can't you see that Fat Lord is a heavyweight?" Lu Hong said angrily, "You can't possibly let me, a woman, carry him, right?" Fatso chuckled, "It doesn't matter, we don't treat you as a woman anyway, we're brothers." Scram. Lu Hong's face darkened. Truly, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. All right, you guys can't fly either because at high altitudes, you'll be a bigger target." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the two of them to the castle. At the same time, he brought out Wolf King. Qin Feiyang looked around and memorized the coordinates of this place. This was because only by knowing the coordinates could one use the teleportation gate to directly teleport over. "Let's go." After memorizing the coordinates, he let out a long sigh, waved his hand, and quietly sneaked into the mountain range with Wolf King. Wolf King had a keen sense of smell. If they encountered a powerful beast, they would take a detour. If they encountered a weaker beast, they would directly start fighting. If they were discovered by a powerful beast, they would hide in the castle. They walked and stopped along the way. Until half a month later, a man and a wolf were still in the mountain range. "How big is this place?" Qin Feiyang and the Wolf King stood side by side on a short mountain. Both of them were incomparably furious as they swept their eyes over the boundless wilderness before them. They thought that half a month was enough to get out. But now, they couldn't even see the shadow of the edge of the mountain range. "Quickly, Askren girl, what is this damn place?" Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang nodded, took out the image crystal, and quickly activated it. Not long after, a glamorous figure appeared. Ren Wushuang asked, "Feiyang, why are you looking for me?" "Sister, we have left the Sea of Despair, but we are trapped in a mountain range." Qin Feiyang immediately told Ren Wushuang the details of the mountain range. After pondering for a moment, Ren Wushuang said, "If I remember correctly, That should be the Quiescence Mountain Range. Quiescence Mountain Range? The man and the wolf's eyes darkened. From the name, they knew that it was not a good place. The Quiescence Mountain Range is very dangerous. It can even be said that it is the headquarters of the beasts in our spiritual state. To be honest, even my grandfather doesn't dare to set foot in it easily. With your current speed and ability, you probably won't be able to get out in 8 to 10 years. Ren Wushuang said. What? The man and the wolf looked at each other. Even the mansion master didn't dare to set foot in it? Did this Wang Hong ask them to come here to die? They couldn't afford to wait 8 to 10 years. Ren Wushuang said, "Give me your coordinates, I'll come and pick you up now." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "This isn't good. How are we going to explain to Wang Hong?" "Ignore him. He's clearly making things difficult for you. If he dares to blame you, I'll back you up." Ren Wushuang said. "It's good to have an awesome sister." Qin Feiyang chuckled and gave the coordinates to Ren Wushuang. Although he also wanted to rely on his own efforts to get out of the Quiescence Mountain Range, time didn't allow it. More importantly, he didn't have an alchemy furnace and couldn't refine battle chi pills. Without battle chi pills, he didn't know how long it would take to master the battle formula and step into the battle emperor realm by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Swoosh! In less than 10 breaths. In the void in front of him, a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. It was Ren Wushuang. This time, it wasn't an illusion, but a real person. Wolf King waved his claws and laughed. "Little girl Ren, long time no see, did you miss your brother?" Ren Wushuang rolled his eyes. Seeing that the man and the wolf were in a rather sorry state, he laughed. "Thank you for your hard work, I will bring you to the city now." The city? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Ren Wushuang waved his hand, opened a teleportation gate and laughed. "Quickly follow me." Finished. She took the lead and walked in. Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at Wolf King and warned, "Don't tell anyone about the Merfolk clan." I know. Wolf King waved his claws impatiently and ran into the teleportation gate like a wisp of smoke. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look in the direction of the Sea of Despair, sighed softly, and stepped into the teleportation gate. So, 2 people and a wolf descended in front of a single courtyard. The courtyard was very large, covering an area of hundreds of meters. In the deepest part, there was a 2-story pavilion with carved beams and painted pillars and an ancient style. The rest of the place was a garden. The small trees were verdant, and hundreds of flowers were blooming. An intoxicating fragrance filled the air. There was a secluded path that extended in all directions. There was also a small stream that meandered around. The water of the stream was so clear that one could see the bottom. Colorful fish were playing happily in the water. Beside the stream, there were several pavilions. It could be said that the scenery here was pleasant. Ren Wushuang laughed. "This is my residence, far away from the bustling city, very quiet, very suitable for secluded cultivation." Wolf King said, "So, brother can also live here in the future?" "Of course." Ren Wushuang smiled and said, "After these few months of traveling, you should be tired. Go and have a good rest first, I will inform grandfather." Wait. Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked and hurriedly called out to her. "What is it?" Ren Wushuang was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "I am only a 2-star battle king now, I am not qualified to meet the mansion master. Let's talk about it later." 2-star battle king? Ren Wushuang was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. It had only been 8 months, and his cultivation had reached 2-star battle king. This speed was also shocking, right? It seemed that he had to work harder. Otherwise, it would not be long before this cheap brother caught up with him. After coming back to his senses, Ren Wushuang laughed. "We are already family, what qualifications are there to talk about? Moreover, my grandfather has always been interested in you." "I am not interested in him." Qin Feiyang exclaimed in his heart and smiled. "Sister, actually, I am not ready. After all, he is a big shot. Others dream of meeting my grandfather, but you are making all kinds of excuses. I really don't know what is going on in your head." "All right, up to you." Ren Wushuang rolled her eyes at him and led the man and the wolf to the pavilion. Qin Feiyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Shuang, why didn't you inform grandfather that an important guest is coming? However, at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyong's heart was in his throat in an instant. Chapter 292. A weather-beaten old man instantly descended in the sky above the courtyard. He was wearing a long white robe with white hair and a white beard, but his eyes were shining. His old body was straight like an iron pine. As soon as he saw this person, Qin Feiyong's head exploded. Back then in the capital, he had indeed seen this person once. He remembered that it was when he was 9 years old. The prefecture lords of the 9 states went to the capital to meet the emperor. At that time, when the emperor went to meet them, he also brought him along. This person had also seen him. He just didn't know if this person could still recognize him after 7 or 8 years. He was extremely nervous. The mansion master came too suddenly and he was not prepared at all. Although his current appearance and temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change, he still couldn't help but worry. Because if he was recognized, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape today. Wolf King was also extremely nervous. Although it still didn't know the exact situation, it could still make some connections based on Qin Feiyong's one-sided words. After Ren Wushuang noticed the reaction of the man and wolf, he looked up at the old man and said, "Grandpa, why didn't you inform us in advance that you were coming?" There was a hint of reproach in his words. The mansion master said unhappily, "Do I need to inform others when I come to my granddaughter's residence?" Ren Wushuang said unhappily, "You came so suddenly, you will scare them. They shouldn't be so weak." The mansion master was stunned and landed in front of the 2 men and the wolf, sizing up Qin Feiyong and Wolf King. Suddenly, he frowned and fixed his eyes on Qin Feiyong, with a trace of surprise in his old eyes. "Have we been recognized?" Qin Feiyong was shocked and was ready to take Wolf King and hide in the castle at any time. After a torturous wait, the mansion master finally opened his mouth and asked, "Shuang, didn't you say that he was only a martial arts grandmaster?" Phew. Qin Feiyong secretly let out a sigh. It seemed that he hadn't been recognized. Ren Wushuang smiled bitterly. "When I left the county of Swallow, he was indeed only a martial ancestor. I didn't expect him to break through to the 2-star battle monarch so quickly. And this wolf cub." Ren Wushuang glared at Wolf King. During the 6 months in the Merfolk clan, Wolf King had broken through 2 small realms in a row. He was now a 3-star battle king, surpassing Qin Feiyong. If it hadn't been so playful and had cultivated seriously, it probably wouldn't have reached this level. Of course, if Qin Feiyong didn't copy the battle symbol formula, the 60,000 battle chi pills would be enough for him to break through to the 3-star battle king realm, or even the 4-star battle king realm. Not bad, not bad. They are all good seedlings. The mansion lord looked at the man and wolf and nodded with a smile. Qin Feiyong cupped his hands and smiled, "Senior, you flatter me. In the entire spiritual state, there has never been a person who became a battle monarch at the age of 16. Even among the 5 Dao geniuses of the same age as you, the strongest is only a 4-star or 5-star martial ancestor. So you are worthy of praise." The mansion lord smiled. "Old man, what's your cultivation base?" Wolf King asked. Qin Feiyong's identity wasn't recognized, so it became a lot bolder. "Old man?" Ren Wushuang was slightly stunned and said angrily, "Wolf cub, don't be rude." Qin Feiyong also fiercely glared at it. The mansion lord was also a little surprised. It was the first time in his life that someone dared to call him old man in front of him. Ren Wushuang is little Qin Zi's sister, and I am little Qin Zi's big brother. We are family. "Old man, you don't mind, right?" Wolf King smiled slyly. Qin Feiyong's face twitched. This bastard really knows how to curry favor. The mansion lord looked at it with interest and said, "What if I say that I mind?" Wolf King shrunk its neck and said timidly, "Old man, you won't be so petty, right?" The mansion lord laughed and seemed to be quite happy. He said, "When you have the ability to fight with me, you will naturally know my cultivation base." "Humph, what's the big deal?" Wolf King muttered in disdain. The mansion lord ignored it and looked at Qin Feiyong. "Go to the Holy Palace tomorrow, but don't use my name. You have to rely on yourself. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. Also, only Wang Hong Shuang and I know about your glorious deeds in the county of Yen. So, you're just a nameless kid in the spiritual state. I hope that you can continue to keep a low profile. After all, if you are too dazzling, others will be jealous. Also, I will not give you any help, including Shuang. The mansion lord said. I understand. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right then, I will go to work. You young people have a good chat. With a flash, the mansion lord disappeared without a trace. Phew. At this moment, Qin Feiyang finally heaved a sigh of relief. Ren Wushuang said, Feiyang, you won't blame my grandfather, right? Why should I blame him? He did this for my own good. He doesn't want me to become a flower in a greenhouse, pleasant to the eye but useless. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's good that you think so. Ren Wushuang nodded and smiled. Suddenly, she frowned. No, from what you said, are you talking about me? How would I dare to talk about you? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Ren Wushuang dared to enter the ruins alone. No one dared to say that she was a rich young lady. I don't think you dare. Ren Wushuang snorted coldly, turned around and entered the attic. She sat on a chair and said with a smile, Tell me about your experience on the way. There's nothing much to say. In the desert of death, thanks to a giant python, it sent us to the Sea of Despair. When we arrived at the Sea of Despair, Fatso and Lu Hong activated their battle souls not long after, and they even grew a pair of wings. So, they carried me and crossed the Sea of Despair. Qin Feiyang smiled and explained briefly. As for the mermaid clan, he naturally ignored them. Wings? Ren Wushuang was stunned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Fatso and Lu Hong both appeared. He smiled faintly and said, Let sister see the world. Puji. With a thought, a pair of wings appeared. What's going on? Ren Wushuang suddenly stood up and looked at the two of them in shock. Wings could actually grow on a human's body? Wasn't this too unbelievable? Fatso shook his head and smiled narcissistically. Sister Wushuang, how is it? Do you feel that Fat Lord has become more handsome? A row of black lines appeared on Ren Wushuang's forehead. How could such a meatball be considered handsome? What a piece of work. She shook her head helplessly and asked, What battle souls did you activate? She naturally suspected that this strange phenomenon was related to Fatso and Wei Wuyan's battle souls. We're keeping it a secret. Fatso chuckled. Ren Wushuang rolled her eyes. The world was big and there were all kinds of strange things. This sentence was indeed true. Qin Feiyang asked, Sister, where is Yan Nanshan now? Ren Wushuang said, I heard that he and Wei Zhongyang are locked in prison. But, do you want to see him? Qin Feiyang nodded. Ren Wushuang smiled and said, Okay, I'll take you there when you've rested. Qin Feiyang said, I want to go now. But Ren Wushuang was stunned and nodded. Okay, after all, he's your benefactor. It's good to go see him as soon as possible. She stood up and led Qin Feiyang and the others out of the courtyard quickly. At the same time, she introduced the situation of Shao Prefecture City to Qin Feiyang and the others. The scale of the prefecture city was dozens of times larger than Yen City. Just the residents in the city were estimated to be no less than 100 million. If you add in the floating population that came in and out every day, the number would be even larger. There were also countless large and small families. The entire prefecture city was divided into 5 major districts. They were East City, West City, North City, South City, and Central City. Apart from the Central City, the East City and the other 4 major districts all had independent city lord manors. Each city lord was the right-hand man of the prefecture lord, and was even a super overlord that could cover the sky with one hand. As for the Central City, it was undoubtedly the true state capital, because the prefecture lord's residence was here. And such an important place like the prison was naturally also in the Central City. Moreover, it was right next to the prefecture lord's residence. Swoosh! Ren Wushuang brought 3 people and 1 wolf and landed on a square. The square was more than 1,000 feet. The ground was covered with a layer of pitch-black stone slabs that had been there for a very long time. Ren Wuxuang pointed ahead and said with a faint smile, "That's the dungeon." Qin Feiyang followed and looked over. There was an ancient tower in front. It was completely black and had a total of 99 floors. It was several thousand feet tall and towered into the clouds, emitting an ancient and ice-cold aura. In the center of the tower, there were 2 large words written with iron hook and silver. Prison. When Qin Feiyang saw those 2 words, his pupils suddenly shrank. He could feel a shocking murderous aura from those 2 words. Even his soul was trembling. It was truly hard to imagine who had carved those 2 words. What was the cultivation level of that person? Following behind Ren Wuxuang, they arrived at the entrance of the tower. "Greetings, Miss Wuxuang." The stone door was tightly shut. In front of the door, there were 10 black-armored guards standing upright. Every one of their eyes was as sharp as a knife. The aura emitted from their bodies was also unfathomable. According to Qin Feiyang's estimation, these people's cultivation levels were at least 5-star combat emperors. When they saw Ren Wuxuang coming, the 10 of them bowed and saluted. Ren Wuxuang said, "Open the door, I want to see Yan Nanshan." Yan Nanshan? The 10 of them were slightly stunned. The leader of the guards hurriedly said, "Miss Wuxuang, Commander Wang Hong has ordered that no one is allowed to see him." Ren Wuxuang said, "Then you open the door first, then go and call Commander Wang." "This?" The guard leader hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Miss Wuxuang, please wait for a moment." He turned around and took out a black token from his bosom. Battle chi surged into the token. Immediately, a black light shot out from the token and entered the tower door. Clang. In the next moment, the tower door quickly opened. "You go and call Commander Wang Hong. I will bring Miss Wuxuang and the others in." The guard leader put away the token and instructed the guard beside him. He then led the 4 people and the wolf into the ancient tower. A dark corridor entered their sight, but it was not damp and there was no unpleasant smell. On both sides of the corridor, there was a stone door at intervals. Behind the stone door, there was a cell. On the door, there was a number. "Miss Wuxuang, Yan Nanshan is in this cell." The guard leader stopped in front of cell number 10 and took out a 5-pointed star object from his bosom. It was similar to a token, but more like a badge. This was the key to open the cell's stone door. He grabbed the key and inserted it into a groove on the stone door. With a rumbling sound, the stone door slowly opened. Yan Nanshan gradually appeared in Qin Feiyang's sight. Chapter 293. The prison cell was about 3 meters wide. There was only a fist-sized moonstone inside, emitting a faint glow. Yan Nanshan sat on a futon. Not only were his hands and feet chained, but his hair was also disheveled. His eyes, which were originally full of vigor, were now dim and turbid. Qin Feiyang could not believe what he was seeing. Was this still the high-spirited Yan Nanshan? He was already locked in the stone room. Why were his hands and feet shackled? Crack! He clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. He tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart that was about to explode. Yan Nanshan was also looking at him. His empty eyes gradually regained a trace of color. Are you Feiyang?" After a while, he opened his mouth and asked. His voice was hoarse and weak. It could not be compared to an old man. Boom! Hearing that voice, the anger in Qin Feiyang's heart was no longer able to be contained. It exploded. He turned to look at the guard captain and said angrily, "Why are you doing this to him?" The guard captain frowned. "Who is this? How dare he speak to him with such an attitude?" Ren Wuxuang said, "Feiyang, calm down. Every prisoner on the first floor of the prison is like this." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and strode into the prison cell. He squatted in front of Yan Nanshan and smiled. "Palace Master, it's me. I've troubled you. It's really you. It seems that I'm not dreaming." Yan Nanshan was extremely excited. His empty eyes finally regained a trace of color. He instinctively reached out and grabbed Qin Feiyang's shoulder. However, the iron chains on his hands seemed to weigh millions of pounds. He could not lift his hands. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the iron chains. His eyes were filled with coldness. Divine gravity iron. As the son of an emperor, he could tell the material of the iron chain at a glance. Not only was the divine gravity iron extremely hard, but it was also very heavy. Such a small piece of nail weighed at least 10,000 pounds. Not to mention the entire iron chain. Moreover, once bound by this iron chain, one would not be able to use battle chi. It was equivalent to becoming an ordinary person. Damn bastard! Qin Feiyang didn't hide his anger as he scolded and took out pale snow. The guard captain frowned and said indifferently, "No one can break this chain unless they have the key." There was a trace of contempt in his eyes. Clang. But before he could finish his sentence, with a wave of Qin Feiyang's hand, Chang Shue's sharpness was revealed. The iron chains on Yan Nanshan's hands were immediately cut in half. How is this possible? The guard captain's eyes widened in anger and disbelief. You want to stump me with a mere gravity divine metal? In your dreams? Qin Feiyang disdainfully raised his hand and swiftly cut off the shackles. Without the chains binding him, Yan Nanshan's body felt lighter. Good, very good. I'm relieved to see you here. He raised his hands and grabbed Qin Feiyang's shoulders, nodded and laughed. Qin Feiyang's forehead was sweating, because Yan Nanshan was so excited that he forgot to control his strength. Qin Feiyang's shoulders were almost broken, but he endured it silently, and there was no change on his face. How dare you! However, a shout that swept away the atmosphere suddenly exploded. The guard captain looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily and shouted, "Don't you know the rules of the prison? No one is allowed to untie the iron chains on prisoners without permission. Get out!" Qin Feiyang shouted without turning his head. The guard captain was stunned. How dare he scold him? He looked at Ren Wushuang and said in a low voice, "Miss Wushuang, he broke the rules of the prison. I must arrest him." Rules are dead, but people are alive. It's Feiyang's first time in the prison. He doesn't know the rules at all. Guard captain, why are you making a fuss? Ren Wushuang frowned and said coldly. Making a fuss? The guard captain frowned. Guard captain, Qin Feiyang was just impatient. Please be magnanimous and don't hold him accountable. Yan Nanshan also hurriedly stood up and pleaded for Qin Feiyang. Okay, I won't hold him accountable this time, the guard captain said expressionlessly. He waved his hand and two more iron chains appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground with a clang. Put it on yourself, he said to Yan Nanshan. That contemptuous attitude and that disdainful look were as if he was looking at a tiny ant. Yan Nanshan replied respectfully. He sat on the futon and reached out to grab the iron chains. At this moment, Qin Feiyang grabbed his wrist and shook his head. As long as I'm here, I won't let you put this thing on. Yan Nanshan looked at the guard captain and said angrily, Don't mess around, let go. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He held the Chang Shui and cut the two iron chains. You're too presumptuous, the guard captain shouted and reached out his big hand to grab Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Yan Nanshan's face changed. He didn't hesitate to slap the guard captain's arm away. The guard captain was furious. On his face, there was a vicious look that could not be removed. A prisoner should have the awareness of a prisoner. Kneel down with me. He took a step forward and pressed his palm on Yan Nanshan's shoulder, pressing him to the ground. Why should I kneel down? Qin Feiyang said coldly. His eyes were full of killing intent. He waved his big hand and the Chang Shui shone with cold light. The guard captain hurriedly withdrew his arm. This dagger could even cut the iron chains, let alone his flesh and blood. But Qin Feiyang's action had undoubtedly enraged him. Boom! A terrifying pressure drowned Qin Feiyang like a tide. His face suddenly twisted. The terrifying pressure almost suffocated him. Seeing this, Ren Wushuang's face was full of anger, but she didn't say anything. Seeing that Ren Wushuang didn't help him, the guard captain became more arrogant. But Yan Nanshan's face darkened and he shouted, Guard captain, you can humiliate me, but you can't hurt him. Boom! The aura of an 8-star combat emperor burst out from his body. The guard captain was sent flying and hit the wall behind him. Blood spurted out of his mouth. As soon as the pressure disappeared, Qin Feiyang's body went soft and he knelt on the ground. Yan Nanshan hurriedly supported him and asked with concern, "Feiyang, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Rebellion? This is really rebellion." At this moment, the guard captain shouted and stared at Qin Feiyang and Yan Nanshan. Qin Feiyang raised his head and sneered, "So you're just if it weren't for your status, the palace master could kill you with one hand. Arrogant. I'll report to the commander now and let the two of you die without a burial place." The guard captain laughed sinisterly. "Enough." Ren Wushuang shouted and turned to look at the guard captain. He said coldly, "Even if the commander comes, don't even think about touching him." The guard captain was shocked. Didn't this lady not care before? Why did she say such ruthless words now? Actually, previously, Ren Wushuang didn't help because he had already said that he wouldn't help Qin Feiyang in any way in the future. He had to rely on himself. But seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, how could she sit still? The guard captain struggled in his heart for a moment and snorted, "Miss Wushuang, I'm afraid this is not something you can decide." After saying that, he turned and walked out with a hint of greed in his eyes. "As long as I can lock this kid up in prison, that dagger will be mine." It turned out that he had taken a fancy to Chang Shui. Why is there such a big commotion? At this moment, a cold voice came into everyone's ears. Then, a square-faced man in white strode into the ancient tower. It was Wang Hong. The guard captain hurriedly went up and said, "Commander Wang, you've come at the right time. Someone wants to break out of prison." "Break out of prison?" Wang Hong raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Who is so bold?" "It's him." The guard captain led Wang Hong to the door of the prison and pointed at Qin Feiyang with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Wang Hong nodded to Ren Wushuang and then looked at Qin Feiyang and Yan Nanshan. The guard captain said, "Commander Wang, this kid is extremely arrogant. He must be severely punished." Yan Nanshan said in a deep voice, "Guard captain, Qin Feiyang only helped me break the iron shackles because he saw that I was tired. But you said that he broke out of prison. What are your intentions? Is what you did different from breaking out of prison?" The guard captain shouted in a stern voice. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently and said to Wang Hong, "Commander, do you remember our agreement?" Wang Hong nodded. "Agreement?" The guard captain was taken aback as a sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart. Could it be that this person called Qin Feiyang was an old acquaintance of Commander Wang? Qin Feiyang said, "We agreed on 5 years. It hasn't even been a year. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" "That's right. But why did I hear that it was Ren Wushuang who went to pick you up?" "We agreed that we wouldn't let anyone help us," Wang Hong said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's heart filled with anger. "Commander Wang Hong, it's already amazing that Feiyang could cross the desert of death and the sea of despair with his own efforts. Which young man in the spiritual state could do that? Why do you have to be so calculative? As for the Silent Mountain Range, even my grandfather doesn't dare to set foot here. Aren't you making things difficult for him? I can't help but suspect that you have a grudge against Feiyang and want to use this as an excuse to get rid of him." Ren Wushuang frowned. Wang Hong's face twitched. He waved at the guard captain and said, "Go out and close the door." The guard captain hurriedly said, "But he wants to break out of prison. Get out." Wang Hong's face turned cold. The guard captain's body trembled. He hurriedly turned and ran out of the ancient tower, closing the door. Wang Hong glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Ren Wushuang and sighed. "There are some things that I don't want to say, but if I don't say it, you'll suspect that I have ulterior motives." He paused and said, "Actually, this was your idea, grandfather." "My grandfather?" Ren Wushuang was stunned. Qin Feiyang and Yan Nanshan looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. "We were just testing Qin Feiyang's courage. It's not that he had to do it. If he asked for help halfway, I would have gone to save him. Who knew that this kid would be so serious? He actually crossed the desert of death and the sea of despair. I have to say, it really exceeded our expectations." Wang Hong smiled helplessly and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of praise. "I see. Until now. Chapter 294. Qin Feiyang asked, "Can you release the temple master now?" This, Wang Hong hesitated. Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. Zuan's matter is not child's play. We must give a reasonable explanation to the outside world. Wang Hong pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. How about this? I'll release Yan Nanshan after a year. A year? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yan Nanshan smiled. Feiyang, I know you care about me, but Commander Wang Hong is right. If you release me now, the outside world will definitely have opinions. Qin Feiyang turned to look at him. Yan Nanshan smiled and nodded at him. All right. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and looked at Wang Hong. Commander Wang, can you not let the temple master wear those iron shackles? I'm afraid I can't. Because this is the rule. Not just Yan Nanshan, even me and the other commanders, including the 4 city lords, have to wear iron shackles if we commit a serious crime. Wang Hong shook his head. Yan Nanshan patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and smiled. It's all right. It's just a year. It'll be over soon. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and smiled. Temple Master, take care. I'll definitely come and get you after a year. Since Wang Hong had already said so, what else could he say? Yan Nanshan nodded and reminded him. Although your current strength has far surpassed your peers, you must not be complacent. You must work harder. Don't you know me? Qin Feiyang smiled. Yan Nanshan could not help but laugh. Indeed, this young man in front of him did not need anyone to remind him. This was because he was already working hard. Ren Wushuang smiled. Feng, let's go. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Temple Master, we'll take our leave then. Go. Yan Nanshan waved his hand. Temple Master, take care. When we get out, Fat Lord will take you to pick up girls. Fatso smirked. Picking up girls? Yan Nanshan was stunned for a moment before he scolded with a smile. Fatso, don't be so frivolous all day. If I find out that you're dragging Qin Feiyang down, I guarantee that I'll spank you the moment I come out. Fat Lord has a lot of meat, you can beat him up as much as you want. Fatso chuckled and chased after Qin Feiyang and the others. I really don't know what to do with this kid. Yan Nanshan shook his head and laughed. Wang Hong said, you should be glad that you took them in back then. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be able to walk out of this cage. Yan Nanshan nodded and said, yes, they will definitely become the pillars of the spiritual state. Wang Hong smiled and took out 2 iron chains. He turned around and walked out of the cell, closing the stone door behind him. Qin Feiyang stood in the long corridor and scanned the stone doors on both sides. He asked, Commander Wang, which cell is Wei Zhongyang locked in? Wang Hong thought for a moment and said, I think he's in cell number 5. Qin Feiyang said, can I see him? This? Wang Hong glanced at Ren Wushuang and nodded. All right, man. The tower door opened and the captain of the guards jogged over and bowed. Commander Wang, what are your orders? Wang Hong said, open cell number 5. The captain of the guards ran to cell number 5 and took out the pentagonal key, opening the stone door quickly. Wei Zhongyang sat inside, looking even more pathetic than Yan Nanshan. He looked at the captain of the guards outside the door and said hoarsely, Sir, are you going to release me? The captain of the guards glanced at him in disdain and retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang strode over and stood in front of the door. Why is it you? Wei Zhongyang's expression changed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Surprised? Qin Feiyang's lips curled up slightly. He walked into the cell and squatted in front of Wei Zhongyang, smiling. Are you wondering why Commander Su didn't kill me? Wei Zhongyang's eyes flashed coldly. However, when he saw Wang Hong and Ren Wushuang outside the door, the coldness in his eyes was replaced by doubt. He asked, what are you talking about? Why would Commander Su want to kill you? Playing dumb? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He moved closer to Wei Zhongyang's ear and whispered, if Wang Hong and Ren Wushuang weren't here, I would have killed you right now. However, seeing you in such a pathetic state, living a life worse than death, is quite satisfying. You can stay here and suffer slowly. With that, Qin Feiyang stood up and left. When the stone door closed, Wei Zhongyang's face was instantly distorted, looking extremely ferocious. After leaving the prison, Wang Hong turned into a stream of light and left quickly. The guard captain walked in front of Qin Feiyang and cupped his fists. "Little brother, I'm really sorry about what happened just now. Please forgive me." "It's fine." Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently, then left with Run Wushuang with Fatso, Lu Hong and Wolf King. "That dagger, I must get my hands on it." The guard captain looked at Qin Feiyang's back with a sinister look in his eyes. He turned around and entered the ancient castle again, opening Yan Nanshan's cell. Yan Nanshan was already shackled. He looked up at the guard captain and asked with a smile, "Guard captain, is there a problem?" "Of course." The guard captain went up and slapped Yan Nanshan's face. "What are you doing?" Yan Nanshan's face darkened, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "What am I doing? Weren't you very powerful just now? Continue to fight back. Trash, how dare you hurt me? You're courting death." The guard captain laughed sinisterly and punched and kicked Yan Nanshan. He was full of hostility. However, Yan Nanshan did not even make a sound during the entire process. He only looked at the guard captain coldly. "Trash, your skin is so thick. My hand hurts." "Trash." He seemed to have vented his anger. The guard captain swung his hand and spat on Yan Nanshan's face. He laughed proudly and turned to leave the cell. However, when he was about to close the door, he saw Yan Nanshan's cold eyes and could not help but shiver. "Congratulations, you've completely angered me. Just you wait, I will not let you leave the prison alive. Because in here I am the law. I have 10,000 ways to kill you." A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. With a bang he closed the stone door. He opened Wei Zhongyang's cell and strode in. He looked down at Wei Zhongyang and said with contempt, "Do you want to live?" Wei Zhongyang nodded, his face full of begging. "Well, I want to know Qin Feiyang's situation. The more detailed, the better." The guard captain sneered. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others had already returned to the courtyard. Ren Wushuang asked, "Feiyang, do you blame sister for not helping you save Yan Nanshan?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although Ren Wushuang was the granddaughter of the palace master, she had no power at all. There were some things that she could not make the decision for. Moreover, the palace master had already said that she could not give him any help. Qin Feiyang asked, "Sister, which district is the treasure pavilion in? I want to buy some things." Ren Wushuang said, "Other than the central district, there are 4 districts. Do you want me to take you there?" "It's better not to, in case I get scolded by your grandfather." Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to walk out of the pavilion. "Brother Wolf, let's go and act wildly." Fatso shouted excitedly. "We are indeed kindred spirits. Acting wildly in the prefecture city will definitely be more satisfying than acting wildly in Yen City." The Wolf King stood up like a human and shot out like a rocket. Ren Wushuang's face darkened and said angrily, "Both of you, stop it. Killing is not allowed in the prefecture city." "Got it." "So long-winded." The man and the wolf shouted impatiently. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and laughed sinisterly. These two really want to see the world in chaos. Lu Hong walked behind them and shook her head helplessly. The mansion was too big. The 3 men and the wolf walked for an hour and asked the guards before they walked out of the mansion. Looking back, the gate of the mansion was majestic. 2 golden lions stood on both sides of the gate. "It's actually made of gold." Fatso and Wolf King's eyes lit up and they drooled. The 4 guards at the door couldn't help but look at them vigilantly, as if they were guarding against thieves. "Don't embarrass me. Let's go." The veins on Qin Feiyang's forehead bulged and he kicked each of them. Lu Hong chuckled and said, "I think we should let them stay in the castle. Otherwise, something will happen." As soon as she said that, Fatso and Wolf King turned and glared at her. Lu Hong shook her head and smiled bitterly. She waved her hand and said, "Oh, pretend I didn't say anything." The man and the wolf smiled proudly and swaggered on the street. However, their eyes were sneakily looking at the shops on both sides. No one knew what they were thinking. As for Qin Feiyang, his head was lowered the entire time, as if he was thinking about something. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Hong looked at him suspiciously for a moment and could not help but ask. "I'm worried about Yan Nanshan," Qin Feiyang said. "Didn't you say you would let him go after a year? What are you worried about?" Lu Hong was puzzled. That guard captain is not a kind person. Yan Nanshan hurt him before. "I'm worried that he will take the opportunity to revenge," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong thought about it carefully and nodded. "It's possible. According to my observation, the way he looked at you was a little strange." "Strange?" Qin Feiyang looked up at her in confusion. At that time, his attention was all on Yan Nanshan and he did not pay much attention to the guard captain. Lu Hong said, "There seemed to be a trace of greed in his eyes." "Greed?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and his eyes lit up. At the same time, Lu Hong's eyes also turned cold. She said, "I understand. He must be coveting Chang Shui. You and I have the same idea," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. At that time, except for Chang Shui, they did not take out anything. Therefore, this was the only explanation. "Then what should we do?" Lu Hong asked, a little worried. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked up at Fatso. He said, "Fatso, come here." But Fatso turned to look at him. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Just come here. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Why are you angry for no reason?" Fatty and the Wolf King looked at each other. With their heads full of doubts, they turned around and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang said to Fatso, "I want you to bribe the guards guarding the prison in the shortest time possible, except for the guard captain." "Bribe them for what?" Fatso was confused. Chapter 295. So it's like that. Fatso frowned. This matter was not easy to handle, because those guards were all war emperors. If he was not careful, he would suffer. He could not help but sigh. "Boss, the mission you gave me is really difficult." "I know it's difficult, but I believe you have the ability. Actually, you don't have to bribe all of them. Just one of them will do, but this person must be reliable. You have to observe carefully," Qin Feiyang warned. "All right, Fat Lord will do his best." Fatso nodded. "Not do your best, but you must do it," Qin Feiyang said seriously. Fatso took a deep breath and said, "All right, Fat Lord will definitely complete the mission." Qin Feiyang patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "That's good. Give me the ingredients for the potential pill." Fatso took out a Qianquan bag and threw it to Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, "After completing the mission, is there any reward?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "Sure, when the time comes, you can buy whatever you want. But there's one thing you have to remember. You can use anything to bribe them, except for the water and cold avoidance pearls. Lu Hong, you have to remember this too," Qin Feiyang warned with a serious expression. But the two of them were puzzled. These were rare treasures. If they were to be auctioned, they would definitely be sold for a good price. The first reason why the mermaid clan could survive until now without being discovered is because they never appear in front of others. And the second reason is because the water and cold avoidance pearls are rare, so people can't dive to the bottom of the sea. Qin Feiyang said softly. If not for his relationship with the mermaid princess, he would not have so many worries. But the situation now was different. He had to do his best to keep this secret and not let the mermaid princess get hurt. Lu Hong and Fatso looked at each other, and a meaningful smile appeared on their faces. It seemed that this cold emperor's son had really fallen in love with her. It was just a pity for those water avoidance pearls and cold avoidance pearls. They had plundered quite a lot in Undersea City. Wolf King, in particular, had swept away at least tens of thousands of them in just a few months. Now, they could only be piled up in the Qianquan bag like trash. Qin Feiyang looked at the strange smiles on their faces and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Go on, I'll wait for your good news." Fat Lord is as good as two people. Fatso patted his chest and said. Then he rushed towards the prison. Lu Hong retracted her gaze and asked, "Which district are we going to?" "East City." Qin Feiyang smiled. The two of them looked around curiously as they sped towards the eastern part of the city. They were still very unfamiliar with this city. As for Wolf King, without the like-minded fatso accompanying him, he seemed to have lost interest. It was different from Yen County. Qin Feiyang was really unknown here. None of the pedestrians on the street paid attention to him. At most, they would look at Wolf King a few more times. Qin Feiyang also enjoyed this feeling. Maybe it was in his bones that he liked to keep a low profile and be calm. I remember the mansion lord told you to report to the sacred palace. What is the sacred palace? Lu Hong suddenly asked. Qin Feiyang said, the sacred palace is the combination of the martial arts hall and the pill hall. Combination? You mean the pill hall and the martial arts hall have combined? Lu Hong was shocked. Qin Feiyang nodded. The division of forces in the 9 prefectures was different from the 18 counties. The 18 counties had the Precious Treasure Pavilion, the Martial Arts Hall, the Danwang Hall, the Royal Family, and 4 super forces. But in the 9 prefectures, the only super forces were the Sacred Palace and the Precious Treasure Pavilion. However, there were quite a few other major forces as well. But there was only one person in charge, and that was the Mansion Lord. For example, the Palace Lord of the Sacred Palace, the Precious Treasure Pavilion, the people in charge of the various super forces, and the 4 city lords had to obey his orders. In other words, the Mansion Lord was the ruler of a state. Of course, unless something major happened, the Mansion Lord would not intervene in the disputes between the various forces. He was an existence that transcended the world. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. Although the central city was located in the center of the state capital, the Mansion Lord's residence was very far from the Precious Treasure Pavilion in the East City. With the speed of the 2 people and the wolf, it took them a whole day to reach the East City. When they reached the Precious Treasure Pavilion, it was already midnight. There were only a few people on the street. The door of the Precious Treasure Pavilion was also closed. Lu Hong said helplessly, "The city is too big, and it's annoying." "This is nothing. The imperial capital is bigger. With our current speed, we won't be able to enter another city without a few months." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Lu Hong frowned. "That's too troublesome." Qin Feiyang replied, "No, every single city in the imperial capital has a fixed teleportation gate. We just have to pay a fee to teleport. I really want to check out the imperial capital as soon as possible." When Lu Hong and Wolf King heard that, they could not help but look expectant. "We'll go sooner or later, right?" Qin Feiyang's eyes shone as he scanned the surrounding streets. A few hundred meters to the right, there was a rather grand restaurant. It was brightly lit. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's stay at that restaurant for a night first." The 2 people and the wolf sped over. When they arrived at the restaurant, a clamor entered their ears. "Drunken Dreams Restaurant." Lu Hong raised her head to look, only to see 3 large characters engraved on the door in flamboyant calligraphy. A waiter ran out and sized up Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. He retreated to the side and said with a smile, "Please come in. I want 2 rooms. Do you have them?" Lu Hong asked. "Yes, they are all top-notch rooms." The waiter nodded. "Then lead the way," Lu Hong said with a smile. The 2 people and the wolf followed behind the waiter. When they entered the lobby, the people who were drinking and chatting inside all looked at them. However, they only glanced at Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong before locking their gazes on Wolf King. There was a trace of curiosity on their faces. Wolf King had broken through to the 3-star Battle King realm. His body was 5 meters long and 2 meters tall. The fur on his body was as white as snow, making him look quite handsome. Some of the slightly drunk young women with red cheeks couldn't help but see stars. Wolf King said proudly, "I didn't expect this brother to be so popular." In the past, when people saw him in the county of Yen, it was as if they had seen a ghost. This was the first time he had been treated like this. "Lu Feng, I want that wolf." In a corner, a rather beautiful woman in red was hugging the arm of a purple-clothed youth. She stared at Wolf King with shining eyes and said in a coquettish voice. The purple-clothed youth called Lu Feng glanced at Wolf King indifferently, then turned his head and looked at the woman in red with a lewd smile. "Wolves are vicious creatures by nature. They are not suitable for a beautiful woman like you. If you want to play, I'll play with you. You can play however you want." As he spoke, he held the woman in red's waist with one hand and squeezed the woman's dress with the other, rubbing her two towering peaks. In front of everyone, it could be said that he was unscrupulous. The key was that not only did the woman not resist, she even catered with a face full of lust and giggled nonstop. The same scene was happening in a few other corners. The man had an outstanding temperament, and the woman was charming and moving. The other diners seemed to be used to it. "How shameless," Lu Hong whispered, her eyes full of disgust. The disgust on Qin Feiyang's face was even stronger. Although the restaurant was originally a romantic place, at least they should restrain themselves a little. The waiter noticed the strangeness of the two and hurriedly said, "Two guests, please follow me." Lu Hong said, "Lead the way." The waiter led the two people and the wolf upstairs. Seeing this, the woman in red hurriedly said, "Lu Feng, stop them. I want to ride it to play." "What's the point of riding it? Go, 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 find a room and ride me. I'll take you to show off and fly." Lu Feng squeezed the soft jade hard, his eyes full of lust. Bastard couple. Hearing this dirty conversation, Lu Hong couldn't help spitting. "Ride me to play. Damn, you dare to treat me as a pet?" The Wolf King was stunned, and then a wisp of a ferocious glint appeared in its bell-like pupils. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing to be angry about. Don't forget the old man's instructions. Keep a low profile." This old man was naturally the mansion master. "No, I want it. As long as you help me get it, I'll be yours tonight." The woman in red's coquettish voice sounded again. Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he couldn't help but get angry. He muttered, "Don't ask for a snub." But when the purple-clothed young man, Lu Feng, heard the woman in red's words, he immediately lost his mind and ignored everything else. He slapped the table. He got up and looked at Qin Feiyang, the woman, and Wolf King and shouted, "Stop right there. Damn, Brother Wolf is not angry. Do you think I'm a sick cat?" Wolf King flew into a rage. "Be quiet." Qin Feiyang glanced at it indifferently, turned to look at Lu Feng, and said with a faint smile, "What's the matter?" Lu Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "Didn't you hear what my woman said? Leave that wolf here." "Impossible." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The woman in red giggled and said, "You just want money, right? Just name a price." Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a smile, "It seems that you are very rich." "Nonsense. Do you know who I am? This young master has enough money to crush you to death." Lu Feng said proudly. Lu Hong and Wolf King looked at each other, and a trace of playfulness crept into their eyes. "I'm a reasonable person. It's your business that you have money. What you want to do with that woman is also your business. I can't control it. So, please be a reasonable person and don't force me. You guys have fun, I won't accompany you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and continued to walk upstairs. "I'm giving you face, but you don't want it." Lu Feng jumped a few times, landed on the stairs, and walked towards Qin Feiyang with a face full of anger. "Trash, what do you want?" Lu Hong turned around and stared at him coldly. "Yo, you have guts, daring to speak to me like that." "Little beauty, I'm a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. If you accompany me to have fun, hee, I can consider it, but I won't make things difficult for you." Chapter 296. Lu Hong's gaze turned cold, as if she had transformed into an iceberg with a bone-piercing chill. "Ha!" Lu Feng's pupils constricted as he burst into laughter. "I like women with a fiery temper. It's more exciting and interesting to play with." Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang with a cold glint in her eyes. "Do as you deem fit." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Since someone came looking for a beating, there was no harm in teaching him a lesson. Although the state capital had rules that prohibited fighting, as long as both parties agreed, sparring was still allowed. It was fine as long as no lives were lost. "Little beauty, as long as you accompany me for a night, I'll give you whatever you want." Looking at this cold woman before him, a strong desire to possess and conquer surged in Lu Feng's heart. He did not realize that a disaster was about to befall. Perhaps, he was fearless and felt that two people and a wolf would not dare to do anything to him? Lu Hong's red lips curled up slightly as she said with a smile, "As long as you can defeat me, I'll accompany you tonight." "That's what you said." Lu Feng's eyes lit up as he placed one hand behind his back. "I'll give you a handicap of one hand. If I can't subdue you within 3 moves, it'll be my loss." "I don't need 3 moves." Lu Hong shook her head and said with a smile. "At least you know your limits. Bring it on. I'll be very gentle." Lu Feng scanned Lu Hong's figure and laughed lewdly. "Get ready to wail." Lu Hong smiled and her face turned cold. Swoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from Lu Feng's sight. Following closely, a resounding slap resounded within the Drunken Dream Inn. What's going on? The diners below were shocked. They discovered that a blood-red palm print had appeared on Lu Feng's face. Then they looked at Lu Hong. She stood in front of Lu Feng with a face as cold as ice. Did she hit him? Unbelievable! She's so fast. Everyone present turned pale with fright. "You actually dare to slap me in public?" Lu Feng was also stunned on the spot. His big hand touched his burning face, and his face was filled with disbelief. "Smelly bitch, this young master will strip you naked right now and let you know the consequences of offending this young master." He suddenly roared and looked at Lu Hong with a ferocious expression, reaching out to grab Lu Hong's dress. "Dirty mouth, slap it," Lu Hong said coldly. Her jade-like hand shot out like lightning. Smith. Immediately, a series of ear-piercing slaps could be heard. In front of Lu Hong, Lu Feng was just like a 3-year-old child, without the slightest ability to retaliate. A short while later, his originally handsome face was now covered in palm prints and swollen like a pig's head. The teeth in his mouth were also smashed into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. This woman is so strong. When the men below saw this scene, they couldn't help but shiver. But what happened next made them even more frightened. Lu Hong lifted her foot and kicked. With a crack, Lu Feng's whole body flew out, and blood spurted out from his crotch. His balls were broken, and his bird died. Everyone was scared out of their wits. This woman was really ruthless. She actually kicked Lu Feng's balls. The crowd below retreated. Lu Feng smashed onto a table, and the table immediately fell into pieces. He fell to the ground, covering his lower body. He wailed in pain and kept rolling on the ground. His face was twisted and deformed. "You don't understand what I mean. What I mean is, to deal with trash like you, I don't need 3 moves at all." Lu Hong looked at Lu Feng contemptuously, turned around, clapped her hands, and walked towards Qin Feiyang. There was not a trace of blood on her body. Her expression was incomparably calm. Qin Feiyang said unhappily, "Next time you do this kind of thing, tell me and let me do it. After all, you're a woman. Don't dirty your feet." Lu Hong nodded. Her cheeks were also a little red. She really didn't think of this when she was angry just now. Now that she thought about it, this kind of behavior was indeed a little indecent. She had to be more careful next time. The crowd below looked at each other. They thought that Qin Feiyang was going to blame Lu Hong for being too heavy-handed. But they didn't expect that he was just afraid of dirtying her feet. What was the background of these 2 people? Didn't they know that the forces behind Lu Feng were enough to crush them? They also didn't know that Qin Feiyang was a person who was not afraid of anything. No matter how strong Lu Feng's background was, if he provoked him, he would still kill him. It's better to keep a low profile. If you're too ostentatious, you'll get into big trouble sooner or later. He glanced at Lu Feng indifferently, turned to look at the shop assistant, and said with a smile, "Lead the way." Yes. The shop assistant was also in a daze. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lu Hong would be so ridiculously strong. Hearing Qin Feiyang's voice, he quivered and hurriedly led the way. Kicking his balls is more painful than killing him directly. "You little girl, you're too ruthless, but I like it." Wolf King chuckled. Lu Hong rolled her eyes at it and said helplessly, "I learned it from you guys." Wolf King said, "This kind of good tradition has to be learned." "Get lost." Qin Feiyang kicked. Didn't he see that Lu Hong was a woman? Good tradition? Shameless? "Bitch, what are you doing there? Come over here and help me back." Suddenly, Lu Feng's stern shout sounded. Two people and a wolf looked down. They saw that the woman in red was scared silly. She curled up there, her face pale and her body trembling. Hearing Lu Feng's stern shout, her body trembled, and she hurriedly ran over and hugged Lu Feng's arm. Lu Feng endured the pain and struggled to get up. Following that, he raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, and said resentfully, "Just you wait, tomorrow will be the day of your death." "Alright, I'll wait." Qin Feiyang revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Is this a provocation? Everyone's hearts trembled as they searched their memories. However, after searching through all their memories, they couldn't find any information about this person. They were sure that this person was just a nobody, but why did he dare to challenge Lu Feng? Could it be that he didn't know how powerful Lu Feng's backer was? As expected, newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. Lu Feng laughed sinisterly. "Let's see how arrogant you can be, let's go." Wait. At this moment, a round middle-aged fatso walked out from the back hall. The fat all over his body jumped up and down, trembling non-stop. Wolf King opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, "He can't be Fatso's brother, right?" Lu Hong said, "How is that possible? Even if they are related, he should be Fatso's father." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "I say, the two of you, that's enough, especially you white-eyed wolf, you have already led Lu Hong astray. Let me tell you, don't push everything onto me, I'm not a fool." Wolf King glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang. Lu Hong could not help but cover her mouth and snicker. The middle-aged fatso blocked in front of Lu Feng, like a smiling Buddha, and asked very politely, "Young Master Lu, if you leave just like that, what about my losses? What do you have to lose? Isn't it just a broken table?" Lu Feng roared in exasperation. Didn't he see that he was already like this? He even asked him to compensate for his losses. He was really blind. However, because he spoke too forcefully, it affected the wound on his lower body, causing him to grimace in pain and howl miserably. The middle-aged fatso laughed happily. Lu Feng roared with a sinister expression, "Bastard, you actually dare to laugh at this young master. Do you believe that this young master will bring people tomorrow and tear down this broken building of yours? We'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. As for now, let's talk about the compensation first. Wait a minute, let me calculate, how much did we lose?" The middle-aged fatso walked to the broken table and scanned the messy ground. He calculated a number in his heart. He turned and walked in front of Lu Feng, chuckling, "Young Master Lu, a total of 10 million gold coins, is it on account or in cash?" "What? 10 million? The people present, including Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, were all dumbfounded. With just this little loss, no matter how they calculated, it would not be 10 million gold coins. Wasn't this daylight robbery? Is this a black shop? The two men and the wolf looked at each other. Even the shop assistants felt that it was inconceivable. Lu Feng was also stunned for a moment, and suddenly went crazy with anger, roaring, "Damn fatso, you're deliberately looking for trouble, aren't you? Do you think that this young master really doesn't dare to touch your drunken dream house?" "I'm not looking for trouble." The middle-aged fatso had an innocent face. "Let me calculate with you. The wood used for the table was a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. It had been carved by several master carvers over the course of a year. It can be said that it is priceless. And those chairs are also thousands of years old ancient trees. In addition, those plates and chopsticks are all polished with peerless jade. And that floor, although it looks ordinary, it is the real best amber stone. In fact, 10 million gold coins is already a discount for you." The middle-aged fatso laughed. The whole place was silent, and they all looked at the middle-aged fatso speechlessly. That 10,000-year-old ancient tree was actually the most ordinary wood, estimated to be less than 10 years old. As for those plates and chopsticks, they were indeed polished with jade, but no matter how they looked at it, they were not peerless jade. As for the top-grade amber stone, it was even more ridiculous. It was simply an ordinary stone that couldn't be more ordinary. In the mountains outside the city, there was a large pile. Wolf King bared his teeth and said, "I finally see what is the real meaning of shamelessness. This fatso is simply too outrageous." Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong nodded, deeply agreeing. As for Lu Feng, his face was ashen, and his eyes were as if he wanted to kill someone. This was a blatant extortion. They also attacked. Why don't you ask them for compensation? Are you blind? Can't you see that I'm also a victim? Lu Feng pointed at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King upstairs and roared. It's because I'm not blind that I saw that you were the one who started it. They have already tolerated you several times. Our drunken dream house is open for business. We definitely can't wrong a good person, right? The middle-aged fatso laughed. Interesting. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth. Lu Feng glanced at the two people and the wolf, then looked at the middle-aged fatso and gnashed his teeth. Fine, you win. Record it for me, let's go. The woman in red immediately supported him and walked outside. Chapter 297. Lu Feng immediately staggered. If not for the woman in red supporting him, he would have fallen. Although he did not fall, this stagger caused blood to flow from his lower body. Between his legs, there was a heart-wrenching pain. Bitch, just you wait. If I don't settle this score with you, I swear I'm not human. He turned his head and looked at Lu Hong ferociously. Then, with a heart full of humiliation, he left without looking back. Humph! Lu Hong snorted coldly, a hint of killing intent lurking in the depths of her eyes. The middle-aged fatso withdrew his gaze and glanced at everyone present. His eyes instantly darkened. Do you know why I did this? Everyone shook their heads. Those who come to my drunken dream inn are all guests. I don't want to see anyone causing trouble here and destroying the harmonious atmosphere. Lu Feng's matter, take it as a lesson. If anyone dares to cause trouble here in the future, it won't be so simple. After the middle-aged fatso finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He nodded with a smile and turned to leave. So that's how it is. Until now. Everyone understood the middle-aged fatso's intention. But soon, everyone's eyes gathered on Qin Feiyang and the others. There was a trace of gloating in their eyes. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to the waiter. Where's the room? This way. The waiter led them to a corner on the second floor and opened the door. It was very big inside, with a tea room, bedroom, and dining room. The decoration was also very luxurious. The waiter smiled. The other room is next door. Lu Hong said, Take me there. Qin Feiyang suddenly said, No need, we only need one room. The waiter was stunned and nodded. Qin Feiyang walked into the room and said to the waiter, I have something to ask you. The waiter said apologetically, I'm sorry, I have to go down to entertain the guests. Qin Feiyang nodded to Lu Hong. Lu Hong understood and took out 100 gold coins. She smiled and said, Is this enough? The shop assistant was dumbfounded. So many gold coins? He quickly nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. As he spoke, he quickly put it into his universe bag, as if he was afraid that Qin Feiyang would change his mind. After the waiter and Wolf King entered the room, Lu Hong closed the door and obediently walked into the tea room. After cleaning the tea set, he took out the best tea leaves from his Qianquan bag and began to brew tea. These tea leaves were specially prepared for Qin Feiyang. Because she knew that Qin Feiyang didn't like to drink, he only liked to drink tea. Sitting beside the coffee table, Qin Feiyang pointed to the chair beside him and smiled. Don't be nervous. Sit down and talk. The shop assistant waved his hand and said, No need, no need. I'll stand. Qin Feiyang didn't force the issue and asked, Is the Lu family very strong? Very strong. The shop assistant said that the Lu family was the largest family in the East City. At least half of the young disciples in the family had entered the Holy Palace. The Lu family's ancestor was the Castellan of the East City. It's a bit unexpected. Qin Feiyang muttered and asked again, What about the Drunken Dream Pavilion? The Drunken Dream Pavilion is the largest restaurant in the city. No, it should be the largest restaurant in the spirit state. Because, whether it's the 4 major districts of the city or the cities outside the city, there's a Drunken Dream Pavilion. Rumor has it that the Pavilion Lord of the Drunken Dream Pavilion has a very good relationship with the Castellan. The shop assistant said truthfully. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. No wonder the middle-aged fatso blatantly extorted Lu Feng. Qin Feiyang said, "Who is that middle-aged fatso?" "He's the pavilion lord of the Drunken Dream Pavilion in the East City. His name is He Dade. We all call him Pavilion Lord He, but outsiders call him He Wicked," the shop assistant said with a smile. The Wolf King sat on the chair like a human and bared his teeth. "The name He Kade suits him very well." "Ah." The shop assistant was stunned and said with a wry smile, "Actually, Pavilion Lord He is a good person. He takes good care of us." "I can see that." Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. "You can leave. Prepare some good dishes and send them to me as soon as possible." Wolf King added, "Remember to ask for a lot. This brother's appetite is very big. Also, the wine must be the best. Give this brother 180 jugs first." 180 jugs? The shop assistant's jaw almost dropped from shock. Wolf King said unhappily, "Are you afraid this brother can't afford it?" The shop assistant hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, but Lord Wolf, can you finish it? 100 gold coins in one shot." These two people and one wolf were obviously rich people. How could they not be able to pay? Wolf King shouted, "Cut the crap, hurry up." "Yes, this little one will arrange it right away." The shop assistant responded respectfully, turned around and trotted out. Lu Hong poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Qin Feiyang. She said with a smile, "Brother Wolf, aren't you afraid of bursting your stomach?" Wolf King chuckled and said, "This brother's stomach is very big. Not to mention 180 jugs, even if there are a few hundred jugs, I can still drink it." Qin Feiyang said, "I won't object to drinking, but don't make trouble after drinking." Wolf King waved his paw impatiently and said, "So long-winded. Don't worry, this brother's wine tolerance is very good." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, picked up the teacup and tasted it. He couldn't help but be stunned. Every time, the tea that Lu Hong brewed would have the same taste. There was a hint of sweetness in the fragrance, but if one tasted it carefully, they would find that it was mixed with a hint of bitterness. He liked this kind of tea very much. However, it was not a coincidence that it tasted the same every time. He turned to look at Lu Hong with a strange look in his eyes. Lu Hong was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? You don't like the taste of this tea? Then I'll find you other tea leaves tomorrow." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Thank me?" Lu Hong was stunned. "You're too kind. I like the taste of this tea very much." Qin Feiyang smiled. Lu Hong revealed a look of realization and said with a smile, "Actually, you don't have to thank me. If it weren't for your help, I would still be a small figure in the Danwang Hall." She was very emotional. The third level of the Gate of Potential. She had become a one-star battle king at the age of 18. She also had white wings and battle soul. She had even entered the state capital. In the past, she wouldn't even dare to think about these. And all of these were brought to her by the man in front of her. Of course, the person she should be most grateful to was Fatso. If it weren't for Fatso dragging her into his trap, she wouldn't have achieved what she had today. She couldn't help but want to laugh when she thought of what happened back then. So, the waiters served the dishes. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong ate a little and put down their bowls and chopsticks, leaving the Wolf King to devour everything. He even howled from time to time. Lu Hong found it funny. She had never seen such a way of eating. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "You didn't let me stay next door because you were worried that Lu Feng would harm me?" "You were so ruthless. He definitely won't let it go. But don't worry. This is a dispute between the younger generation. The older generation of the Lu family won't interfere. After all, this is the state capital, not the county of Yen. If the older generation were to interfere, the Lu family would really become a joke." Qin Feiyang smiled. Wolf King chuckled and said, "As long as the older generation doesn't interfere, we can sweep them away with our current strength." Lu Hong also smiled. Qin Feiyang said, "But I'm afraid that Lu Feng will send someone to assassinate us. So, we have to be extra careful." The man and the wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Contact Fatso." Lu Hong took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. So, Fatty's image condensed into a phantom. Lu Hong asked, "How is it?" Fatso burped and said unhappily, "So fast." "You're here?" Fat Lord is still looking for information about them. It will take at least 5 days to half a month to get results. "You were drinking over there?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "I drank a little, but Fat Lord knows his limits. He won't mess things up." Fatso chuckled and patted his chest. Qin Feiyang said, "It's good that you know your limits. Be careful over there." Fatso nodded. After turning off the image crystal, Qin Feiyang let Lu Hong rest on the bed. He also entered the tea room and half reclined on the chair. He closed his eyes and recuperated while pondering. There were many problems that he would face next. For example, battle arts. After stepping into the War King realm, battle arts were no longer of much use. And he, Wolf King, Fatso, and Lu Hong all needed battle arts. But the key was that battle arts were very precious, and everyone would carefully hide them. Back then, he should have read all the battle arts in the Imperial Palace's martial arts treasury. But at that time, he would never have thought that he would be reduced to such a state today. The night was silent. Early the next morning, Lu Hong woke up Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang washed up a little, changed into a clean set of clothes, scanned the room and asked, "Where's the white-eyed wolf?" Lu Hong was startled and shook her head. "I don't know either, didn't it tell you?" At this moment, the two of them realized that something was wrong. Wolf King must have snuck out while they were asleep last night. Qin Feiyang said, "Hurry up and ask the waiter." "All right." Lu Hong hurriedly walked out of the room and quickly returned. She shook her head and said, "Waiter, I didn't see it go down." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, walked to the window, and immediately found some white hair in the cracks of the window. He took a closer look and saw that it was Wolf King's hair. This bastard really ran away. Qin Feiyang was furious. Moreover, at that time, Wolf King must have been dead drunk. Otherwise, with its strength, it wouldn't have left white hair here. Lu Hong asked anxiously, "What do we do now?" Wolf King did not have any image crystal on him. The city was so big and an entire night had passed. Who knew where it had gone? Most importantly, if it ran out drunk, it might cause some big trouble. It really doesn't make people worry at all. Forget it, it's better if it dies outside, it'll save us some trouble. Qin Feiyang quickly went downstairs with a belly full of anger. After Lu Hong paid the bill, the two of them left the Drunken Dream Inn and arrived at the entrance of the Treasure Pavilion. The precious Treasure Pavilion here was much more impressive than the one in Yen City. Even the two guards at the door were 9-star War King. Chapter 298. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong were about to enter the Treasure Pavilion. However, when a conversation entered their ears, they immediately stopped in their tracks. "Have you heard? Last night, there was a wolf howl in the East City. The news spread early in the morning. I heard that someone saw a white wolf that was 4 or 5 feet long. It seemed to be drunk and crazy. Wolves drink too? What a weirdo. I also heard that the beast went to peek at a woman bathing and was chased by the woman for a few streets. Damn, what a piece of work. Who is that woman? I think she's a young lady from the Lu family. Awesome, she dares to go to the Lu family and cause trouble." A few middle-aged men passed by the street in front of the precious treasure pavilion and discussed with great interest. "That bastard wolf." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and his joints cracked. "Don't you know that the old ancestor of the Lu clan is the city lord of the East City? Most importantly, he had been discovered. Wasn't this causing trouble for him?" Lu Hong whispered, "Going to the Lu family to cause trouble is not a child's play. What should we do now?" Qin Feiyang said, "What else can we do? Find her. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't block my young master's way." But at this moment, a series of arrogant shouts sounded. Qin Feiyang looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people walking towards them. The two men in black leading the group looked ferocious and repulsive. Behind them, two middle-aged men in servant clothes were carrying an armchair. A young man in purple was half lying on the armchair. It was Lu Feng. And behind the armchair, there were more than 10 men in black. The group of people swaggered through the streets aggressively. The pedestrians in front of them retreated to the sides in panic. "Young Master Lu, Why are you making such a big commotion? Someone muttered in confusion. Someone immediately whispered, I heard that a woman kicked his balls in the Drunken Dream Pavilion last night. He must be going to that woman to settle the score. Serves him right. He usually takes pleasure in toying with women. Now that his manhood has been destroyed by a woman, this is retribution. Keep your voice down. If he hears us, we'll be in big trouble. Some people were discussing in low voices. You came so quickly. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and brought Lu Hong into the treasure pavilion. Aren't we going to find Wolf King? Lu Hong asked. I'm not going. The Lu family didn't catch it, so it must be running wild somewhere. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The mention of Wolf King gave him a headache. Are you sure? Lu Hong was surprised. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, if the white-eyed wolf is caught by the Lu family, Lu Feng will definitely bring him here. What if he gets killed? Lu Hong was worried. That's even more impossible. Lu Feng hates us to the bone. How could he kill it so easily? Speaking of this, Qin Feiyang snorted and said, if he dies, then he deserves it. Lu Hong shook her head and laughed. Qin Feiyang was a typical sharp-tongued but soft-hearted person. In fact, he was more worried about Wolf King's safety than anyone else. A staff member greeted Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong. It was a young woman about 24 or 25 years old. She had a pretty face and a tall figure. She was wearing a long white dress. On her chest were the words Treasure Pavilion embroidered. Qin Die greets young master and Mississippi. She gently and politely bowed to Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong and asked with a smile, how can I help you? Qin Die? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at her curiously. Lu Hong glanced at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Miss Die, we want to buy a furnace. The price is negotiable, but the quality must be good. Qin Die's bright eyes flashed with surprise. She bowed and said, I didn't know Miss was an alchemist. Sorry for the disrespect. Lu Hong wanted to explain that she was not an alchemist. But she suddenly remembered that she was indeed an alchemist. However, ever since she had followed Qin Feiyang, she had never refined pills again, causing her to almost forget that she still had the identity of a pill master. Please follow me to the second floor. Qin Die glanced at Qin Feiyang. She found that Qin Feiyang kept looking at her and was a little unhappy. Men were indeed the same. They could not take their eyes off a woman. But customers were above all. She did not show her displeasure. The two of them followed behind Qin Die to the second floor. Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and whispered, Why are you staring at her like that? Have you taken a liking to her? Qin Feiyang was stunned and smiled bitterly. Your imagination is almost on par with Fatso's. I just couldn't help but observe her a little longer because her surname is Qin. Lu Hong came to a realization. Qin Feiyang was not a playboy. The first floor was huge, spanning hundreds of feet. There were all kinds of people. But the second floor was smaller. Those who could be on the second floor were all dressed in luxurious clothes. One could tell at a glance that they were either rich or noble. Qin Die led the two of them to a counter. There were dozens of pill furnaces on the counter. Qin Die walked behind the counter and introduced, These pills come in different sizes and colors. They are all first-grade pill furnaces. Which one do you like? First-grade pill furnaces? Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Hong could tell that Qin Feiyang was not satisfied and asked, Miss Die, do you have any higher-grade pill furnaces? Qin Die was confused. First-grade pill furnaces can refine all first-grade pills. Isn't that enough? Not enough. Lu Hong shook her head. Qin Die looked at Lu Hong in shock. Could this person already refine second-grade pills? But she looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old. Pill furnaces and pills were also divided into grades. First grade to ninth grade. Bone replenishing pill, healing pill, body tempering pill, chi gathering pill, and red fire glaze pill were all first-grade pills. Of course, the same grade was also divided into different grades. For example, healing pill and bone replenishing pill were the lowest grade pills among first-grade pills. Red fire glaze pill was undoubtedly the top grade pill among first-grade pills. As for the potential pill, Logically speaking, it should also be a first-grade pill. But in terms of the power of the potential pill, even a ninth-grade pill could not compare to it. So, it was really hard to determine the grade of the potential pill. And Battle Chi pill, regeneration pill, prolongation pill, transformation pill, bottleneck breaking pill, and so on were second-grade pills. If a first-grade pill furnace was used to refine second-grade pills, not only would the quality be affected, but the success rate would also be lowered. It might even explode. For example, Qin Feiyang's furnace exploded when he was refining the prolongation pill. In fact, it was just one of the reasons that he lost control due to nervousness. Another reason was that the pill furnace's grade was not high enough. If it was a second-grade pill furnace or a higher-grade pill furnace, even if he lost control, the furnace might not explode. Cough. Seeing Qin Die staring at Lu Hong for a long time and unable to come back to her senses, Qin Feiyang could not help coughing. At that moment, Qin Die reacted and apologized. "I'm really sorry, please forgive me." "It's okay." Lu Hong smiled faintly. "To tell you the truth, we usually auction off pill furnaces that are of the second grade and above. It seems that only one pill furnace will be auctioned today. Why don't you go to the auction house and have a look? And there will also be a supreme-grade red fire glaze pill. You may need it." Qin Die smiled. Supreme-grade red fire glaze pill? Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. There were supreme-grade alchemists in the city? Qin Die smiled and said, "If you two need it, I can take you to the auction house now." Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Die walked out from behind the counter and led the two to a door. On both sides of the door, there were 2 9-star battle monarch guards. Lu Hong chuckled and said, "It seems that you may not be popular in the city." "Not necessarily. After all, supreme-grade alchemists have different grades." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It seemed that he did not take it to heart. However, there was some anticipation in his eyes. Qin Die walked to the door and whispered a few words to the 2 guards. The 2 guards glanced at Qin Feiyang and Qin Die, then opened the door. A dark corridor immediately appeared. "The 2 of you, please follow me." Qin Die called out and walked in first. At the end of the corridor was a reception hall. Qin Die walked through the reception hall for a while and then pushed open the door to a VIP room. She smiled and said, "Please come in." The room was not big, about 4 or 5 meters wide. The decorations were also very simple. There were only 2 chairs and a tea table. There was a transparent floor-to-ceiling window in front of them, through which they could clearly see the auction house outside. However, the huge auction house was deserted at the moment. There were only 50 or 60 people sitting on the chairs around the auction stage. Lu Hong asked, "How long until the auction starts?" Qin Die smiled and said, "The sun has just risen. The auction will probably start in another hour. You two can have some tea to pass the time." Lu Hong nodded and said, "Then you can leave first." "Okay, I'll be in the reception hall outside. Call me if you need anything." Qin Die smiled and walked out of the VIP room, closing the door on her way out. In less than 100 breaths, there was a commotion outside the door. "Young Master Lu, this is the treasure pavilion. You'd better calm down." It was Qin Die's voice. "Go away." It was Lu Feng's shout. Bang. Immediately, the door of the VIP room was kicked open. Lu Feng entered the VIP room under the escort of 4 big men in black. "You think I can't find you if you hide in the treasure pavilion? Let me tell you, as long as you're in the city, no matter where you hide, it's easy for me to find you." Lu Feng sneered. Qin Die also entered the VIP room. She walked to Qin Feiyang and Qin Die and said apologetically, "Young master, young mistress, I'm sorry. I'll ask them to leave immediately." "It's okay." Lu Hong waved her hand and turned to look at Lu Feng. She said indifferently, "You think too highly of yourself. Do you think a playboy like you needs to hide? So what if I'm a playboy? My ancestor is the governor of the East City. My father is the head of the Lu family. I have the right to be a playboy. What about you two? You're just 2 little losers. Even if you want to be a playboy, you don't have the ability to be one." Lu Feng looked at the 2 with disdain. "Little losers? Lu Hong was slightly taken aback. She glanced at the calm Qin Feiyang, and the corners of her mouth curled into a playful smile. A mere disciple of a family and the son of an emperor. Who was the real loser?